Hey there, welcome back. And if you're new here, there's always a place for you by the fire. I'm Nick, and every night we gather here to leave the day behind, slow our thoughts, and disappear into stories that are just mysterious enough to keep the mind company until sleep arrives. Just a few ads in the first 10 minutes, then the rest of the night is completely ad-free. If you'd like to join us again tomorrow night, I'd be grateful for a subscribe and a like. Now, pull your chair a little closer. The frost that formed on the iron latch beneath Curtis's gloved hand should not have formed at all. His grip was warm. Metal this close to a banked fire ought to have been drawing heat, rather than surrendering it. Yet there it was. Thin crystalline lacework spreading outward from where his fingers pressed, as though the cold were radiating from some point deeper in the iron itself, or from the threshold between sheltered air and mountain dark, or from the act of opening what Vernon Thatcher had spent 3 desperate days barring shut. He had followed Vernon's boot prints for 2 days. The prints carried Vernon's distinctive signature. Left heel deeper than right, old bullet wound, leg healed wrong. Curtis had recognized the pattern at first glance. Vernon's lead was closing. The blockhouse sat in a clearing carved from the bristlecone pine. Dovetail notch corners, pitch-sealed roof, no windows. Vernon's prints led directly to the door and did not lead away. Curtis dismounted and withdrew his rifle. He crossed the clearing and noted smoke rising from the chimney. Banked coals, not active blaze. Vernon conserving fuel. Vernon believed he could not leave. Curtis reached the door and placed his hand on the latch. The frost formed immediately. Wrong. He pressed the latch. Not locked. Not secured. Vernon knew someone was outside and had chosen not to resist. Curtis pushed the door inward and stepped across the threshold. Vernon was sitting on the floor against the far wall, 12 feet from the cast-iron stove that dominated the room's center. The stove radiated heat. Vernon did not look at Curtis when Curtis entered. Vernon was looking at the door, and his face carried the blankness that arrived when fear had been sustained past the point where the body could produce visible symptoms. Curtis closed the door and set the rifle against the wall. Vernon flinched when the latch clicked home. Curtis waited for Vernon to speak. Vernon did not speak. Vernon continued staring at the door. Curtis said that the lockbox was visible beneath Vernon's left knee where the coat had bunched up to expose it. Vernon's eyes shifted to Curtis then, and the recognition that came into them was complicated by something Curtis initially categorized as relief before revising the assessment to something closer to despair. Vernon's lips moved, stopped, moved again, and finally produced words hoarse and badly shaped. You found me. Curtis crossed to the stove. Boot prints were clear enough a child could follow them. One exit. Exhaustion or stupidity. Vernon shifted. The lockbox scraped against the floorboards. He said Curtis had made a mistake coming here, that this place was not safe, that he had chosen it for reasons that had nothing to do with the gold. Curtis moved to the woodpile, selected 3 pieces, placed them in the stove. He turned to Vernon and asked what Vernon was afraid of. Vernon's response came fast. Something had been following him for 3 days. Tall, made the trees seem small. It watched from impossible distances. Vernon had seen it clearly on the 2nd day. Not a man, not an animal. Curtis listened. Exhaustion produced visions. Guilt produced pursuing shapes. He said he had not traveled 2 days to listen to folklore. The lockbox came with him. Vernon's continued existence was a question he would resolve before morning. He moved toward Vernon. Vernon's reaction was sharp enough that Curtis stopped. Vernon pulled his legs up and wrapped both arms around the lockbox, pressing it against his chest in a posture that was simultaneously protective and childlike. He said with a sharpness that cut through the hoarseness that Curtis did not understand, that the goal did not matter, that nothing Curtis was thinking about mattered, because they were not alone in these mountains, and the thing that was out there did not care about money or men or any of the small concerns that Curtis believed were important. Curtis regarded Vernon. This was genuine terror, days without relief. He told Vernon to describe it. Vernon's description came in fragments, breaths too quick. Tall, 9 feet, proportions wrong. Thin like winter trees, all vertical lines. Limbs bent at wrong angles. Skin the color of frost, or perhaps was frost. Absorbed light. Moved in silence. It had stood at the tree line on the second day and watched him for an hour, perfectly motionless. When Vernon ran, the thing followed, maintaining distance. Not hunting, herding. Vernon reached the blockhouse on the third day and barred the door. No windows. The thing could not watch him sleep. He spent subsequent nights feeding the stove, listening to wind, trying to convince himself the sounds moving around the exterior walls were only winter settling into wood. Curtis told Vernon he had worked himself into exhaustion. Exhausted men saw things that were not there. Mountains were full of animals that moved strangely through snow. Vernon had seen a bear, an elk, or his own shadow. Vernon shook his head. He said Curtis was wrong. He knew what bears looked like, what elk looked like, what shadows looked like. This was none of those. He had spent 3 days hoping he was mistaken. Each day confirmed he was not. The loggers who built this place had also dug pit traps in the forest. 20 feet deep, ice-walled, inescapable. Vernon had nearly fallen into one. Curtis moved to the door. The bar was propped against the wall, not secured. He asked Vernon why he had unbarred the door. Vernon's response was quiet. If it was the thing outside, the bar would not have stopped it. If it was Curtis, refusing entry would only delay what was coming. Vernon had been waiting 3 days to find out which one would appear first. Now he knew. But it did not matter. Curtis opening the door meant the thing would know the blockhouse was accessible. It would come inside. Neither of them would survive. Curtis examined the stove. The room was warm, the structure sound. Vernon's fear was the only volatile element. He turned to Vernon and said they would stay through the night. Horse needed rest. Vernon would hand over the lockbox. If Vernon's creature appeared, Curtis would shoot it. If it did not, Curtis would decide Vernon's future in the morning. Vernon stared at Curtis. Something moved across his face. Hope, then disbelief. He said Curtis did not understand. Shooting it would not work. Nothing about Curtis's experience would matter when it decided to stop watching and start acting. Curtis said the lockbox came with him regardless of Vernon's opinions about monsters. Vernon did not resist this time. The lockbox slid from his grip. Curtis picked it up. $11,000 in gold, and secured it in his possibles bag. Curtis retrieved jerked venison and ate. Vernon stared at the door again. Curtis asked why the thing would bother with the door. Vernon's response came fast. The thing was not random. It moved with intention. Followed him 3 days without catching him. Faster, stronger. But it was not trying to catch him. It was making him run. It appeared at distances where Vernon could see it clearly. It wanted to be seen. It stopped circling the blockhouse after Vernon barred the door. It was waiting for the door to be opened. Opening meant invitation. Curtis finished the venison and said doors existed to be opened and closed. If Vernon's creature was real and waiting outside, opening the door let Curtis shoot it. Vernon made a sound between protest and something else. "Don't open it, Curtis, for God's sake. Bar the door." Curtis regarded Vernon, noting the desperation, and smiled. He said Vernon's God had not prevented Vernon from stealing the Telluride money. He doubted it would intervene now regarding doors. He rose and moved to the door. He placed his hand on the latch. The frost formed again. Same pattern. Interesting. Not concerning. Vernon was making sounds behind him, between a whimper and a warning. Curtis ignored it. He lifted the latch and pulled the door open wide. Winter storm poured into the blockhouse. Snow, wind, stove flames dancing. Darkness outside complete. Cold immediate. Curtis stood in the threshold with his rifle raised, searching the tree line. Nothing moved in the clearing. Snow fell in sheets. Wind carried no sounds except its own voice through pines. Curtis lowered the rifle and turned back to Vernon. He said there was nothing outside except weather. Vernon's monster was exhaustion and guilt. He was leaving the door open 1 hour so Vernon could watch the empty clearing. Vernon's face had gone white. He shook his head repeatedly and said Curtis had made a mistake. Opening the door was exactly what it wanted. Curtis had invited it inside. Now it would come. Curtis propped the door open with his boot and settled into a chair. He laid the sharps across his lap, barrel angled toward the threshold, and said that if it came through the door, he would shoot it. He waited. Storm. Vernon's rapid breathing. Cold air on his face. Warm rifle grip. Absolute certainty that whatever came through that doorway would die before it took 3 steps into the room. The hour began. The blizzard struck all at once, released into the valley with sudden violence. Curtis watched the snow density increase from scattered flakes to a wall of white that reduced the clearing's visibility to perhaps 15 feet. And he noted this change with the detached interest of a man cataloging weather as information rather than threat. The wind shifted direction twice in as many minutes, which suggested instability in the pressure systems moving across the Rockies, and the temperature dropped with sufficient speed that Curtis felt it through his coat as a tightening sensation across his shoulders and chest. Vernon had stopped making sounds behind him, which Curtis took to mean either that Vernon had exhausted himself or that Vernon was watching the doorway with the same attention Curtis was applying to it, and Curtis found he did not particularly care which interpretation was correct. The rifle remained steady across his lap, his finger resting against the trigger guard. If Vernon's creature existed and possessed physical form, the rifle would kill it. If the creature did not exist, Curtis would have wasted an hour demonstrating Vernon's delusion. Time well spent. The cold intensified. Fingers stiffening inside gloves, toes going numb. Curtis flexed both hands periodically while keeping the rifle positioned. The stove's warmth reached perhaps 6 feet before dissipating. Vernon would deteriorate faster, but Curtis had already determined Vernon's comfort was not a priority. The shape that appeared in the doorway did not walk into view so much as it became visible, as though it had been standing in the blizzard the entire time and the snow had simply stopped obscuring it. Curtis saw it, and his mind performed the automatic assessment he applied to all potential threats: height, posture, evident weapons, proximity to cover, likelihood of hostile intent. The assessment produced results that did not align with any category Curtis had previously encountered, and he experienced a brief moment of recalibration during which his understanding of what he was observing competed with what his senses reported. The thing was tall. Curtis estimated 9 feet from the snowpack to the crown of its head, though the proportions were wrong in ways that made measurement feel inadequate as a descriptive tool. It stood upright in the manner of a man, but the verticality was too pronounced, too absolute, as though someone had taken human architecture and stretched it along a single axis until the result retained the suggestion of humanity without the substance of it, its limbs. And Curtis counted 4 of them, 2 arms and 2 legs, though the joints bent at intervals that suggested additional articulation, were thin to the point of seeming structurally impossible, stripped to more absence than presence. The The skin, if skin was the correct term, appeared to be the color of frost, where frost had formed on metal and been left undisturbed for hours. It was not white and not gray, but something between the two, and it possessed a quality that Curtis initially categorized as reflective before revising the assessment to something closer to light-absorbing. The thing did not gleam in the manner of ice or snow. It seemed instead to draw illumination toward itself and extinguish it, creating a zone of visual wrongness around its form that made focusing on specific details difficult. Curtis could see that it had a head, and that the head sat atop a neck that was too long and too thin, and that the head possessed features that suggested eyes and a mouth. But when he tried to examine those features directly, they seemed to shift or blur in ways that had nothing to do with the snow and everything to do with the thing itself resisting clear observation. It stood in the threshold without moving, and Curtis understood with absolute clarity that Vernon had not been hallucinating, and that Curtis's certainty about the world and his place in it had just encountered something his certainty had not prepared him to process. This was not an animal. This was not a man in costume. This was something else, and the something else quality of it carried a wrongness that Curtis felt in his chest as a tightening sensation that had nothing to do with cold and everything to do with the recognition that his categories for understanding threat had just proven inadequate. Vernon made a sound behind him that started as a gasp and ended nearly as a sob. Curtis did not turn to look at Vernon because taking his eyes off the thing in the doorway would be a mistake with consequences. And Curtis had not survived 9 years as an outlaw by making mistakes when certainty was available. He tightened his grip on the sharps and raised the barrel with the smooth economy of motion he had practiced until it had become automatic, and he sighted down the rifle at the center of the thing's chest with the same care he would have applied to shooting a deer at 200 yards. The thing did not react to the rifle being aimed at it. It stood perfectly motionless in the doorway, and Curtis noticed with a precision that felt almost hallucinatory that the snow falling around it did not appear to be landing on it. The blizzard continued its assault on the clearing, coating every surface with accumulating white, but the thing itself remained free of snow in a way that suggested the flakes were either passing through it or being repelled by it, and Curtis could not determine which interpretation his eyes were supporting because the wind made observation difficult, and his mind was struggling to process what he was seeing in terms that made sense. He fired. The sharps kicked against his shoulder with the familiar violence of 700 grains of lead, leaving the barrel at sufficient velocity to punch through bone and tissue and emerge on the far side of whatever it hit. The sound was enormous in the confined space of the blockhouse, a physical pressure that Curtis felt in his ears and chest, and the smoke from the black powder charge filled the air between him and the threshold with a gray cloud that momentarily obscured his view of the thing. When the smoke cleared, the thing was still standing in the doorway, unchanged and apparently unaffected. The range was 12 feet. The shot had been centered on the torso. The rifle had fired correctly. The thing showed no indication of having been struck by anything. The thing took a step forward into the blockhouse. It moved without disturbing the air. No displacement, no visible evidence of mass. Vernon was saying something behind him, a stream of words that Curtis could not parse into meaning because his attention was entirely focused on the thing that had just entered the blockhouse and was now standing perhaps 8 feet from where Curtis sat, with a rifle that had just proven itself useless. Curtis worked the lever to eject the spent cartridge and chamber a fresh round with the automatic efficiency of muscle memory, and he fired again, this time aiming for the head, because if the torso shot had failed, perhaps the head would prove more vulnerable. The second bullet produced the same result as the first: sound, smoke, recoil, and then the thing standing unchanged. He had shot it twice at close range with a weapon that could drop a buffalo. It had not fallen, had not flinched, had not noticed. The thing turned its head to regard Curtis directly, and Curtis saw its eyes, eye-shaped absences, in the frost-colored surface of its face. They were hollow in a way that suggested depth without dimension, and when the thing's gaze settled on Curtis, he felt it as a temperature drop that had nothing to do with the open door and everything to do with being observed by something that possessed no warmth and no interest in anything warmth represented. Then the thing looked away from Curtis, turning his attention to the interior of the blockhouse with the unhurried patience of something that had all the time available and no reason to rush. It stepped further inside, moving with that same wrongness Curtis had noted before, and its gaze settled on the cast-iron stove that dominated the room's center. It regarded the stove for several seconds with an attention that seemed disproportionate, given that the stove was simply a stove. And then it began moving toward it with the measured pace of something that had made a decision and was now executing that decision without concern for anything else in the room. Curtis stood, the rifle still in his hands, and positioned himself between the thing and the stove with the irrational impulse of a man defending territory, even when the defense was clearly futile. The thing stopped when Curtis moved, and it looked at him again with those hollow eye spaces, and Curtis felt the temperature drop, intensify around him, as though the thing's attention carried cold with it, the way fire carried heat. Vernon was shouting something now, words Curtis could hear but not process. The rifle was useless. His strength was irrelevant. The thing stepped around Curtis with a movement that was smooth and continuous, and Curtis turned to track it, keeping the rifle raised even though he understood the rifle served no function except to give his hands something to do while his mind tried to process what was happening. The thing moved to the stove and extended its arms toward it, and Curtis saw those arms clearly now, too long, too thin, ending in hands that possessed too many joints and fingers frozen into talons. The hands closed around the blazing iron surface of the stove's body, gripping it on either side with a firmness that should have produced burning and screaming and the smell of flesh searing away from bone. Instead, there was no reaction, no indication that the thing felt heat or pain or anything except the tactile information that it was now holding the stove. Curtis watched, the rifle forgotten in his grip, as the thing lifted the stove from the floorboards with an ease that suggested the 600-pound mass of cast iron was negligible to whatever strength the thing possessed. The chimney pipe snapped with a sound like a gunshot, breaking cleanly where it met the stove's collar, and the upper section remained attached to the ceiling, while the lower section came away with the stove in the thing's hands. Smoke and heat poured from the broken connection, dissipating into the air, and Curtis understood with a finality that felt like the closing of a door that the thing had not come for the gold, and had not come for Vernon, and had not come for Curtis. It had come for the stove, for the fire, for the only source of warmth within miles of this place, and now it was taking that warmth away. The thing turned and walked back toward the open door, carrying the stove in its arms, with the coals still glowing orange through the iron grating, and Curtis stepped aside because blocking its path seemed like an action that would have no purpose and potentially significant consequences. It moved through the threshold and out into the blizzard, and Curtis moved to the doorway to watch it go, his mind struggling to integrate what he had just witnessed into any framework. The thing walked into the snow with the blazing stove held before it, and the stove's orange glow provided the only point of reference Curtis could use to track its position as it moved away from the blockhouse toward the tree line. Curtis stood in the doorway until the glow was no longer visible. And then he stood there for several seconds longer because Stopping seemed to require a decision, and his decision-making capacity was occupied with trying to understand what had just occurred. The blockhouse behind him was already growing cold in the stove's absence, the temperature dropping with a speed that suggested the stove had been the only thing preventing the space from matching the exterior temperature. Vernon was curled against the wall and his arms wrapped around his knees, making sounds that might have been prayers or might have been simply the noise a mind made when it encountered something it could not categorize. Curtis turned away from the open door and looked at Vernon with the expression he used when assessing damage, and he determined that Vernon was not immediately useful, and that this assessment was likely to remain accurate for some time. He moved to the door and pulled it closed, though he understood closing the door served no function except to reduce the rate at which the interior cold intensified. The thing had walked through the threshold without requiring the door to be open. It could presumably return the same way. But closing doors was an action Curtis understood how to perform, and in a situation where most of his competencies had just proven themselves irrelevant. Performing actions he understood felt like the only available response to circumstances that made no sense. The darkness was complete now that the stove was gone, and Curtis stood in the black interior of the blockhouse, with Vernon's breathing somewhere to his left, and the memory of what he had just seen refusing to settle into any category his mind possessed for organizing threats. He had shot it twice, and the bullets had passed through without effect. It had taken the stove and walked into the blizzard, carrying fire in its hands, and Vernon's terror, which Curtis had categorized as delusion just an hour earlier, was turning out to be the only reasonable response to circumstances Curtis had not believed possible until they had occurred directly in front of him. He needed to make a decision about what happened next, and he found that every decision tree he constructed terminated in options that required assumptions about the world that the thing had just demonstrated were false. The cold continued to deepen, and Curtis remained standing in the darkness, listening to Vernon breathe and feeling the temperature drop and understanding, as he had rarely understood, that being the apex predator was a status that depended entirely on context. And the context had just changed in ways that made apex irrelevant, and predator a category he no longer occupied. Outside, somewhere in the storm, the thing was walking with their heat held in its frozen hands, and Curtis had no framework for understanding why it had taken the stove, or where it was going, or what would happen when it decided to return. The hour was over, and Curtis was out of certainty. The darkness inside the blockhouse was absolute, and carried with it the specific quality of cold that arrived when warmth had been present, and was now absent, as though the space itself remembered what it had lost, and was adjusting to the loss by surrendering completely to the winter outside. Curtis stood motionless near the door, listening to Vernon's breathing somewhere in the black interior, and he understood with a detachment divorced from his own emotional state that they had perhaps an hour before the cold became genuinely dangerous, and perhaps 2 hours before it became fatal, and that these time frames were generous estimates that assumed neither of them panicked or made decisions that accelerated their deterioration. Vernon's breathing was too rapid, shallow panting that indicated terror or early hypothermia. 3 options, all terminating in freezing: remain in the blockhouse, exit into the blizzard without destination, or follow the thing and attempt to reclaim the stove. The third carried theoretical possibility. The thing could not be convinced, and force had proven useless. But remaining stationary was choosing death by paralysis, and Curtis had not survived 9 years by choosing paralysis when action was available. He opened the door, and the wind drove him against the door frame. Snow fell in sheets, visibility nothing, cold immediate and comprehensive. Curtis pulled his coat tighter, moved back inside, closed the door. The blizzard was intensifying. conditions worse than when the thing had left. Vernon made a sound that might have been a question or might have been simply noise produced by a mind that was no longer organizing thoughts into coherent speech. Curtis moved toward the sound and found Vernon still curled against the wall where he had been when the thing appeared, and Curtis crouched beside him and placed one gloved hand on Vernon's shoulder with the impersonal efficiency of a man checking livestock for signs of distress. Vernon flinched at the contact, which told Curtis that Vernon was still responsive to external stimuli, and Curtis said, in the conversational tone he used when establishing facts, that they needed to leave the blockhouse, and that remaining inside without heat would result in both of them freezing to death within 2 hours at most. Vernon's response was immediate. The rifle failed. It's faster out there. We freeze here, Curtis said. He retrieved the match tin from his bag, confirming by touch that it was dry. He had perhaps 20 matches remaining, which was sufficient to start a fire if they found fuel and shelter, and insufficient to provide warmth directly. He secured the tin inside his coat, where his body heat would prevent moisture from reaching it, and he turned his attention back to Vernon. He said they were going to follow the thing's trail and reclaim the stove, and that Vernon was coming with him because Curtis was not leaving Vernon here to freeze while Curtis went alone. Vernon began to object, and Curtis cut him off with a tone that carried the finality of decisions already made. He said Vernon had two options: walk out the door under his own power or be carried out, and that Curtis would provide exactly 3 seconds for Vernon to choose before making the choice for him. Vernon's breathing changed rhythm, became slower and more controlled, and Curtis recognized the shift as Vernon moving from panic into the calculations that preceded either compliance or resistance, Vernon said, and his voice carried a bitterness that Curtis found almost refreshing in its directness, that Curtis was going to get them both killed, that chasing the thing was exactly what it wanted them to do, and that Vernon had not run from Telluride and hidden in the mountains for 3 days just to die because Curtis refused to accept that some things could not be hunted. Curtis said that was Vernon's opinion, and Vernon was entitled to it, and that the 3 seconds had elapsed and Vernon's time for choosing was over. He reached down and gripped Vernon's upper arm with enough force to communicate that resistance would be painful and futile, and he hauled Vernon to his feet with the practiced efficiency of a man who had moved unwilling bodies before and understood the leverage required. Vernon stood but did not walk, and Curtis felt the tension in Vernon's frame that indicated Vernon was considering pulling away. Curtis tightened his grip and said in the voice he used when establishing non-negotiable parameters that Vernon could walk or be dragged. But either way, Vernon was leaving the blockhouse now, and that if Vernon made this difficult, Curtis would remember the difficulty when later decisions about Vernon's utility needed to be made. The threat landed with sufficient weight that Vernon's resistance dissolved, and Curtis felt the shift in Vernon's posture that indicated compliance. He released Vernon's arm and collected the sharps, even though the rifle had proven itself useless against the thing, because carrying a weapon was habit, and Curtis saw no reason to abandon useful habits simply because one application had failed. He moved to the door and opened it again, and the storm poured into the blockhouse with a violence that seemed personal. Curtis stepped across the threshold into the blizzard and turned to confirm Vernon was following, and he saw Vernon's silhouette framed in the doorway, hesitating at the threshold in a way that reminded Curtis of an animal that understood it was being driven toward a trap and could not determine whether the trap was behind it or ahead of it. Curtis said one word into the storm, loud enough to carry over the wind: "Outside, now." Vernon stepped through the doorway, and Curtis pulled the door closed behind them both, though he understood closing the door served no function except to mark the moment when they stopped choosing to stay and started choosing to go. The blockhouse disappeared into the white wall of the blizzard within seconds, and Curtis oriented himself by memory in the barely visible depression in the snow where the thing's path had been, though the wind was already filling the depression with fresh accumulation that would erase the trail completely within minutes. He began walking, following the faint trace of the thing's passage toward the tree line, and Vernon walked behind him because walking was preferable to standing still in the storm, and because Curtis had not left Vernon any alternative. The snow was deep enough that each step required lifting the knee nearly to waist height, and the wind pushed against them with sufficient force that forward progress felt less like walking and more like a continuous falling motion that was arrested and restarted with each stride. Curtis's mind worked through calculations as he moved. The thing had left perhaps 10 minutes ago. It had been carrying a 600-pound stove. It had moved through the snow without visible effort. If it had maintained a walking pace, it would be perhaps a quarter mile ahead by now. If it had moved faster, the distance would be greater. If it had stopped, they might find it sooner. Curtis found he could not predict the thing's behavior because the thing had demonstrated that it did not operate according to principles that made prediction possible. Behind him, Vernon was saying something that the wind took away before Curtis could parse the words into meaning. Curtis did not stop walking, because stopping would require explanation, and he had none to offer, except that remaining in the blockhouse was death, and following the thing was probably also death. But at least following carried the theoretical possibility of recovering what the thing had taken. The tree line emerged from the white storm as a darker wall of vertical shapes, and Curtis saw plainly that the thing's trail, or what remained of it beneath the fresh accumulation, led directly into the forest where visibility would drop to nothing, and the wind would be channeled through the trunks into patterns that would make orientation impossible. Curtis had tracked men through the forests in winter before, and understood that forests were where trails disappeared and searchers became the searched. But he continued forward because stopping required a better option, and no better options were evident. They entered the trees, and the wind's assault diminished slightly, though the cold intensified in the absence of motion-generated heat. Curtis paused to allow his eyes to adjust to the deeper darkness beneath the pine canopy, and Vernon stopped behind him, and Curtis felt Vernon's hand grip his shoulder with enough force to communicate urgency. Vernon pulled Curtis around to face him, and Curtis saw Vernon's face in the dim light that filtered through the storm, and what he saw there was not the terror that had characterized Vernon's expression in the blockhouse, but something closer to resignation mixed with a variety of anger that Curtis recognized from men who had been forced past the point where fear was useful and had found something harder underneath. Vernon said, and his voice carried clearly in the relative quiet beneath the trees, that Curtis needed to understand something before they went any further. He said that the reason Vernon had taken the Telluride money and run was not greed and not opportunity, but because Vernon had believed with absolute certainty that Curtis was going to kill him, and that this belief was based on 9 years of watching Curtis make decisions about men who had outlived their usefulness or made mistakes that Curtis judged unforgivable. Curtis listened to this statement and found it interesting primarily because it suggested Vernon's perception of Curtis was significantly more ruthless than Curtis's perception of himself, though Curtis acknowledged that perception and reality were not always aligned and that Vernon's fear might have been justified even if Curtis had not consciously intended the outcome Vernon feared. Vernon said that he had stolen the money not to get rich, but to get distance, and that every mile he put between himself and Curtis was a mile Vernon believed was necessary for Vernon's survival. He said he had chosen the blockhouse specifically because it was far enough from civilization that Curtis might not bother tracking him, and that Vernon's 3 days in the mountains had been spent hoping Curtis would decide $11,000 was not worth the effort of pursuit. He said Curtis's presence had confirmed what Vernon already knew, which was that Curtis did not make those kinds of calculations, and that Curtis would track Vernon across the entire continent if necessary, because Curtis did not allow debts to remain unpaid or betrayals to go unanswered. And he said that when the thing had appeared at the tree line on Vernon's second day, Vernon had felt something that surprised him, which was relief, because the thing at least was not Curtis, and death by unknown horror was preferable to death by familiar executioner. Curtis absorbed this information and revised several assumptions he had been operating under regarding Vernon's motivations and Vernon's assessment of their partnership. He said that Vernon's fear was noted, and that Curtis would consider it when making decisions about what happened after they either recovered the stove or died trying, and that this conversation was using time they did not have and energy they could not spare. Vernon released Curtis's shoulder and stepped back, and Curtis saw in Vernon's expression that something had shifted, though whether the shift was toward acceptance or simply toward a different variety of resignation, Curtis could not determine. They stood facing each other in the darkness beneath the pines, with the storm moving overhead, and the temperature dropping, and the thing somewhere ahead of them, carrying their survival in its frozen hands. Curtis turned and resumed following the trail, and Vernon followed, and neither of them spoke again because speech required breath, and breath was becoming a commodity they needed to conserve as the cold worked its way through their clothing and into their bodies, with the patient thoroughness of winter claiming what winter always claimed when men stayed too long in places where men were not meant to survive. The trail led deeper into the forest, and Curtis followed it, because following was the only action he had committed to, and commitment was the only principle he had left that still functioned when certainty failed. The snow beneath the trees was deeper, drifts rising to Curtis's thighs. Each step required lifting the knee to waist height and driving down until the foot found purchase. The effort produced deceptive heat in his muscles that could not compensate for the temperature dropping into his core. Vernon was falling behind, his breathing breaking into gasps. Curtis did not slow because slowing extended their time in lethal conditions, and he did not stop because stopping would invite complaints he had no capacity to address. The trail was disappearing as wind filled it with fresh snow, but Curtis could still follow the general direction. What disturbed him was what the trail revealed. No footprints, no depressions, simply a disturbance suggesting something had moved without displacing snow the way objects with mass displaced matter. These were not tracks, they were marks, traces. The visual record of passage through snow that did not recognize the passage. Curtis found this unsettling in ways he could not articulate because naming required categories the thing kept demonstrating were insufficient. Behind him, Vernon made a sound between cough and curse. Curtis turned to see Vernon down to one knee in a chest-deep drift. Vernon was attempting to push himself upright, but lacked the strength to do so without assistance, and Curtis moved back and gripped Vernon's arm and hauled him to his feet with the automatic efficiency of a man performing maintenance on equipment that was failing but not yet completely broken. Vernon pulled his arm free once he was standing. Curtis said that Vernon was welcome to return to the blockhouse and freeze in comfort, and that Curtis would continue forward because forward was the direction the stove had gone, and the stove was the only thing that would keep them alive if they recovered it. Vernon said something in response that the wind took away before Curtis could parse it, and Curtis turned his back on Vernon and resumed walking. The cold was working its way through Curtis's gloves now, a numbness that began in the fingertips and spread backward toward the palms with the steady progression of ice forming on water. Curtis flexes his fingers periodically to maintain circulation. But the relief was temporary, and each time he flexed, the cold returned faster than before. His toes had been numb for some time, which he noted as concerning but not yet critical, because he could still feel pressure when his boots made contact with solid ground beneath the snow. The forest opened into a space where the trees thinned and the ground dropped away at an angle that suggested a stream bed, though the stream itself was invisible beneath a snow cover that appeared uniform and undisturbed. Curtis approached the edge of this depression and examined the thing's trail, which led directly down the slope and across what he presumed was the frozen stream and up the far bank. The slope was steep enough that descending it would require care, and the snow cover was deep enough that determining what lay beneath it would be impossible until weight was applied and the snow either supported that weight or gave way to reveal whatever the snow had been concealing. Curtis began his descent, testing each step before committing his full weight to it, and he was perhaps halfway down the slope when his boot broke through the surface crust and his leg plunged through into empty space beneath. He fell forward, catching himself on his hand, and felt the cold shock of snow filling the gap between his coat and his shirt. He extracted his leg and examined the hole it had made, which revealed ice beneath the snow, the frozen surface of the stream, perhaps 3 feet below the false ground the snow had created. He called back to Vernon to watch his footing and continued down more carefully, testing each step with increased attention to the possibility that the snow was concealing voids where the stream's irregular surface had created gaps between the ice and the accumulated winter above it. Vernon followed, moving with a caution that suggested Vernon had absorbed Curtis's warning, and together they crossed the stream bed and climbed the far bank where the thing's trail continued into the trees beyond. The trees on this side of the stream were different, taller, more widely spaced, their trunks thicker and their canopy higher. The snow beneath them was shallower where the overhead coverage had intercepted some of the storm's accumulation, and Curtis found he could move more quickly here even as the wind picked up and began to gust with sufficient force to shake loose accumulated snow from the branches above. The snow fell in sheets and clumps that struck Curtis's shoulders and head with impacts that were heavy enough to register as blows. Vernon was perhaps 20 feet behind Curtis now, the distance between them growing as Vernon's pace slowed and Curtis's maintained its prior speed. Curtis did not wait because waiting meant Vernon would use the pause to voice additional objections to their current course of action, and Curtis had already determined that Vernon's objections were noted and irrelevant to the decisions Curtis had made about what needed to happen next. He saw the thing perhaps 50 yards ahead, visible between the trunks as a vertical darkness that moved with the wrong rhythm against the horizontal chaos of the blizzard. Curtis stopped moving and Vernon stopped behind him, and they stood watching the shape move through the storm with a gait that was too smooth and too continuous. No bob or sway in the shoulders, no visible effort in the stride. It was walking at what appeared to be a measured pace, neither hurrying nor hesitating, and the stove was visible in its hands as a darker mass against its frost-colored form. Curtis raised the rifle on reflex before remembering the rifle was useless, and he lowered it again and simply watched as the thing moved. It walked perhaps 30 yards in the time Curtis observed it, maintaining a straight line through terrain that should have required adjustment and navigation, and then it stopped. It stood motionless for several seconds, and Curtis had the impression it was listening or sensing or performing some action that did not have a visible external component. Then the thing's head turned to look back in their direction, and Curtis saw through the storm's visual interference that the head rotated on the neck through an arc that exceeded what human anatomy could produce. The body remained facing forward, the shoulders and hips oriented in the direction of travel, But the head continued rotating until it faced backward completely, and the hollow eye spaces that Curtis had seen in the blockhouse were now directed at the place where Curtis and Vernon stood watching. The wrongness of this movement was profound in ways Curtis found difficult to categorize. It was not simply that the rotation was impossible. It was that the thing performed the impossibility with a smoothness that suggested the impossibility was, from the thing's perspective, ordinary. There was no hesitation, no visible strain in the neck as it bent past the point where vertebrae should have locked or fractured. The head simply rotated, observed, and then rotated forward again with the same unnatural smoothness. Then the thing resumed walking, and Curtis noted that it was maintaining the same distance from them it had maintained since they entered the forest. It was not fleeing, and it was not approaching. It was simply moving forward at a pace that ensured they could follow but not catch up. And Curtis understood with a finality that felt like the closing of a trap that Vernon had been correct about at least one thing. They were not hunting the thing. The thing was herding them, moving them through the forest toward some destination Curtis could not identify but could feel approaching with the same certainty he felt the cold working its way into his core. Vernon said something behind him, and Curtis turned to see Vernon's face had gone white in a way that suggested the color was draining from more than just the skin. Vernon was swaying slightly, his balance compromised by exhaustion or cold or the recognition that they were being led somewhere neither of them had chosen to go. Curtis asked Vernon if he could continue, and Vernon did not answer immediately, which told Curtis that Vernon was considering saying no and was trying to calculate whether Curtis would accept that answer or simply leave Vernon here while Curtis continued forward alone. Vernon said he could continue, but that continuing was a mistake, and Curtis acknowledged this was possible, but that the only certainty he had left was that standing still in a blizzard was guaranteed death, while moving forward carried at least the theoretical possibility of arriving somewhere that offered better options than freezing in place. Vernon made that sound again, the one that was resignation mixed with anger. And he nodded, and Curtis turned back to the trail and resumed walking. The thing was still visible ahead, and Curtis watched it as he moved, noting that when it walked, it left no visible disturbance in the snow beyond that faint trace Curtis had been following. The snow did not compress beneath its weight because it appeared to have no weight, or perhaps because weight was a property that applied to objects, and the thing was not an object in any sense Curtis's understanding of objects could accommodate. The wind shifted, and Curtis felt the temperature drop again, a plunge that was sharp enough to register as physical pain across his exposed face. His cheeks were numb now, and his nose, and when he touched his face with his gloved hand, the contact felt distant and muffled, as though the connection between sensation and response was being severed by increments. The trees ahead were thinning, and Curtis saw what appeared to be open space beyond them, a clearing or a meadow or simply a gap in the forest where the timber had failed to establish. The thing was moving toward this opening with the same measured pace it had maintained throughout, and Curtis understood that this was the destination. This was where the thing had been herding them since they left the blockhouse, and whatever was going to happen would happen in that clearing because that was what the thing had decided would happen, and Curtis had followed the thing's decision all the way from the moment he opened the blockhouse door and invited it inside. He reached the tree line and stopped at the forest's edge, and Vernon stopped beside him, both of them standing in the relative shelter of the pines, looking out at what lay beyond. The clearing was perhaps 50 yards across, roughly circular, bounded by trees on all sides. The snow in the clearing was smooth and undisturbed except for a single line of those impossible traces leading from where Curtis stood to the clearing's center. And there, at the center, stood the thing. It had stopped walking and was now motionless, perfectly still, with the stove resting on the snow directly in front of it. The stove's door was still closed, and the coals inside were still glowing. Curtis could see the orange light emanating from the grating even at this distance. The heat signature was visible in the air above the stove as a shimmer that distorted the falling snow. The thing stood behind the stove, facing Curtis and Vernon across the clearing's width, and it made no movement and produced no sound. It simply stood there, waiting, and Curtis felt in his chest a sensation he had not felt since childhood. The recognition that he had walked willingly into a situation he did not understand and could not control, and that the thing standing across the clearing from him understood this and had understood it from the beginning, and had used Curtis's certainty against him with the exactness of something that had performed this action many times before, and knew exactly how human confidence produced human mistakes. Vernon's breathing beside him was ragged and too fast. Curtis did not look at Vernon because looking away from the thing seemed inadvisable, and he was trying to determine what would happen when they stepped out of the trees and moved toward the stove that represented their only chance of survival. The clearing was open ground with no cover and no escape routes except the forest they had just emerged from. And Curtis understood with absolute clarity that the moment they committed to crossing that open space, they would be committing to whatever the thing had prepared for them. But the alternative was remaining at the tree line and freezing, and Curtis had already decided that freezing while motionless was unacceptable when freezing while attempting to reclaim what had been taken offered at least the dignity of effort. He was preparing to step forward into the clearing when Vernon gripped his arm again, and Curtis turned to see Vernon's face carrying an expression Curtis had not seen before. Not fear and not resignation, but something closer to understanding. What came when a man stopped trying to survive and started simply trying to comprehend what was killing him. Vernon said, and his voice was quiet enough that Curtis had to lean closer to hear it over the wind, that Curtis needed to look at where the stove was positioned. He said the stove was sitting exactly at the clearing center, and that centered placement was not random, and that Vernon had lived in these mountains long enough to know what loggers did in clearings and why they did it, and that Curtis should think very carefully about whether the thing had placed the stove where it had placed it by accident or by design. Curtis looked at the stove again, and at the clearing, and at the smooth snow surrounding the stove in all directions, and he understood what Vernon was telling him, and why Vernon's voice carried that note of terrible certainty that came from seeing the trap only after walking into it had become inevitable. The thing stood motionless at the far edge of the clearing, watching them with those hollow eye spaces, and the stove glowed in the darkness between them, warm and close and impossibly far away. Curtis stepped forward into the clearing before Vernon could finish his warning. The snow was deep but firm, better footing than beneath the trees, and Curtis moved toward the stove with focused attention. Options narrowed to a single point, survival dependent on reaching it before his body stopped responding. The stove's heat was visible as distortion above it, warmth radiating even at 20 yards. The sensation pulled him forward with the urgency of thirst. His fingers were wooden inside his gloves, toes completely numb, cold progressing into his core. Behind him, Vernon was saying something urgent, but Curtis did not process the words. Each step sank through the crust into softer accumulation beneath. The thing remained motionless at the clearing's far edge, watching. Vertical darkness against horizontal chaos. It was not moving because it did not need to move. It had already moved them here, and now it was waiting for what it had engineered to occur. Curtis was perhaps 10 yards from the stove when he noticed that the snow ahead of him appeared slightly different from the snow he had been walking through. Smoother, more uniform. as though it had been deposited in a single event rather than accumulated through multiple storms. The difference was subtle enough that he might have missed it if the stove's glow had not been illuminating the surface and creating shadows in the texture that made variations visible. He slowed but did not stop, because stopping meant remaining in place while the temperature continued its work, and because the stove was close enough now that he could see the orange glow through the grating and could almost feel the heat on his face. Vernon was shouting something behind him, actual shouting now rather than urgent speech, and Curtis turned his head slightly to acknowledge that he had heard Vernon even if he had not processed the content of Vernon's warning. The snow gave way beneath his right foot. The transition from supported to unsupported was instantaneous. No compression or settling to warn that the ground beneath the snow was not ground at all. Curtis's weight transferred to his right leg, and the leg continued downward through empty space, and he was falling before his mind could complete the thought that he had stepped onto snow that had nothing beneath it except void. He fell 20 feet through darkness and landed on his back on ice so hard and cold it felt like striking stone. The impact drove the air from his lungs in a sound that was less exhalation than expulsion, and for several seconds Curtis could not breathe because his chest would not expand and his lungs would not accept air when he attempted to force them to function. He lay on the ice, staring up at the circle of white sky visible above him and understanding that he was at the bottom of something deep and narrow, and that the walls surrounding him were too sheer to climb. The pit's diameter was perhaps 8 feet across, and the walls were ice that had formed when water had seeped through dirt and frozen in layers that built inward over seasons until the earth itself had become glass. Curtis could see his breath condensing in the air above him when his breathing finally resumed, shallow and careful because something in his chest was damaged, though he could not determine what or how severely. Vernon's face appeared at the pit's edge, looking down, and Curtis saw Vernon's mouth moving but could not hear what Vernon was saying because the fall had done something to Curtis's hearing, or perhaps to his capacity to process sound into meaning. He attempted to sit up and found that his back would not cooperate, the muscles refusing to contract in the coordinated pattern that sitting upright required. He remained lying on the ice, looking up at Vernon and past Vernon to the sky beyond, and he processed without emotion that he had walked willingly into exactly the trap Vernon had warned him about, and that the warning had come too late, because Curtis had already committed to crossing the clearing before Vernon had finished constructing the sentence that would have made the danger explicit. The pit was a logger's work, dug decades ago to trap game that wandered into clearings where men had once worked, and where men had subsequently departed. The walls showed tool marks where blades had cut into earth before the ice had formed, and Curtis could see timber supports along the upper edge where the opening had been reinforced to prevent collapse. The snow cover above had been recent accumulation, thin enough to appear solid, but insufficient to support a man's weight, and the cover had concealed the opening completely until Curtis's boot had broken through it. Curtis turned his head with care and looked across the pit's floor to where his rifle lay in 2 pieces. The stock separated from the barrel at the point where it had struck the ice edge during the fall. The rifle was as useless broken as it had been whole, and Curtis felt nothing in particular about its destruction, because usefulness was a category that had stopped applying to most things when the thing had walked through his bullets without acknowledging their passage. Vernon was gone from the pit's edge, and Curtis could hear movement above. Vernon walking around the perimeter, perhaps attempting to determine if there was an accessible descent or if the walls were uniformly sheer. Curtis already knew the answer because he could see the walls from his position at the bottom, and they offered no purchase that hands could grip or feet could brace against. Ice was ice, and glass was glass, and vertical surfaces that were both required equipment Curtis did not possess, and strength Curtis no longer had. He attempted to sit up again and managed it this time by rolling onto his side first and then using his arms to push himself upright. The movement produced pain across his ribs on the left side that indicated either bruising or fracture, and Curtis breathed carefully to test the damage. The breathing was functional but limited, shallow inhalations that provided sufficient air but could not be deepened without triggering pain that suggested doing so was inadvisable. Vernon reappeared at the edge, and this time, Curtis could hear him. Vernon was saying that he was going to find something Curtis could use to climb, that there had to be timber nearby or fallen branches that could be lowered into the pit to provide a ladder. Curtis did not respond because responding required energy, and because Vernon's plan would not work even if Vernon succeeded in locating materials suitable for constructing a ladder from components found in a winter forest. Curtis looked up at the pit's opening and passed it to where the stove stood. He could see the stove from this angle, positioned at what he now recognized was the far edge of the pit, placed with precision that ensured maximum visibility from the tree line where Curtis and Vernon had emerged. The stove had been visible from exactly the distance required to draw someone forward across snow that appeared solid until weight determined it was not. The thing had carried the stove across the clearing and positioned it at the pit's edge not randomly but with intent, using the stove's heat and light to create a target that would pull men forward across ground that would not support them. The pit had been here for decades, covered and waiting, and the thing had known it was here because the thing had been in these mountains long enough to know what men built and where they built it and how those constructions could be used against the descendants of the men who built them. Curtis leaned his head back against the ice wall and processed this sequence with the careful attention he applied to understanding mechanisms that had operated against him successfully. The thing had not taken the stove to keep it. The thing had taken the stove to use it, and the use was bait, and the bait had worked exactly as the thing had intended it to work. The theft was not theft. The theft was engineering. And Curtis had followed the engineering from the moment he opened the blockhouse door to the moment his foot broke through snow that concealed the opening to this pit. And every decision he had made that felt like agency had been a decision the thing had shaped by removing alternatives until only one path remained, and that path led here. The thing appeared at the pit's edge where Vernon had been moments before. It stood looking down at Curtis with those hollow eye spaces that suggested vision without the biology vision required, and Curtis looked back and felt nothing except the understanding that every assumption he had made about predation and prey had been inverted, and that the inversion had been complete before he was aware it had begun. The thing stood at the pit's edge for several seconds, and Curtis met its gaze without moving, because movement required purpose, and Curtis's purposes had all terminated in outcomes that demonstrated purpose was irrelevant when the situation was designed to render purpose meaningless. Then the thing turned and walked away from the pit's edge, and Curtis listened to the silence that followed its departure. Vernon appeared at the edge again, his face visible in the dim light that filtered through the storm. Vernon was holding something, timber or branch, and Curtis could see Vernon attempting to lower it into the pit, but the length was insufficient to reach the bottom, and Vernon lacked the strength to hold the weight at full extension. The timber fell and clattered against the ice beside Curtis, and Vernon's face disappeared from view. Curtis closed his eyes and listened to Vernon moving around the pit's perimeter, attempting solutions that would not work because the pit was designed to be inescapable, and 20 feet of vertical ice did not become climbable because a man wished it otherwise. The cold was working through his coat now, pulling heat from his core. He opened his eyes and looked up at the white circle of sky that was growing darker as the storm intensified, or as his vision began to fail. He could no longer feel his hands or feet, and the numbness was spreading inward with the inexorable progression of winter claiming territory winter had always claimed when men remained too long in places where warmth could not be sustained. Vernon's face appeared at the edge again, and Vernon was saying something, words Curtis could hear but could not parse into meaning, because meaning required context, and the context was that they were both going to die here, and Vernon's words could not modify that outcome regardless of what the words contained. Curtis let his head fall back against the ice and watched the sky darken and felt the cold deepen. Above him, Vernon was attempting something else, and Curtis did not watch because watching required hope, and hope required believing that outcomes could be modified through effort, when the only outcome the pit permitted was the outcome Curtis was already experiencing. The cold continued its work, patient and thorough, and Curtis remained at the bottom of the pit that loggers had dug decades ago for purposes that no longer mattered. And the thing was, somewhere in the forest, walking away from the place where it had left two men to freeze in a hole those men had walked into willingly, because walking into holes was what men did when they followed heat into clearings where heat was positioned to ensure following. Vernon shouted down that Curtis needed to try, that there had to be a way. Curtis's voice came out hoarse. He said the pit was 20 feet deep. Vernon's timber was 8 feet too short. Vernon should leave now while he could still walk. Vernon's face contorted. He said Curtis had done this. Curtis's certainty, Curtis's arrogance. Curtis had brought them both here. Curtis was sitting in a pit, telling Vernon to abandon him because Curtis still thought he was in control. Curtis absorbed this. He said Vernon's assessment was accurate. He had opened the door. He had followed the stove. He had walked across snow he should have tested. This changed nothing about the pit's depth or the temperature working through their bodies. Vernon made a sound between grief and rage. Vernon pulled back. Curtis heard him moving, slower now, exhausted. The arrogance had been the trap, not the door, not the chase. The trap was Curtis's certainty that he understood predation. That understanding made him predator. The thing had demonstrated that predation was not the framework. It did not hunt. It waited for men to engineer their own endings. Vernon's face appeared at the edge again, no longer attempting solutions. They looked at each other across 20 feet and 9 years of partnership built on Vernon's fear and Curtis's obliviousness. Vernon's face disappeared. Curtis listened to footsteps moving away. Vernon was leaving. The cold had progressed into Curtis's core. His thinking slowed. Thoughts taking longer to form, connections requiring more effort. Above the pit, the thing appeared at the edge one final time. It stood looking down with those hollow eye spaces. Curtis looked back. The thing reached down and gripped the extinguished stove. It lifted the cold iron, coals long dead, and tipped it forward. The stove fell 20 feet and struck the ice with a sound like a bell breaking. The thing turned away and walked into the blizzard. Curtis watched it disappear into white storm until it was gone. The cold progressed. His breathing slowed. The sky darkened. Curtis's breathing stopped. The cold continued its work on the body at the bottom of the pit, and above the storm moved through the forest carrying snow that would fill the opening, and the thing walked through winter, ensuring that heat did not persist, and men who came carrying certainty learned what certainty cost. Hollis Guidry pushed the contract across his desk 3 hours after Rachel came home from the swamp. His office was a cinder block room behind the bait shop, and it smelled of diesel fuel and the rot of bayou things left too long in the heat. Arthur Camden sat across from him in a metal folding chair that wasn't quite level, and when he shifted his weight, the chair made a sound of something giving up. Rachel was in the truck outside. Arthur could see her through the window, huddled against the passenger door despite the afternoon heat. Her hair still damp from whatever water Hollis had pulled her out of. She hadn't spoken since Hollis had brought her back. Arthur had signed a dozen papers that morning. Insurance documents, hospital releases, forms he hadn't read. And this was just one more, except it was handwritten, and the handwriting was Hollis's, and the word deed appeared on the second line. Arthur looked at Rachel through the window. She was wearing the clothes she'd gone out in that morning, a white cotton blouse and khaki pants, both stained dark with bayou water. Her hands were folded in her lap. She wasn't moving. He looked back at the contract. Legal pad yellow, the ink smeared at one corner where Hollis's hand had dragged across it. The language was simple enough that Arthur understood it without needing to parse the clauses. In consideration for rescue and return of Rachel Camden from Blackwater Bayou on this date, Arthur Camden transfers full ownership and title of the property located at 4457 Cypress Bend Road, Terrebonne Parish, Louisiana, to Hollis Guidry, with all improvements and furnishings thereon. Arthur said she was already back. The rescue was finished. Hollis was a big man, and he sat in a chair built for someone smaller. His face suggested he'd been in fights and won most of them. He tapped the contract with one thick finger. "When you sign," he said. Arthur had lived in Chicago for 30 years. He knew what extortion looked like. He also knew that Rachel was sitting in a truck in 95-degree heat with the windows rolled up, and Hollis had the keys. He picked up the pen. The signature took less than 3 seconds. Arthur Camden, in his own hand, smooth architect's lettering he'd practiced for decades. Hollis didn't wait for the ink to dry before folding the contract and sliding it into a desk drawer. He stood up, and Arthur stood up with him, and Hollis walked out of the office without another word. Arthur followed him to the truck. Rachel looked at him when he opened the passenger door. Her eyes were wrong, not the color, not the shape, but something in the way she was looking at him. Arthur had known her for 6 years, married her for 4, and he had never seen her look at him that way before. Blank, he would have said, if someone had asked him to describe it. Blank and far away. He told her they were going home. She didn't answer. Arthur helped her out of the truck, and she leaned against him, and they walked to their car together. Hollis watched them from the doorway of the bait shop, and Arthur didn't look back. The drive to Cypress Bend Road took 20 minutes. The house he had owned until 3 seconds of signing was a raised Creole cottage built in the 1920s, white clapboard with a wrap porch and green shutters. Spanish moss hung from the live oaks in the yard, silver gray and 8 feet long, swaying in the still air. Arthur had fallen in love with the place the first time he'd seen it. He'd paid cash. It was supposed to be their retirement, the two of them, away from Chicago winters and the architecture firm and the noise. Rachel went straight to the bedroom when they got inside. Arthur stood in the kitchen and listened to the water run in the shower. He stood there for a long time. The house was cool. He'd left the air conditioning on when he'd driven out to find Hollis that morning, but his hands were shaking and he couldn't make them stop. The shower had been running too long. He knocked on the bathroom door, and when Rachel didn't answer, he went in. She was sitting on the floor of the shower with her knees pulled up to her chest, fully clothed, the water beating down on her head. Her eyes were closed. Arthur turned off the water. Rachel didn't move. She stayed exactly where she was, head tilted at the same angle, water dripping from her hair onto her shoulders. Her breathing was steady, too steady. Arthur had seen people in shock before. His mother, after his father's funeral, sitting in the kitchen with that same frozen stillness. But his mother had been shaking, trembling so hard she couldn't hold a cup. Rachel wasn't trembling at all. Arthur reached out and touched her shoulder. Her body was completely relaxed under his hand. No tension, no flinch. The muscles loose like someone sitting in a comfortable chair, not someone who'd just been pulled half drowned from a bayou. He said her name. Rachel's eyes opened. For half a second, she looked directly at him, focused and steady. Then something in her face shifted. Not her expression exactly, but something behind it. And her whole body seemed to collapse inward. Her shoulders slumped. Her head dropped. When she spoke, her voice came out hoarse and broken, like she'd been screaming for hours. She said she couldn't find the road back. He helped her out of the shower and into dry clothes, and she lay down on the bed, and within 10 minutes she was asleep. Arthur sat in the chair by the window and watched her breathe. The platinum band on his left hand caught the light. "Forever are," the inscription said, on the inside where no one else could see it. He'd paid for that ring. He'd paid for everything. 3 days later, Hollis came to take the house. He arrived in a pickup truck with 2 men Arthur didn't recognize, both of them carrying the kind of casual violence that comes from spending your life doing hard physical work in a place where no one asks questions. Hollis had a copy of the contract and a letter from Judge Blanchard at the Terrebonne Parish Courthouse. The letter was on official stationery, and it said that the deed transfer was legal and binding, and that Arthur Camden no longer had any claim to the property at 4457 Cypress Bend Road. Arthur read the letter twice. It couldn't be legal. Hollis was standing on the porch with his arms folded, and whatever Arthur said about duress or coercion, Hollis had an answer. He'd signed. There was a witness. Judge Blanchard said it was binding. Arthur could take it up with the judge if he wanted. Right now, he needed to get his things and get out. Rachel came out onto the porch. She'd been better the last 3 days, talking more, eating a little, sleeping through the night without waking up screaming. But she still had that faraway look. She asked what was happening. They had to leave, Arthur told her, and he didn't raise his voice. He'd never raised his voice to Rachel, not in 6 years. Hollis looked at her, and there was something in his expression that Arthur couldn't quite read. Not sympathy, exactly. Not cruelty, either. Just a kind of professional assessment. The way a mechanic might look at an engine. He was giving them the guest shack, he said. Out back past the garden, bed and a bathroom. They could stay there until they figured out where they were going. It was their house, Arthur said, and Hollis looked at him the way you'd look at a child who didn't understand how money worked. It was his house now. Arthur had signed it over. He was being generous, letting them stay on the property at all. One of the men with Hollis shifted his weight, and Arthur saw the outline of a gun under his shirt, not pointed at anyone, not even visible unless you knew what to look for, but there. Arthur had never owned a gun. He'd never needed one in Chicago. He'd never imagined he'd need one here. Get his things, Hollis said again, anything he could carry. The rest stayed with the house. Arthur looked at Rachel. She was staring at Hollis with that blank expression, and Arthur realized she wasn't going to say anything. She wasn't going to fight. She'd been through something out there in the bayou, something Arthur couldn't imagine, something that had taken the Rachel he knew and left this hollow version in her place. And she didn't have the strength to fight anymore. He went inside and packed 2 suitcases, clothes mostly, Rachel's jewelry, the photo albums. Everything else stayed in the house. Hollis watched from the doorway, and when Arthur came back out with the suitcases, Hollis pointed toward the back of the property. The guest shack was a single-room structure, maybe 12 by 25, with a roof that had been leaking for years. Arthur could see it in the water stains on the ceiling joists, the way the drywall sagged between the studs. The tin panels were fastened wrong, nailed instead of screwed, no expansion gap. So the metal had buckled and split where the thermal expansion had nowhere to go. The screens over the windows were aluminum, corroded through at the corners where condensation pooled. There was no air conditioning, just a ceiling fan mounted off-center, the electrical box inadequate for the load, the blades wobbling on a bent shaft. The bathroom was a corner closet, 3x4, barely code, with a shower pan that hadn't been leveled. Arthur could see standing water in the far corner, greenish, working its way under the vinyl tile. The bed frame was hollow steel tube, the welds cracking at the joints. The mattress had been used hard. Arthur set the suitcases down and looked around. 300 square feet of failed construction. The house, his house, the one he'd designed and paid for, was 2,200 square feet of deliberate beauty, and he could see it through the window. Hollis was already on the porch, sitting in one of the rocking chairs Arthur had chosen for the way they complemented the house's lines. Rachel sat down on the edge of the bed. She folded her hands in her lap and stared at the wall. Arthur wanted to say something, but the words wouldn't come. The heat in the shack was trapped by bad design. No cross ventilation. The tin roof radiated down, the floorboards radiated up, and the air had nowhere to go. Arthur turned on the ceiling fan. It made a grinding noise. The bearings shot, and Rachel didn't look up. Outside, Hollis's truck started, and Arthur went to the window. Hollis and his men were unloading furniture and boxes. They were taking it all into the house, Arthur's house. The house that wasn't his anymore. Rachel lay down on the sagging mattress without taking off her clothes. The first week in the guest shack, Arthur kept expecting something to change, not the legal situation. He understood that Judge Blanchard and Hollis had that sewn up tight enough that no amount of protest would make a difference. But something in the arrangement itself, some acknowledgement from Hollis that this was temporary, that Arthur and Rachel would be moving on soon, that the humiliation had a natural endpoint. Instead, Hollis moved into the main house and acted like he'd always lived there. Arthur could see him through the shack's window every morning, sitting on the porch in Arthur's rocking chair, drinking coffee from Arthur's French press. Sometimes one of Hollis's men would be there too, the one with the scar along his jaw, and they'd talk in low voices that didn't carry across the yard. Arthur couldn't hear what they were saying, but he could see Hollis's face, and there was nothing in it that suggested he was planning to leave. Rachel slept most of the time. She'd wake up in the afternoon when the heat in the shack became unbearable, and Arthur would walk her to the main house to use the bathroom. Hollis had told them the shack's plumbing worked, but the water that came out of the tap was rust-colored and smelled wrong, and Rachel refused to drink it. Hollis never said anything when they came in. He just watched them from whatever room he was in, the same professional assessment in his eyes, like he was waiting to see what Arthur would do next. What Arthur did was nothing. He sat in the shack and watched the house and tried to think of a way out that didn't involve leaving Rachel behind. On the 8th day, Hollis threw a party. Arthur heard the trucks first, pulling up the gravel drive in the late afternoon. 3 of them, and then a 4th, all of them loaded with men Arthur didn't recognize and cases of beer in aluminum coolers. The men unloaded everything onto the porch, and Hollis came out to greet them, shaking hands and laughing in a way Arthur had never seen him laugh before. It wasn't a cruel laugh, exactly. It was the laugh of a man who had just acquired something valuable. The music started around 6. Country, loud enough that Arthur could feel the bass through the floorboards of the shack. Rachel woke up and looked at him, and Arthur told her it was just a party, nothing to worry about. She nodded and closed her eyes again. By 7, the party had spilled out onto the lawn. Arthur counted 12 men, maybe 15, all of them drinking and smoking, and standing around the porch. Hollis owned the place, and they were his people. Around 8, one of the men knocked on the shack door. Arthur opened it and found himself looking at a kid who couldn't have been more than 22, holding a red plastic cup in one hand and grinning. The kid looked past Arthur at Rachel on the bed, and something in his expression changed, got a little sharper. Hollis wanted Arthur up at the house, the kid said. Party needed ice. Arthur looked at Rachel. She was awake now, sitting up on the bed with her knees pulled to her chest. The kid was still looking at her, and Arthur stepped out onto the porch and pulled the door shut behind him. The walk to the main house took 30 seconds. Arthur counted them. The men on the lawn stopped talking when he passed, and Arthur could feel them watching, the same way Hollis watched, waiting for him to do something stupid. Inside, the house smelled of cigarette smoke and spilled beer. Hollis was in the kitchen, leaning against the counter Arthur had picked out himself from a catalog, and when Arthur came in, Hollis pointed at the freezer. Ice was in the garage, Hollis said. 2 bags. Bring them in and fill the cooler on the porch. Arthur went to the garage. It was dark, and he had to feel along the wall for the light switch. The ice was where Hollis said it would be, in a chest freezer Arthur had never seen before. He carried both bags to the porch and dumped them into the cooler, and the men standing around made room for him without saying anything. One of them, an older man with a gray beard, looked at Arthur with something that might have been pity. When Arthur turned to go back to the shack, Hollis called him back inside. Hollis was still in the kitchen, and he had a gun in his hand. Not pointed at Arthur, not pointed at anything, just resting on the counter next to a bottle of bourbon. It was a revolver, and Hollis picked it up and checked the cylinder, and then he looked at Arthur. The lawn needed mowing, Hollis said. Tomorrow morning, early before it got too hot. Arthur didn't say anything. Hollis set the gun down on the counter, and the sound it made was louder than the music. Arthur went back to the shack. Rachel was still sitting on the bed, and when he came in, she asked if everything was all right. He told her it was fine, just a party, and she nodded and lay back down. The party went until 3 in the morning. Arthur lay awake listening to it, the music and the laughter and the sound of glass breaking. At some point, someone fired a gun into the air, 3 shots in quick succession, and Arthur felt Rachel's hand find his in the dark. She didn't say anything. She just held his hand until the shooting stopped. The next morning, Arthur mowed the lawn. Hollis had left the mower in the garage, an old push mower with a rusted blade that barely cut the grass. Arthur started at 7, before the sun got too high. The first blisters opened within 20 minutes. The rubber handle grips were cracked and hard, and they tore at the soft skin of his palms with every push. By 8, his hands were bleeding. The blood mixed with sweat and made the handle slick, and Arthur had to grip harder to keep the mower moving, which tore the blisters wider. He didn't stop. He kept pushing the mower in straight lines across the yard the way he'd always done things. Exact, methodical, controlled. The smell of cut grass mixed with the thick rot smell that came up from the bayou, and the sun climbed higher, and Arthur's shirt soaked through with sweat. When he looked up at the house, he saw Hollis standing in the upstairs window, Arthur's window. The window of the bedroom Arthur had slept in for 4 months before Hollis took it. And behind Hollis, half hidden in the shadow of the room, was a second figure, standing perfectly still, watching. Arthur's hand slipped on the bloody handle. He caught himself, adjusted his grip, and looked back at the window. Rachel was standing beside Hollis, not cowering, not being held, just standing there in the bedroom doorway, watching Arthur push a mower through a yard that used to be his, bleeding into the handles, while the heat beat down on him. At the time, Arthur told himself she was trapped up there, that Hollis was keeping her in the room. that she was watching him work because she had no choice. It was past noon when he finished. His hands were ruined, blisters opened and raw, the skin hanging in strips. He could barely close his fingers. That night, Rachel cried for the first time since she'd come home from the swamp. Arthur was sitting on the edge of the bed looking at his hands. The blisters had opened, and his palms were raw. Rachel was lying next to him, and when he heard her make a sound, he thought at first that she was having another nightmare. But when he turned, her eyes were open, and she was crying silently, tears running down her face without any expression behind them. He lay down next to her and pulled her close, and she pressed her face against his shoulder. He could feel her breathing, shallow and quick, and after a while she started talking. Not about the bayou, not about what had happened out there, but about before, about Chicago, about the apartment they'd lived in on the north side, about the restaurant where he'd proposed to her. She'd been wearing a blue dress, she said. Silk, dark blue, the kind of dress you bought for a special occasion. She'd known he was going to propose before he'd even pulled the ring out, and she'd said yes before he'd finished asking. Arthur remembered that night. He remembered the way the light had caught the dress, the way Rachel had smiled at him from across the table. He remembered paying the bill and walking her home, and the ring sitting in his jacket pocket until the right moment came. He'd been so nervous he'd almost dropped it. Rachel's hand found his, and she turned the ring on his finger, the platinum band with the inscription inside. Forever R. He'd had it engraved the day before the proposal, and when the jeweler had asked what the R stood for, Arthur had said it was her name. But it wasn't just her name. It was a promise. Forever Rachel. She fell asleep with her head on his shoulder, and Arthur stayed awake, feeling the weight of her against him, listening to the ceiling fan turn. The confrontation happened 3 days later. Arthur had been thinking about it ever since the party, ever since Hollis had put the gun on the counter and told him to mow the lawn. He'd been thinking about all the ways this could go, all the ways it could end, and none of them were good. But he couldn't keep doing nothing. He couldn't keep watching Hollis sit in his chair and drink his coffee and live in his house while Rachel cried herself to sleep in a shack with failing joists and a roof that leaked. He found Hollis on the porch in the late afternoon. Hollis was alone, which was unusual. Usually one of his men was around, the one with the scar or the kid who'd knocked on the shack door. But today it was just Hollis, sitting in the rocking chair and looking out at the lawn Arthur had mowed. Arthur told him this needed to stop. Whatever game Hollis was playing, whatever point he was trying to make, it was made. Arthur had signed the contract, and Hollis had the house. And that should have been enough. Rachel was fragile, and she needed stability, and living in the shack was making her worse. If Hollis had any decency at all, he'd let them leave, not the house. Arthur understood the house was gone, but the property. Let them go, and Hollis would never hear from them again. Hollis listened to all of this without moving, and when Arthur finished, Hollis stood up. He was taller than Arthur and heavier, and when he stepped off the porch, Arthur took a step back without meaning to. Hollis told him he could leave any time he wanted. The highway was 2 miles down the road, and nobody was stopping him from walking to it. But if he left, Rachel stayed. She was part of the arrangement. Not legally, Hollis said. Not in writing, but part of it all the same. The shack came with the property, and whoever lived in the shack lived there because Hollis allowed it. Arthur felt something cold settle in his chest. He asked what Hollis meant by arrangement, and Hollis smiled. Not a friendly smile. The smile you give someone who should have understood already. The rescue wasn't free, Hollis said. Nothing in Blackwater Bayou was free. Arthur had signed over the house, but the house was just property. The real cost of pulling someone out of the swamp was higher than that. It was everything Arthur had. the house, the furniture, the life he'd built. And if Arthur wanted to object to the arrangement, he was welcome to walk away. But Rachel stayed. Hollis went back inside, and Arthur stood on the lawn with the sun beating down on his head, and realized that whatever legal mechanism had put Hollis in control of the house, the real control had nothing to do with judges or contracts. It was simpler than that. Hollis had something Arthur loved, and Arthur would do anything to keep it close, even if that meant degrading himself one day at a time until there was nothing left. He went back to the shack and sat down on the bed next to Rachel. She asked what happened, and he told her he'd tried to talk to Hollis, but it hadn't worked. They'd find another way. There was always another way. But as he said it, he could see the guest shack through the window, the rusted roof and the torn screens, and beyond it, the main house, white and clean and beautiful in the afternoon sun. And he knew with a certainty that made his hands shake that there was no other way. This was the way. This was what he'd signed up for when he'd put his name on Hollis's contract, even if he hadn't understood it at the time. Rachel took his hand. Her grip was weak, but it was there, and Arthur held on. The weeks in the shack blurred together. Arthur stopped trying to keep track of how long they'd been there. A month passed, and maybe more. Time moved differently when you were living in a structure you knew was failing. Rachel slept most of the time. She'd wake up in the afternoon when the tin roof made the shack unbearable, and Arthur would walk her to the main house to use the bathroom. Sometimes Hollis was there, sitting on the porch, watching them cross the yard. He never said anything, just watched. The routine became its own kind of time. Morning heat, afternoon trips to the house, nights lying awake while Rachel breathed beside him. Days folded into each other until Arthur couldn't remember what Thursday felt like, or whether it mattered. Then, somewhere into their second month, Rachel woke up early. Arthur was sitting by the window looking at the main house, and when he turned around, she was sitting on the edge of the bed with her hands folded in her lap. She was looking at him with an expression he couldn't quite read. She said she'd been thinking about Chicago, about the restaurant where he'd proposed. Arthur felt something in his chest ease. It was the first time she'd brought up a good memory since she'd come back from the bayou. He asked her what she remembered. She remembered the dress, she said. The blue one. The silk one she'd worn that night. She remembered the waiter, the one with the accent, who'd kept refilling their water glasses. She remembered Arthur pulling the ring out of his pocket and dropping it on the floor, and how they'd both laughed while he scrambled to pick it up. Arthur smiled. It was good to hear her talk about it, good to know she still had those memories, that the bayou hadn't taken everything. Then Rachel said she remembered the song that had been playing when he'd asked. The piano player in the corner had been playing something classical. Mozart, she thought, or maybe Beethoven. Arthur's smile faded. There hadn't been a piano player. The restaurant didn't have live music. It had been a Tuesday night in March, and the only sound had been the clatter of plates and the low murmur of other diners. He told her that gently, and Rachel looked at him for a long moment. Then she smiled. Not the blank smile she'd been giving him since the bayou. Not the fragile smile of someone who'd been through trauma. A different smile. Calm, unblinking. She said she must have been thinking of somewhere else. Arthur wanted to ask her what she meant, but she lay back down on the bed and closed her eyes, and within a minute her breathing had evened out. He sat there looking at her, trying to make sense of what had just happened. There was no other restaurant. They'd only gotten engaged once. That night, Arthur lay awake listening to Rachel breathe. The heat pressed down on him, and the mosquitoes found the holes in the screens, and somewhere in the dark, he could hear something moving in the Spanish moss outside. The piano player who'd never existed. The way Rachel had smiled when she'd said she must have been thinking of somewhere else. She'd been testing him. waiting to see what he'd say. He must have been imagining it. Rachel had been through something terrible in the bayou. Trauma did strange things to memory. It was normal for details to get confused. But he couldn't shake the feeling that the smile hadn't been confused at all. Arthur got up as quietly as he could and went to the small table where Rachel had set her purse. He didn't know what he was looking for. Medication, maybe. Something that would explain the memory lapse. Something that would make this make sense. He opened the purse carefully, listening for any change in Rachel's breathing. Inside was her wallet, her phone, a small notebook. Arthur pulled out the notebook and tilted it toward the window where the moonlight came through. The first few pages were grocery lists, ordinary things. Then he turned the page and saw his own name. Arthur sleeps on the right side, wakes twice per night to check locks, folds clothes before bed, checks on me every 2 to 3 hours. The handwriting was Rachel's, neat, measured, clinical. An experiment log. He turned another page. Responds well to gratitude. Apologizes when I cry. Uncomfortable with prolonged silence. Asks if I'm okay 6 to 8 times per day. Arthur's hands went numb. He flipped through more pages, weeks of notes, observations about him, his routines, his reactions, when he slept, when he woke, what he said when she cried. The last entry was dated 3 days ago, still protective, still checking. Breaking slower than expected, but trajectory good. Arthur put the notebook back in the purse exactly as he'd found it. He went back to the bed and lay down next to Rachel. She was still breathing steadily, deeply. But now Arthur wondered if she was really asleep. If she'd been awake the whole time, lying perfectly still in the dark, listening to him move around the room, waiting to see what he would do. He lay there trying not to move, trying to keep his own breathing steady and slow. Then Rachel shifted beside him. Arthur went rigid. He kept his eyes closed, kept his chest rising and falling in the same rhythm, but every muscle in his body had locked. Rachel rolled onto her side toward him. He could feel the mattress dip under her weight, could feel the heat of her body inches from his. Then her arm slid across his chest. The weight of it was light, casual, the way she used to drape her arm over him on cold mornings in Chicago when they'd both been half asleep. Her forearm rested against his ribs. Her hand settled on his shoulder. Arthur could feel her pulse through the contact point. Slow, steady, calm. He lay there under the weight of her arm and didn't move, didn't flinch, didn't let his breathing change. Because if he moved now, if he gave any sign that he was awake, she would know he'd been out of bed. She would know he'd opened her purse. She would know he'd read the notebook. And then she would stop pretending. Rachel's breath was warm against the side of his neck, steady, even. The breathing of someone deeply asleep. But her heartbeat against his ribs was too calm, too controlled. This wasn't the pulse of someone traumatized, someone fragile, someone who cried herself to sleep every night. This was the pulse of someone lying perfectly still in the dark, waiting to see if Arthur would break first. Arthur stayed frozen under her arm. Minutes crawled by. His shoulders started to ache where her hand was resting. His chest ached from holding his breath shallow and measured. But he didn't move. After what felt like an hour, Rachel's arm slipped away. She rolled back onto her other side, away from him, and her breathing stayed exactly the same. Steady, deep, asleep. Arthur lay there for the rest of the night, staring at the ceiling, too afraid to move. 3 days later, Arthur told Rachel they should leave. He told her they could pack the car, drive to Baton Rouge, start over. They still had some money, not much, but enough to rent an apartment, find work, rebuild. Rachel was quiet for a long time. Then she said she didn't want to leave. Arthur asked her why, and she said it was their home. They'd bought it together. She couldn't just abandon it. Arthur tried to explain that it wasn't their home anymore. It was Hollis's house now, and they were living in a shack, and it was only going to get worse. But Rachel shook her head. She said they'd find a way. They just had to be patient. Arthur looked at her, and for the first time since she'd come back from the swamp, he didn't see the blankness in her eyes. He saw something else, determination. Something that said she wasn't going to give up. He wanted to argue. He wanted to tell her that patience wasn't going to fix this, that Hollis had them trapped. But he just nodded and told her they'd figure it out. That night, Arthur couldn't sleep. The heat in the shack was unbearable, and the ceiling fan did nothing but push the hot air around. He lay on the bed next to Rachel and listened to her breathe, and at some point, he got up and went to the window. The main house was dark except for one upstairs window, Arthur's bedroom. The bedroom he'd slept in for 4 months before Hollis had taken it. The light was on, and Arthur could see shapes moving behind the curtain. 2 shapes. He watched for a long time, trying to make sense of what he was seeing, and then the curtain shifted, and he saw them clearly. Hollis and Rachel. They were standing close together, close enough that Arthur could see the outline of Rachel's hair, the shape of Hollis's shoulders. They weren't touching, not that Arthur could see, but there was something in the way they were standing that made Arthur's stomach drop. Not the stance of 2 people who were strangers, not even the stance of 2 people who were working together on something practical. It was the stance of 2 people who were comfortable with each other, the stance of 2 people who had stood that way before. Rachel laughed. Arthur couldn't hear it through the glass, but he saw her shoulders move, saw her head tilt back the way she used to tilt it back when they'd first started dating, when everything he said had seemed clever. And then Hollis said something, and she laughed again, and Arthur watched his wife, who had been crying herself to sleep every night, who had been so fragile that he was afraid to touch her, who flinched when he came near her in the shack, laugh with the man who had taken everything from him. She moved. Just a half step, but it brought her closer to Hollis, and Arthur saw Hollis's hand come up. Not to touch her, but to gesture at something. Rachel nodded. The nod was small, almost imperceptible, but Arthur knew that nod. It was the nod she gave when she was agreeing to something she'd already decided, when the decision had been made before the conversation even started. They stood there for another minute, talking. Arthur couldn't see their faces clearly enough to read their expressions, but he could see their body language, and their body language told him everything he didn't want to know. Rachel wasn't afraid of Hollis. She wasn't performing for him the way she performed for Arthur. All fragility and blank stares and silent crying. She was herself, the Rachel from before the bayou, the Rachel who made decisions and laughed at jokes and stood with her weight on one hip when she was thinking. Hollis handed her something, a glass maybe, or a bottle. Rachel took it and drank, and then she handed it back, and they both laughed again. The laugh was easy, unforced. The laugh of 2 people sharing a private joke. He stepped back from the window. His hands were shaking again, the way they'd shaken in the kitchen the day Hollis had brought Rachel back. He sat down on the edge of the bed and tried to think of a rational explanation. Maybe Hollis had called her up to the house for something. Maybe she'd gone to ask him for something, and whatever he'd said had been funny. Maybe Arthur was seeing something that wasn't there. But he couldn't shake the image of them standing together, of Rachel laughing, of the ease in her posture. It didn't fit. None of it fit. Rachel came back to the shack 20 minutes later. Arthur was still sitting on the edge of the bed, and when she came in, she looked surprised to see him awake. She asked if he was all right, and he asked where she'd been. The bathroom, she said. The shack's bathroom was too small, and she'd needed to use the one in the main house. Arthur nodded, and Rachel got into bed, and within 5 minutes, she was asleep. Arthur stayed awake. He sat in the chair by the window and watched the main house until the sun came up. And the whole time, he couldn't stop thinking about the way Rachel had laughed. Arthur waited until night. He waited until Rachel was asleep and Hollis's truck was in the driveway, and the lights were on in the main house. He waited until he was sure they were both inside. Then he crossed the yard to the main house and let himself in through the kitchen door. The house was quiet, but not empty. He could hear voices upstairs. Hollis's low rumble, Rachel's lighter voice, and then laughter. The easy laughter of two people sharing a private joke. Arthur stood in the kitchen and listened. The conversation upstairs continued, muffled by the walls and the ceiling, and Arthur made himself move. Hollis's office was off the kitchen in what had been Arthur's study. The door was closed, and when Arthur opened it, he moved as quietly as he could, listening for footsteps overhead. The room was dark. Arthur didn't turn on the light. There was enough moonlight coming through the window to see by, and turning on a light would announce his presence to anyone who happened to look out from upstairs. There was a metal filing cabinet in the corner. Arthur went to it and opened the top drawer. Inside were files organized by year. He pulled out the most recent one and started reading. The first thing he found was a copy of his own deed transfer, signed by him, witnessed by one of Hollis's men, stamped by Judge Blanchard. The second thing was a ledger, handwritten, organized by date. Each entry had a name, an address, a description. Arthur tilted the ledger toward the moonlight and started reading the entries. Miller, Chicago, accountant, the word soft written next to his name, and then a number. 8 weeks. Below that, Vance from St. Louis, a teacher, soft again, 11 weeks. Brennan, Nashville, doctor, soft, 6 weeks. The list went on. 14 entries. 14 names. Each one with a profession, a city, and that same word. Soft. And next to each name, a number. Weeks. Arthur's hands went cold. The weeks were how long it had taken to break them. He found Rachel's name on a page dated 6 weeks earlier. Next to it, Camden, Chicago, architect, soft, in progress. Arthur set the ledger down and opened the second drawer. Maps of the bayou marked up in red ink. Coordinates, dates, the same dates that appeared in the ledger. The third drawer held receipts, equipment purchases. But mixed in with the receipts was something else. A small wooden box, the kind you'd keep jewelry in. Arthur lifted it out and opened it. Inside were wedding rings, gold bands, platinum bands, some with engravings on the inside. Arthur picked one up and tilted it toward the moonlight. Forever M, it said. The band was scratched, worn thin on one side, as though someone had twisted it anxiously for a long time before taking it off, or before it had been taken off them. He picked up another. Always yours, T. This one had a tiny fleck of something dark on the inside of the band. Arthur looked closer. Dried mud. Bayou mud. Another ring. Until the end. K. The engraving was barely legible, worn down almost smooth. Arthur set the rings back in the box carefully, one at a time, and counted them. 14 rings. 14 men who'd worn these rings. 14 men who'd sat in Hollis's office and signed contracts. 14 men who'd had wives who capsized boats and cried in showers and folded their hands in their laps and performed fragility until there was nothing left of the men who'd tried to save them. Then Arthur saw what was underneath the rings, a layer of small objects, personal things, the kind of things soft men carried. Arthur lifted out a silver pocket knife, small and worn, with initials engraved on the handle. MJM. He looked back at the ledger. Miller, Chicago, accountant. Beneath the knife was a fountain pen, expensive looking, a cap engraved with a medical caduceus. Arthur tilted it toward the moonlight and saw the name. Dr. T. Brennan, Nashville. A folded blueprint yellowed and cracked along the seams. Arthur unfolded it carefully. Site plans for a school edition, dated 2001, signed in neat drafting hand. Vance. A leather wristband with a silver clasp. A key ring with a single key and a brass tag that said Studio. A pair of reading glasses in a leather case with initials stamped on the front. 14 men. 14 rings. And beneath the rings, 14 tokens of who they'd been before Hollis and the wives had stripped them down to nothing. Arthur looked back at the ledger. Miller, 8 weeks. Vance, 11 weeks. Brennan, 6 weeks. Camden. In progress. How many weeks had Arthur been in the guest shack? He'd lost count. 6 weeks, maybe. 7. Arthur closed the drawer and left the office. He moved through the kitchen and out the side door to the garage. His car was still there. The sedan he'd driven down from Chicago parked in the bay where he'd left it weeks ago. Arthur tried the driver's door, locked. He checked the pegboard where he used to keep the spare key. Empty. But when he opened the small magnetic hide-a-key box mounted under the workbench, the one he'd installed himself and forgotten to tell anyone about, the key was still there. Arthur pocketed it. He moved to the rest of the workbench. His tools were gone. The expensive drafting set, the laser level, the German-made square he'd bought himself when the firm made him partner. All of it cleared out. Arthur stood in his own garage looking at the empty spaces where his professional life used to be, and he understood what the ledger meant. Hollis didn't just take the house. He took everything. The tools, the car access, the agency. He left Arthur with nothing but the clothes on his back and a shack with failing joists. This wasn't about the property. It was about breaking people. Breaking soft men who loved too hard and trusted too easily. Breaking them slowly, piece by piece, until there was nothing left. Upstairs in the main house, the voices had stopped. Arthur heard footsteps. He slipped out through the garage's side door and circled back to the shack. Rachel was still asleep when he came in, or pretending to be. Arthur sat down on the edge of the bed. 14 rings in Hollis's drawer. 14 men who'd been where Arthur was now. Men who'd signed away everything they had because they were saving someone they loved. And Rachel's name in the ledger with one word written next to it. Soft. Not a description of her. A description of him. Rachel was different after that night. Not fragile anymore. Not blank. She moved around the shack with purpose, and sometimes Arthur would catch her looking at him with an expression he couldn't read. Not quite a smile. Something colder. Arthur had read her notebook. He'd seen the ledger. He'd counted the 14 rings in Hollis's drawer. He knew what this was now. Not extortion. Not opportunism. A system. 14 men before him, broken, slow, and systematic. Their wives performing trauma while the husbands degraded themselves, trying to save women who'd never needed saving. Camden. In progress. She was waiting for him to break. Arthur waited until evening. He told Rachel he needed to use the bathroom in the main house, and she nodded without looking at him. Inside, the house was empty. Hollis's truck wasn't in the driveway. Arthur moved quickly. The hunting rifle was still hanging above the mantel. The Remington with the walnut stock Arthur had bought at an estate sale in Houma, back when he'd thought he might learn to hunt. Decorative. He'd never loaded it. But when he opened the drawer of the side table where he used to keep the ammunition box, it was still there. 6 shells. Hollis had probably never noticed them. Arthur loaded the rifle and carried it to the living room. He sat down in the armchair facing the front door, turned off all the lights, and waited in the dark. While he waited, he looked at what they'd done to his house. The furniture was wrong. The couch he'd positioned to face the fireplace had been shoved against the wall. The coffee table sat at an angle that blocked the natural flow from the kitchen to the hallway. Arthur had spent weeks planning the sightlines in this room, making sure every piece served the space, and now it was a rental property staged by someone who'd never lived anywhere beautiful. The walls had scratches near the baseboards where Hollis's men had dragged something heavy. The hardwood floor Arthur had refinished himself showed boot scuffs and water stains. One of the porch shutters hung crooked. He could see it through the window, canted at an angle that would let rain into the wall cavity. They'd put a mounted fish above the mantel where Arthur's architectural prints used to hang. A large-mouthed bass, cheap taxidermy, its glass eye catching the moonlight. Arthur looked at the room he'd designed and saw it ruined, not destroyed, ruined. The bones were still good. The crown molding, the window placement, the ceiling height. But everything that had made it his was gone or wrong or degraded. He'd built this house in his mind before he'd ever seen the property. He'd walked the empty rooms 100 times in his head, placing furniture, calculating light, imagining Rachel reading by the window in the afternoons. And now 2 strangers had moved in and made it theirs, and all Arthur could do was sit in the dark with a rifle and wait. He heard the truck pull up, heard the engine cut off, heard boots on the porch, and then a second set of footsteps, lighter. The front door opened, and Hollis came in with Rachel on his arm. Arthur's protective instincts kicked in before his rational mind could catch up. He stood up, raising the rifle, pointing it at Hollis. "Get away from her," he said. His voice was shaking, but the rifle wasn't. "Get away from her right now." Rachel saw him. She saw the rifle pointed at Hollis. Arthur waited for her to scream, to duck, to run behind him where she'd be safe. She didn't move. "Rachel," Arthur said, "get behind me." Rachel looked at him for a long moment. Then she looked at the rifle. Then she looked at Hollis. And then, slowly, she untangled her arm from Hollis's elbow. Arthur felt relief flood through him for half a second. Then Rachel took a step. Not toward Arthur. Toward Hollis. She took another step, and another, until she was standing shoulder to shoulder with Hollis. Not behind him. Not cowering. Standing next to him. Facing Arthur together. Arthur's hand started to shake. He lowered the rifle slightly, staring at his wife standing beside the man who'd taken everything from them. The man who tortured him. The man Arthur had been trying to protect her from. Rachel smiled. Not the blank smile she'd been giving Arthur for weeks. Not the fragile smile of someone who'd been traumatized. A real smile. The smile she used to give Arthur when she'd done something clever and she knew he was about to realize it. She said Arthur looked confused. Arthur couldn't speak. He was still trying to make sense of what he was seeing. Rachel and Hollis together. Rachel smiling. Rachel not afraid. Rachel not behind Arthur where she was supposed to be. Rachel standing next to the predator, protecting him from Arthur. Hollis walked over to the side table and turned on the overhead light. The room flooded with brightness, and Arthur blinked against it. Hollis looked at the rifle in Arthur's hands, and then he looked at Rachel, and then he said something quietly to her. Rachel laughed. Arthur found his voice. He asked what was happening. Rachel looked at him for a long moment. Then she said she supposed Arthur deserved to know. She'd been planning to wait until he left. He was going to leave, she was sure of it. He'd been talking about it for days now. But since he was sitting here with Hollis's rifle, she supposed now was as good a time as any. She told him to put the rifle down. They needed to talk. Arthur didn't put the rifle down. He asked again what was happening. Rachel sighed. She looked at Hollis, and Hollis nodded, and then Rachel sat down on the couch and folded her hands in her lap. The same way she'd folded them in Hollis's truck the day he'd brought her back from the bayou. She told Arthur the truth. She hadn't gotten lost in the bayou. She'd driven the skiff straight into the trap Hollis had set, exactly where he'd told her it would be. She'd radioed Hollis, and he'd come to get her, and they'd driven back to his office, and they'd waited 3 hours before they went to get Arthur. 3 hours to make sure Arthur had time to panic. To imagine Rachel dead, to be willing to sign anything to get her back. Arthur stared at her. He said that didn't make sense. She'd been terrified. She'd been blank. She'd cried herself to sleep every night. "I capsized my own boat," Rachel said. The way she said it, flat and simple. Those 4 words. That was the only line she needed. Arthur felt something in his chest collapse. He asked why. Rachel tilted her head and the smile got wider. She said she supposed that was the wrong question. The question wasn't why. The question was, which one of them had chosen him? She'd found Hollis first, Rachel said, 6 months before they moved. She'd read about the bayou, about the dredge man, about the men who'd signed contracts in Hollis's office and walked away with nothing. The most interesting thing she'd ever heard. So she'd driven down from Chicago alone. She'd met Hollis. She'd told him she had a husband who was soft and trusting and would sign anything if he thought he was saving her. And Hollis had shown her the box with the wedding rings in it. 14 men, Rachel said, before Arthur. Soft men, devoted men. Men who loved their wives so much they'd give up everything to save them. Men who'd spend weeks in guest shacks, cutting lawns and fetching ice and degrading themselves piece by piece, while their wives performed fragility, and the husbands never once suspected they were being carved apart for sport. Rachel leaned forward. She said Arthur had been so easy. The way he'd looked at her in the truck that first day, still so grateful she was alive. The way he'd signed the contract without reading it. The way he'd endured every humiliation Hollis had thrown at him. The parties, the gun, the manual labor. Because he thought he was protecting her. The crying, Rachel said. The fragility. The blank stares. The proposal story she'd told him in the shack about the blue dress and the restaurant in Chicago. All of it had been for him. She'd needed him to feel sorry for her, to feel protective, to believe he couldn't possibly leave her. And it had worked. Arthur had stayed. He'd degraded himself trying to save a ghost. Rachel said the best part had been watching him try to hold on to his dignity. The way he'd kept his voice calm when Hollis humiliated him. The way he'd folded his shirts in the shack, neat and squared, still the architect from Chicago even while living in a shed. She said she'd wanted to see how much of him she could carve away before he finally stopped looking at her as something soft. Hollis stepped forward. He said Arthur could leave now, or they could make him leave. His choice. Arthur sat there with the rifle in his hand. He looked at Rachel, and he looked at Hollis, and he tried to make the words mean something other than what they meant. But they wouldn't rearrange themselves. They wouldn't turn into something he could survive. His love had been the mechanism. She'd known it from the beginning. Hollis stepped forward. He reached out and took the rifle from Arthur's hands. Arthur didn't resist. His fingers loosened, and the rifle slid out of his grip, and Hollis held it easily, the way you'd take a toy from a child who didn't know how to use it. Hollis looked at Arthur. "Sunrise," he said, "or I pull you out of the bayou." Rachel was still sitting on the couch, hands folded, not smiling, just looking at him. Calm, distant, already moved on. The woman Arthur had loved didn't exist. She'd never existed. Arthur stood up and walked out. He didn't look back. Arthur packed in the dark. 2 suitcases, the same ones he'd packed when Hollis first took the house. Clothes. Rachel's jewelry was still in the drawer where he'd put it 2 months ago. He left it there. The photo albums, his wallet, the keys to the car. Rachel didn't come back to the shack. Arthur didn't expect her to. He worked slowly, carefully, folding each shirt the way he'd always folded shirts, the way he'd learned in college when he couldn't afford to have things wrinkled. The routine of it kept his hand steady, kept him from thinking too hard about what he was doing. When the suitcases were full, Arthur opened the small drawer under the shack's table and pulled out what was left of his old life. His drafting pens, the German set, 8 pieces, weighted and balanced, the kind you bought once and kept forever. He'd carried them from Chicago in their felt-lined case. He'd used them to sketch the renovations he'd planned for the main house. The kitchen expansion, the new porch supports, the attic conversion he and Rachel had talked about turning into a studio. Arthur walked outside and set the case on the ground. He opened it and looked at the pens one last time. Then he took them out one by one and snapped each barrel in half. The brass fittings broke clean. The ink reservoirs cracked and leaked black onto the dirt. He left the pieces where they fell. Back inside the shack, he pulled off his wedding ring. The platinum band caught the light from the ceiling fan. Forever R. Ruin, maybe, or return on investment. Arthur carried the ring to his car and opened the driver's door. He wedged the band deep into the seam where the gear shift boot met the console, pushing it down until his fingernail bent and the ring disappeared into the gap. Let the next owner find it. Let them wonder what kind of man leaves his wedding ring jammed into a car and drives away. He put the suitcases in the trunk and got behind the wheel. The photo albums were in the back seat. Rachel smiling at their wedding. Rachel on the porch of the house the day they'd bought it. Rachel in Chicago and New York. In a dozen places Arthur had thought they'd been happy together. He picked up the top album and opened it. The first photograph showed Rachel in a blue dress at a restaurant, the night he'd proposed. She was smiling at the camera, her hand reaching across the table toward his. Arthur tore the photograph in half, then he tore it again and again, until the pieces were too small to tear anymore. He let them fall to the floor of the car and moved on to the next photograph, then the next. When he was finished, the back seat was covered in scraps. Torn faces, severed hands, pieces of a marriage that had never existed. Arthur started the car. The engine turned over on the first try, and he looked at the main house one last time. Lights on in the upstairs window. 2 shapes moving behind the glass. Rachel and Hollis, watching the last soft man drive away with nothing. He put the car in reverse and backed down the gravel drive. Past the live oaks with their Spanish moss, past the guest shack with its rusted roof, past the main house where they stood at the window watching him leave. He drove toward the highway. The 2-lane blacktop with no shoulder, sawgrass on both sides, the road out of Blackwater Bayou. Behind him, the sky was starting to lighten. In an hour, the sun would be up. Arthur drove. He didn't look back. She had drawn faces for 11 years, and in that time, she had learned that grief sharpened memory. The mother sitting across from her, Carol Ann Pruitt, had described her daughter's killer in terms that seemed almost forensic. The exact width of his jaw, the way his left eyebrow sat a 1/4 inch higher than his right, the small scar shaped like a fishhook beneath his ear. Marla's pencil moved across the paper with the practiced economy she'd developed in the Ranger's Unsolved Crimes Unit. And the face that emerged looked less like a sketch than a photograph rendered in graphite. Mrs. Pruitt leaned forward. Her hands, which had been still in her lap, began to tremble. Marla had seen this moment before. The sketch made the abstract real. A daughter's murder, 9 years cold, became a man with a face who could be found. Mrs. Pruitt pressed 2 fingers to her lips. She did not cry. Marla set down the pencil. The man in the sketch stared up from the page with flat eyes and that distinctive scar, a face that existed somewhere in the world, perhaps in this city, perhaps walking past this building at this very moment. The Rangers would run it through their databases. They would distribute it to patrol divisions. Someone would recognize him, or they would not, and the case would remain in her filing cabinet alongside 24 others that had gone nowhere despite her best work. Mrs. Pruitt left without speaking. Marla watched her go, then turned back to the sketch. She had rendered the scar with particular care, using the side of the pencil lead to suggest the puckered tissue. Detail mattered. Witnesses trusted you more when you got the small things right. Her phone buzzed. A text from Owen, her husband. Grabbing dinner with Mike. Home by 9. She texted back a thumbs up and returned to the sketch, making a minor adjustment to the spacing between the eyes. The man looked older now, harder. She wondered if Mrs. Pruitt's memory had aged him, if trauma had a way of making monsters appear more worn than they were. The sketch went into the file. The file went into her outbox. By tomorrow, it would be scanned into the system, distributed to field offices across the state, posted on bulletin boards in county sheriff departments, and then it would sit, one more face among thousands, waiting for someone to recognize it, or for the case to grow cold enough that even the families stopped calling. Marla had been doing this long enough to know the statistics. Most of her sketches led nowhere. The witness had been too far away, or the trauma had distorted the memory, or the perpetrator had left the state or the country, or had never existed in any database to begin with. She drew faces and the Rangers hunted them, but more often than not, the faces remained ghosts. She locked her office and walked to the parking garage. The September sun was setting earlier now, casting Austin in that rapid, heavy golden light the tourists paid money to photograph. She sat in her car for a moment before starting the engine, looking at her hands. They were steady. They were always steady. 11 years of rendering human faces had given her a precision that bordered on mechanical. She could draw a nose from a witness's vague gesture, reconstruct a jawline from a child's half-remembered dream. It was craft, not art. It was problem-solving. And most of the time, it was not enough. 2 weeks later, the package arrived. It came through the Ranger's mailroom with her name on a shipping label and no return address. Inside, wrapped in tissue paper that smelled faintly of pipe tobacco, she found a wooden box the size of a hardcover book. The wood was cherry, polished smooth and with brass hinges and a small brass plate screwed into the lid. Property of Supervisory Special Agent Victor Raines, 1934 to 2017. She knew the name. Raines had been legendary in the Bureau, a profiler who'd worked the BTK case and consulted on the Green River killings before retiring to Montana. He'd died in January. Marla had never met him, but they'd corresponded twice about a case in El Paso, and he'd been generous with his notes. He'd sent her a copy of his monograph on witness memory degradation, with handwritten annotations in the margins that suggested a mind still sharp at 83. Inside the box, she found a deck of cards. They were not regular playing cards. Each was slightly larger, printed on heavy cardstock with hand-drawn illustrations in sepia ink. She spread them across her desk. No suits. Instead, each card featured an archetype. The drifter, a man with a bedroll and a gaunt face. The good neighbor, a smiling man in a cardigan. The scorned lover, a woman with hollow eyes. The golden boy, a young man with perfect teeth and an athlete's build. The penitent, a priest with his hands folded in prayer. The mastermind, A figure in shadow, only the eyes visible. 32 cards in all. No instructions, no letter. Just the box and the deck. Marla turned one over. The back of each card was blank except for a small inscription. Criminology flashcards, VR, 1981. The illustrations were meticulous. Whoever had drawn them, Raines himself, she assumed, had worked with an attention to facial structure that suggested real anatomical knowledge. The cards were not caricatures. They were studies. She held the drifter up to the light and could see individual pen strokes in the shading, the way the artist had built the face from observation rather than imagination. She gathered the cards and returned them to the box, then set the box on the shelf above her desk, between a textbook on facial reconstruction and a framed commendation from the governor. It seemed like the sort of morbid gift a retired profiler would leave behind. A teaching tool, perhaps, from the days before computers and psychological databases. She thought of Raines in his Montana cabin, sketching archetypes by hand, trying to sort human evil into categories that made sense. The box sat on the shelf for 3 weeks. Marla worked 2 more cases in that time. A sexual assault in Laredo where the witness had only seen the attacker's profile. A bar fight in Waco that had ended with a man beaten to death in the parking lot. She produced sketches for both. Neither led to arrests. The faces went into the files, and the files went into the cabinet, and Marla tried not to think about the families waiting for answers that might never come. On a Thursday in early November, Detective Harlan Moss brought her the Kellerman case. The Kellermans had been found in their home outside Fredericksburg, both shot in the back of the head, their 12-year-old daughter missing. The scene suggested a professional hit. No forced entry, no signs of struggle. Both victims killed execution style. The daughter, Emma, had been recovered 2 days later at a rest stop near Junction, unharmed and unable to provide a description of the man who'd taken her. She remembered only that he'd been kind, that he'd bought her a soda, that he'd smelled like wood smoke. Marla spent an hour with Emma at the ranger station in Austin, working through a cognitive interview protocol designed for children. The girl was calm in the way traumatized children sometimes were, answering questions with a flatness that suggested she had not yet begun to process what had happened. She remembered the man's hands, large with clean nails. She remembered his voice, soft like a teacher. She remembered his smile, but she could not remember his face. Marla tried every technique she knew. She showed Emma photographs of different facial features, asked her to point to noses and jaw lines that seemed familiar. She used toys and drawings to help the girl reconstruct the memory, but Emma's face remained blank, her eyes focused on something Marla could not see. The man who had killed her parents and taken her had left no impression beyond his kindness. Harlan Moss waited in the hallway. When Marla emerged, she shook her head. Moss's expression darkened. He looked past her, through the window into the interview room where Emma sat with the victim advocate, holding a stuffed bear and stroking its ears with automatic repetition. They had no forensics, no witnesses, nothing that would survive a conventional investigation. Marla returned to her office and sat at her desk, staring at the empty sketch pad. She had failed. The girl would go into foster care, and the man who had executed her parents would vanish into the country, and Marla would file the case under insufficient data alongside all the others. She thought about Emma's hands on the bear, that mechanical stroking. She thought about the Kellermans, execution style, no forced entry. She thought about the rest stop in Junction, where the man had left Emma with a soda and a gentle word, as if killing her parents had been an errand he'd needed to complete before returning her safely to the world. Marla looked up at the shelf. The cherrywood box sat between the textbook and the commendation, the brass plate catching the light. She stood, retrieved the box, and set it on her desk. The cards inside were cool to the touch, the sepia illustrations rendered with a delicacy that seemed at odds with their subject matter. She shuffled through them slowly. The drifter, the good neighbor, the scorned lover. The idea was absurd, of course. Raines had probably used these as teaching tools, a way to help investigators think about motive and typology. The Bureau had moved past this sort of thing decades ago. Criminal profiling was a science now, built on data and actuarial tables, not hand-drawn archetypes. She'd taken the courses. She knew the literature. Offender characteristics could be predicted from crime scene analysis, but not with certainty, and never from a deck of cards drawn by hand in 1981. But she was out of options. Emma had nothing. The crime scene had yielded nothing. And somewhere a man who bought little girls' sodas was walking free. Marla shuffled the deck. The cards made a soft, whispering sound as they slid against one another. She cut the deck twice, then drew a single card from the top. The good neighbor. A man in his 40s, smiling, wearing a cardigan sweater. His face was soft, unremarkable. A church deacon, a dentist. The neighbor who shoveled your driveway without being asked. Trustworthy. Kind. Marla set the card on her desk and picked up her pencil. She began to sketch. The face came easily, almost without thought. She roughened the jaw slightly, aged the features into the late 40s, added a receding hairline and wire-rimmed glasses. The smile she left as it was, open, warm, the smile of a man who bought little girls' sodas at rest stops. The eyes she made smaller, set closer together, with a flatness that contradicted the smile if you looked long enough. When she finished, she sat back and studied the sketch. It was not the card. The card had been a starting point, but the face she'd drawn was fully realized, complete with the small asymmetries and imperfections that made a face human. She had added a mole near the left ear. She had given him a slight overbite. She had rendered the glasses with care, capturing the way the lenses magnified the eyes just slightly. She scanned the sketch and sent it to Moss with a brief email. Based on profile. Long shot. Moss called her 20 minutes later. They'd gotten a hit. Dennis Paulson, Kerrville. The match was nearly perfect. Marla's hand tightened on the phone. Through the window, she could see the parking lot and the live oaks casting long shadows in the late afternoon sun. Everything looked exactly as it had 10 minutes ago. She looked down at the card on her desk. The good neighbor. The man smiled up at her with sepia warmth. They arrested Dennis Paulson at his home in Kerrville 3 hours later. He was a guidance counselor at the middle school, well-liked, active in his church. His neighbors described him as helpful. The kind of man who watched your house while you were away and always remembered your kids' names. When the Rangers showed him the sketch, he stared at it for a long time, then asked for a lawyer. 6 hours later, after the lawyer showed up and conferred with him privately, Paulson confessed, he had been having an affair with Rachel Kellerman. When she'd tried to end it, he had driven to Fredericksburg and killed her and her husband. He'd taken Emma because he couldn't bring himself to hurt her, but he'd panicked at the rest stop and left her there. He knew every detail of the crime. He described the Kellerman home's interior layout, the specific caliber of weapon used, the fact that Rachel had been wearing a bathrobe when he shot her. Details only the killer would know. Marla watched the confession on video in the Rangers' briefing room. Moss sat beside her, shaking his head in something that looked like awe. Paulson sat at the middle table, his hands folded, his voice calm as he described shooting Rachel Kellerman in the back of the head. His lawyer sat beside him, silent, making notes on a legal pad. Paulson looked tired, but not distraught. He spoke as if he were describing something he'd done years ago, something he'd made peace with. Marla said nothing. On the screen, Paulson was crying now, telling the detective that he'd loved Rachel, that he'd never meant for any of it to happen. He looked exactly like the man in Marla's sketch. The receding hairline, the glasses, the mole near his left ear, down to the smallest detail. She drove home in silence, the highway stretching through the November dusk. The live oaks along the roadside cast long shadows across the pavement. She kept her hands steady on the wheel and tried not to think about Paulson's face in the interrogation room, the way he'd cried while describing a murder he'd committed in such exact detail. Owen was already there when she got home, cooking dinner, something with garlic that filled the kitchen with warmth. He kissed her when she came in, and she let herself lean against him for a moment, feeling the solidity of his body, the familiar rhythm of his breathing. He smelled like the sandalwood soap he'd been using for years, like the Old Spice deodorant he bought in bulk from Costco. He smelled like Owen. She told him they'd broken the Kellerman case. His face brightened immediately. Emma would have justice. Her parents' killer would go to prison. The system had worked. Marla nodded and said she'd gotten lucky, thinking of the card still on her desk, the cherrywood box on the shelf. They ate dinner together at the kitchen table, the same table they'd bought from a yard sale in their first year of marriage. Owen told her about his day, a student named Marcus who'd finally grasped the complexities of the Marshall Plan after weeks of struggling, who'd written an essay that showed real analytical thinking. A faculty meeting about standardized testing that had devolved into an argument about budget allocations. The eternal challenge of making teenagers care about the Congress of Vienna when they were more concerned with prom and college applications. Marla listened and nodded and tried to focus on his words, on the mundane details of a high school history teacher's Thursday. But she kept seeing Paulson's face on the video screen. The way his expression had collapsed when they showed him the sketch. The way he'd looked at it for a long moment, his hands going still on the metal table before he'd asked for a lawyer. He had looked at the sketch as if he were seeing himself for the first time, or as if he were seeing himself clearly for the first time, seeing what he'd become, what he'd done. Owen was talking about one of his sophomores who'd asked if the Treaty of Versailles was like a prenup, and Marla made herself smile, made herself laugh at the comparison. But all she could think about was Paulson describing the exact position of Rachel Kellerman's body, the specific angle at which he'd fired. Details he should not have known. Details only the killer would know. Details she had given him. That night, she lay awake beside Owen, listening to his breathing settle into the slow rhythm of sleep. She kept thinking about the mole near Paulson's left ear, the slight overbite, the way the glasses magnified his eyes, details she had invented, details that had matched. She told herself it was coincidence. The archetype on the card had pointed her toward a certain type, middle-aged, trustworthy, someone who worked with children. And her professional instincts had filled in the rest. The hit in the database had been luck. Paulson's confession had been the result of good police work and a guilty conscience, nothing more. But she could not stop thinking about how easily the face had come, how her pencil had moved across the paper with a certainty she rarely felt, how the sketch had been not just accurate, but perfect. She reached for her phone on the nightstand and opened the email from Moss. He'd attached a photo of Paulson's driver's license. She zoomed in on the image, studying his face in the harsh DMV lighting. The mole was there. The overbite was there. The way his left ear sat slightly lower than his right. A detail she hadn't consciously registered in her sketch, but that appeared in the drawing when she pulled it up on her phone. She had drawn a stranger's face from nothing, and the face had been real. Marla set the phone down and stared at the ceiling. Coincidence, she told herself. Skill. 11 years of practice. The human face had only so many variations. Eventually, patterns repeated. But the mole, the overbite, the asymmetry of the ears, She opened her laptop and searched for Dennis Paulson. The Kerrville School District website had a staff directory with photos. She found him. Same face, same glasses, photographed at a faculty event 3 months ago. She downloaded the image and zoomed in. The mole was there. She searched deeper. A marathon results page from 2015 had a group photo of finishers. Paulson was in the back row, younger, thinner, smiling. She zoomed in on his face and found clean skin where the mole should have been. She went back further. A church newsletter from 2012 mentioned Dennis Paulson organizing a food drive. The attached photo showed him accepting a donation check, his profile to the camera. Clean skin below his left ear. Marla's hands began to shake. She searched for older images. A LinkedIn profile photo from 2010, a high school reunion photo from 2008, a wedding announcement from 1997, and found the same absence in everyone. She closed the laptop and sat in the dark, listening to Owen breathe. The mole had appeared in her sketch, and then the mole had appeared on Paulson's face, not just in the present. She'd seen it in the driver's license photo taken 6 months ago. But in the older photos, the ones from before she'd drawn the sketch, it hadn't existed. The deck hadn't predicted Paulson, it had rewritten him. And if it had rewritten his face, what else had it rewritten? She did not sleep. 3 weeks later, Captain Weber gave her the Salazar case. Maria Salazar had been found strangled in her apartment in San Antonio, her body positioned on the bed with her hands folded across her chest. The crime scene suggested ritual. Candles arranged in a circle, strange symbols drawn on the walls in what turned out to be lipstick. A neighbor had seen a man leaving the building around the time of death, but the description was vague. Tall, dark hair, maybe Hispanic, maybe white. The neighbor had been walking her dog and hadn't paid much attention. Marla interviewed the neighbor, a woman in her 70s named Mrs. Ortega, who apologized repeatedly for not remembering more. The man had been wearing a jacket, she thought, or maybe a hoodie. He'd walked quickly, head down. She hadn't seen his face. His hands had been in his pockets. She thought there might have been a tattoo on his neck, or maybe his wrist, but she wasn't certain. Marla spent another 20 minutes trying to extract more detail. Mrs. Ortega had been thinking about her dog, about getting home before the evening news, and could recall nothing useful. Hadn't known she was witnessing a killer's escape. Marla returned to her office. She sat at her desk for a long time, staring at the sketch pad. Then she looked up at the cherry wood box. She took it down from the shelf and opened it. The card seemed heavier than she remembered, or perhaps it was her hands that felt lighter, less certain. She spread them across her desk again, studying the archetypes. The drifter, the scorned lover, the penitent. She shuffled the deck. Her hands moved with a steadiness she did not feel. She drew a card. The scorned lover. A woman with hollow eyes and long dark hair, her expression frozen in grief and rage. Marla stared at the card. The victim had been a woman. The neighbor had seen a man. She shuffled again, focusing on the question. Who killed Maria Salazar? She drew again. The scorned lover. The same card. She set it aside and began to sketch. This time she made the figure male. Late 20s, Hispanic features, with the same hollow eyes from the card, and a jawline that suggested both beauty and damage. She gave him a scar through his left eyebrow, a detail that surfaced unbidden, her pencil moving almost before she'd thought of it. She rendered his hair in careful strokes, longer on one side than the other, as if he'd been cutting it himself. The tattoo came last. She drew it on his neck, a small cross, the kind of religious symbol that meant either deep faith or none at all. When she finished, she scanned the sketch and sent it to the San Antonio field office with a note. Possible suspect. Check domestic violence records. The call came 6 hours later. They'd found him. Eduardo Marquez, Maria Salazar's ex-boyfriend, who had a restraining order against him that he'd violated twice. The sketch was a near-perfect match, down to the scar through the eyebrow and the cross tattooed on his neck. They picked him up at a motel on the south side, and when they showed him the drawing, he confessed immediately. He described the candles, the symbols, the way he'd arranged her hands. He said he'd loved her. He said she deserved better than what he'd done. He cried through the entire confession. And when they asked him why he'd done it, he said he didn't know, that something had broken inside him when she'd left, that he'd gone to her apartment to talk and everything had gone wrong. Marla listened to the recording of his confession in her office. The door closed, the blinds drawn. Marquez's voice was soft, almost tender, as he described strangling the woman he'd loved. She could hear him crying between sentences. She looked at the card on her desk. The scorned lover, the scar through the eyebrow, the tattoo on the neck, the way she'd drawn his hair longer on one side. She had not interviewed anyone who had seen Marquez. She had not consulted a database. She had drawn a card and sketched a face, and the face had been his. Marla gathered the cards and returned them to the box. Her hands were shaking now, a fine tremor that made the cards slip against each other. She closed the box and held it in her lap, feeling the weight of the cherry wood, the cool brass of the hinges. 2 cases, 2 perfect matches, 2 confessions. She thought about probability, about the likelihood that 2 sketches drawn from nothing would match 2 suspects exactly, about the statistical impossibility of inventing a scar, a mole, a tattoo, and having them all appear on the face of a real person. She thought about Victor Raines in Montana, dead at 83, leaving her this box with no explanation. She thought about the inscription on the cards, criminology flashcards, VR 1981. 36 years ago, Raines would have been in his 50s then, at the height of his career, working the cases that would make him a legend, developing the techniques that would become standard practice, and drawing these cards. Marla set the box back on the shelf. She told herself she would not use it again. But 3 days later, she found herself standing in her office after everyone had gone home, staring at the cherry wood box in her hands. She had no memory of taking it down from the shelf. She'd been at her desk, working on a case file, a home invasion in Corpus Christi, the victim too traumatized to provide a coherent description. And then she'd looked down, and the box was in her hands, the brass plate catching the light. She set it on her desk and stared at it. It was just a tool, she told herself, a focusing mechanism. Whatever the deck was, whatever impossible thing it did, it worked. It gave families peace. It put criminals behind bars. The fact that she didn't understand the mechanism didn't make the results less valid. She opened the box. After that, she stopped, leaving it on the shelf. She kept it in her bag instead, wrapped in a silk scarf to protect the wood. She told herself it was more convenient this way, that she was working late more often and might need it. But the truth was simpler and more disturbing. She couldn't bear to be separated from it. The thought of leaving it in her office overnight made her anxious. The thought of someone else finding it, taking it, using it, filled her with something close to panic. The box went home with her each night. It sat in her bag on the passenger seat during her commute. It waited in her bag by the front door while she ate dinner with Owen. It was always within reach, just in case. The Corpus Christi case closed in 4 days. The victim had been beaten, her description vague, and trauma scrambled. Marla drew the drifter and sketched a man with sunken cheeks and a bedroll tattoo on his forearm. The kind of detailed ink work that would have taken hours in a chair, the kind of tattoo that told a story. They found him at a homeless shelter on Leopard Street. His name was James Kowalski. He confessed within 2 hours. He knew details about the crime scene that hadn't been released to the press. The position of the furniture he'd moved to barricade the bedroom door. The specific items he'd taken. A gold necklace, $63 in cash, a prescription bottle of Vicodin, the brand of cigarettes he'd smoked while waiting in the victim's kitchen for her to come home from work. Pall Mall unfiltered. The same brand he always smoked, he said, though the arresting officers found no cigarettes on him when they picked him up. Marla searched for him online afterward, sitting in her dark office long after everyone else had gone home. She found a news article from 2 years ago about a homeless outreach program operating out of a Methodist church. Kowalski was in a group photo accepting a donated winter coat from a volunteer. His face was thinner then, more gaunt, but recognizable. He was wearing a short-sleeved shirt. She zoomed in on his forearms and found clean skin. No ink, no bedroll, no detailed story rendered in black and gray. She searched for older photos. A decade-old arrest record from a drunk and disorderly charge had a booking photo showing him in short sleeves, summer heat, clean forearms. A high school yearbook photo from 1989, archived on a reunion website, showed young Kowalski in a basketball jersey, arms crossed and unmarked. She found his service record, Army, honorably discharged in 1995. A group photo of his platoon in formation, short sleeves visible, forearms clean. The tattoo had appeared in his most recent booking photo taken 8 months ago after he'd been found sleeping in a city park after hours. The bedroll was there, detailed and dark against his pale skin, 8 months ago. 4 months after the Corpus Christi home invasion. 4 months after the crime had been committed, but before Marla had drawn his face. She closed her laptop and sat in the dark, listening to the building settle around her, listening to the sound of her own breathing. Each time after that, the pull grew stronger. She would finish a case the conventional way, interviewing witnesses, building a composite from fragments, running the sketch through databases. And when it led nowhere, she would feel the box calling to her from the shelf. Not a voice, not a sound. Just a presence, a weight, a certainty that if she opened it, she would find the answer. She started making deals with herself. She would try conventional methods for a full week before touching the deck. Then it was 5 days, then 3. A child abduction in Amarillo. 7-year-old Lily Chen returned unharmed after 3 days, but unable to describe the man who'd taken her. Marla spent a week with her, using every gentle technique she'd learned for interviewing traumatized children. Lily remembered a car, maybe blue, maybe green. She remembered a room with cartoon wallpaper, maybe Mickey Mouse and maybe something else. She remembered the man had been nice, had bought her chicken nuggets, had told her he was taking her to see her grandmother, but she couldn't remember his face. When Marla showed her photographs of different features, noses, eyes, jawlines, Lily shook her head, growing more agitated, until her foster mother asked Marla to stop. On the 8th day, Marla found herself holding the cherry wood box without remembering walking to the shelf to get it. She was standing in the middle of her office, the box in her hands, and she could not recall the decision to pick it up. One moment she'd been at her desk, staring at her empty sketch pad. The next moment, the box was in her hands. She drew the golden boy. She sketched a college athlete with perfect teeth and a swimmer's build, the kind of clean-cut young man who smiled in fraternity composite photos, who volunteered at charity events, who seemed like somebody's successful son. They arrested him at his fraternity house in Lubbock. His name was Trevor Sanford. He was 21 years old. He confessed within an hour. He described the room where he'd kept Lily, his childhood bedroom in his parents' house, still decorated with the wallpaper his mother had put up when he was 6. He described the stuffed animals he'd bought her at a Target on University Avenue, paying cash so there'd be no record. He described the moment he'd realized what he'd done, the horror of understanding that he'd become the kind of person he'd always despised, and how he'd driven Lily back to her neighborhood in the middle of the night and watched her walk to her front door before driving away. He cried through the entire confession. The detective had to pause the recording twice to get him tissues. Marla watched the video later and tried to remember if she'd ever heard of Trevor Sanford before drawing his face. She searched her email for his name, searched her case files, searched her memory. Nothing. He'd been a stranger, a random person selected by the deck to become what the case needed. A brutal assault outside a bar in El Paso. The victim, Carlos Reyes, had been in a coma for 2 weeks and woke with no memory of the attack. The witness, a bouncer who'd heard the commotion in the alley, had seen only a silhouette against the streetlight, someone tall running away. Nothing useful for a sketch. Marla lasted 3 days before she opened the box. She drew the penitent and sketched a man with a priest's collar and tortured eyes, someone whose faith had not prevented his violence, whose guilt was already built into his features. They found him at a Catholic mission in El Paso's lower valley, serving breakfast to homeless families. Father Miguel Ortega, 62 years old, beloved by his congregation. He confessed immediately. He'd been drinking, he said. He'd lost control. He deserved whatever punishment they gave him. He'd broken his vows, betrayed his calling, hurt an innocent man. He asked if Carlos Reyes was all right, and when they told him Reyes had survived, Father Ortega wept with gratitude. A double homicide in Midland. No witnesses, no forensics, 2 bodies in a ranch house 15 miles outside of town. The victims, an elderly couple in their 70s, had been shot in their bedroom. The crime scene suggested robbery, but nothing of value had been taken. Marla lasted less than a day before she opened the box. She drew the drifter again and sketched a different face. Older than Kowalski, with a scar across the bridge of his nose and weathered skin that suggested years spent outside. They found him at a truck stop off Interstate 20. His name was Carl Vickers. He confessed within an hour. He knew the victims' names, the layout of their house, the exact time of night he'd killed them. Every sketch led to an arrest. Every arrest led to a confession. The suspects knew details only the perpetrator could know. They described their crimes with precision and remorse. The cases closed one after another like doors slamming shut. Each time, Marla told herself it would be the last. Each time, another case landed on her desk. Another victim, another family waiting for closure, another dead end that only she seemed able to navigate. And each time, the interval between trying conventional methods and reaching for the box grew shorter. By the 4th case, she'd opened the box on the 1st day. By the 6th, she opened it within the hour. Her reputation grew. The other sketch artists in the unit began asking her for advice, though she had none to give them. Teresa Cortez from the San Antonio office called her one afternoon, frustrated with a witness who couldn't decide between 2 different nose shapes. Marla found herself telling Teresa to trust her instincts, to let the pencil flow, to not overthink the details. The hypocrisy of the advice made her chest tight. Her instincts came from a deck of cards that rewrote reality. Teresa's instincts came from training and experience, and the messy, imperfect work of translating human memory into graphite. Michael Chin from the Dallas office sent her an email asking about her technique for getting traumatized witnesses to open up. She wrote back with standard cognitive interview protocols, nothing she hadn't learned in training, but Michael responded with gratitude, said he'd try her suggestions, said he hoped to have her success rate someday. Her success rate. 6 for 6 on the cases where she'd used the deck. Countless failures on the cases where she hadn't. Captain Weber called her into his office in late October and told her she was doing career-making work. The Department of Public Safety was taking notice. She'd be getting a commendation at the end of the year. They were considering creating a new position, senior forensic sketch artist, and he wanted her to know she was the front runner. Marla smiled and thanked him. She went back to her office, where the cherry wood box sat on the shelf like an accusation. That night, Owen asked her about work over dinner. She told him about the commendation, about the possible promotion. He was proud of her, genuinely delighted. He raised his beer in a toast to her success, to her talent, to all the families she'd helped. She clinked her bottle against his and tried to smile. "You've been quiet lately," Owen said. "Everything okay?" She told him she was fine, just tired. The cases were heavy sometimes. Owen reached across the table and took her hand. He told her he knew the work was hard, that he admired her for sticking with it, for helping people when most would have given up. He said he was proud to be married to someone who made such a difference. Marla looked at their joined hands and thought about the deck upstairs in her office, about the faces she'd drawn, about the men in prison who remembered murdering people they'd never met. She thought about telling him, about laying it all out, the cards, the matches, the confessions, the impossible mechanism that rewrote reality, about asking him what he would do in her position, about seeking his counsel the way she'd always done when faced with difficult ethical questions. But how could she explain it? And even if he believed her, what could he say? The damage was done. The 6 men were in prison. The families had closure. There was no undoing it. And if she told him, he would ask her to stop. He would ask her to never use the deck again, to throw it away, to go back to solving cases the normal way, even if it meant failing more often. He would ask her to choose between justice and innocence, between giving families peace and preserving the lives of men who had done nothing wrong until she made them guilty. She squeezed his hand and told him she loved him. He smiled and said he loved her too. She did not tell him about the deck. At night she stared at the ceiling shadows, listening to the quiet rise and fall of his chest and trying to understand what was happening. She'd been trained in cognitive interviewing, facial anatomy, the neuroscience of memory. She knew how witnesses constructed faces from fragments, how trauma distorted recall, how the brain filled in gaps with plausible details. But none of that explained the scars, the tattoos, the asymmetries that appeared beneath her pencil without conscious thought. None of that explained why every suspect matched the sketch exactly. None of that explained the confessions. None of that explained the photographs. She'd started checking. After each arrest, after each confession, she would search for the suspect online, looking for old photos, social media profiles, news articles, LinkedIn pages, high school reunion sites, anything with a date stamp that would tell her when the distinguishing features had appeared. The tattoo on Marquez's neck showed up in his driver's license photo from 9 months ago. But in a photo from his sister's wedding 2 years ago, his neck was clean. In a group photo from a construction job 3 years ago, clean. In his high school yearbook from 2007, clean. The bedroll tattoo on the Corpus Christi suspect's forearm appeared in a booking photo from a drunk and disorderly arrest 6 months ago. But in a photo from a homeless shelter newsletter from a year ago, his forearms were bare. In a photo from a soup kitchen volunteer day 18 months ago, bare. She'd gone back further on Paulson. She'd found his college graduation photo from 1988. No mole. His wedding photo from 1997. No mole. A marathon photo from 2015. No mole. A faculty photo from 3 months before the Kellerman murders. No mole. But in his driver's license photo from 6 months after the murders, taken 2 months before his arrest, the mole was there. The dates bothered her. The features appeared after the crimes, but before the arrests. After she'd drawn the sketches, but before the police had found the suspects. As if the deck was working backward from her drawing, inserting the features into recent history, rewriting the suspects' faces in the months leading up to their capture. But the older photos remained unchanged, as if the deck's power had limits, as if it could only rewrite recent history, could only reach back so far, or as if the suspects themselves had been different people until the deck selected them, and then their recent past was rewritten to accommodate the transformation, but their distant past remained what it had been. She thought about Victor Raines, the legendary profiler, the BTK case, Green River, dozens of others, perfect confessions, immediate arrests. The cards dated from 1981, 36 years of use. How many criminals had he created? She thought about calling someone. But what would she tell them? That a dead FBI profiler had sent her a deck of cards that rewrote reality. They would think she was delusional. They would ask to see the cards, to run tests. And what would happen to the families who had closure? What would happen to the men in prison? Marla kept working. She drew faces and sent them to detectives and watched the arrests happen with a mixture of pride and dread that she could not name. By mid-December, the winter chill had settled over Austin. Captain Weber called her into his office one afternoon. Special Agent Lorna Vasquez from the FBI's San Antonio field office sat in one of the chairs across from Weber's desk. She stood when Marla entered and shook her hand with the firm grip of someone who'd been trained to project competence. "Agent Vasquez is working a case we think you can help with," Weber said. Vasquez opened a folder and removed a photograph. It showed a man in his 60s, gray-haired, wearing a suit. He was lying on the floor of what appeared to be a hotel conference room, a single bullet wound in his temple. Congressman Harold Vickery, shot during a campaign event in Houston 3 weeks ago. The FBI had reviewed security footage, interviewed 200 witnesses, found nothing. The shooter had used a suppressed rifle, probably from a building across the street. By the time security realized what had happened, he was gone. Marla looked at the photograph. Vickery's eyes were open, staring at nothing. His American flag pin was still fastened to his lapel, the small detail of patriotism rendered obscene by the blood pooling beneath his head. Vasquez explained the problem. 3 different witnesses had reported seeing a man in the building stairwell around the time of the shooting, but the descriptions didn't match. One said white, one said Hispanic, one said black. Heights ranged from 5'8" to 6'2". They weren't even sure the witnesses were describing the same person. Weber leaned forward, his expression grave. The Bureau needed this. A sitting congressman shot in broad daylight. If Marla could pull a face from these witnesses, they might have a chance. Marla looked at the photograph again. She thought about the mastermind card, still in the cherrywood box on her office shelf. She thought about drawing it, about sketching a face that would lead to an arrest, a confession, a closed case. She thought about the last 6 cases, the perfect matches, the confessions. She said she'd need to interview the witnesses individually. She spent 2 days at the FBI field office in Houston, working with the 3 witnesses who'd seen a man in the stairwell. They were earnest people, shaken by what they'd witnessed, desperate to help. The first was a paralegal from the law firm on the 3rd floor. She'd been leaving work early, taking the stairs because the elevator was slow. The man had been coming down, moving quickly, wearing gym clothes. Young, she said. Athletic build, maybe late 20s. Dark hair, or maybe light brown. She'd stepped aside to let him pass, and he'd smiled at her. A nice smile. Normal. Marla worked with her for 3 hours, building the face piece by piece. The paralegal was trying so hard to remember, to get it right, that Marla could see her filling in gaps with plausibility rather than memory. The sketch that emerged showed a generic young man with vague features that could belong to 10,000 people in Houston. The second witness was a delivery driver who'd been carrying packages to the 5th floor. He'd seen someone on the landing between the 2nd and 3rd floors, moving up while he was moving down. Middle-aged man, balding, wearing a dark suit. Or maybe it was a sport coat. The driver had been focused on not dropping his packages, had barely glanced at the guy. Business attire, he was pretty sure. Maybe glasses. Marla spent another 3 hours extracting what she could. The sketch showed a different man entirely. Older, heavier, with the bland professional appearance of an insurance adjuster or middle manager. The third witness was a security guard who'd been making his rounds. He'd encountered an elderly man on the 4th floor landing, using a cane, moving slowly down the stairs. The guard had asked if he needed help, and the man had waved him off and said he was fine. Doctor's orders to take the stairs. The guard had continued up, thinking nothing of it, until the shooting happened, and the FBI started asking questions. Marla worked with him until she could feel his memory degrading under the pressure of her questions, details shifting each time he tried to recall the face. The sketch showed an old man with a cane, but the features were vague, uncertain. By the end of the second day, Marla had 3 sketches that looked nothing alike. Vasquez studied them, her expression moving from hopeful to grim. 3 different people, or none of them the shooter at all. Just ordinary weekday building traffic. Marla thought of the cherry wood box in her office, 40 miles north. She thought of the mastermind card, the figure in shadow, the intelligent eyes. She asked for a few more days. Vasquez, who'd been working the case for 3 weeks with nothing to show for it, agreed. Marla drove back to Austin in the dark, the highway empty except for long-haul trucks carrying freight north from the Gulf. The highway stretched ahead of her, headlights carving a tunnel through the night, and she kept seeing Congressman Vickery's open eyes, the flag pin on his lapel catching the conference room lights. She thought about Dennis Paulson crying in the interrogation room, describing how he'd shot Rachel Kellerman in a bathrobe she'd been wearing when Marla had never mentioned clothing. She thought about Eduardo Marquez's tender voice as he described the exact pattern of the lipstick symbols on Maria Salazar's wall, symbols that had been photographed but never released to the press. She thought about the 6 cases she'd solved, the 6 families who had peace, the 6 men in prison, each one carrying memories of crimes that had not existed until she'd sketched their faces. She thought about the paralegal in the stairwell, stepping aside for a young man in gym clothes. The delivery driver passing a middle-aged man in a suit. The security guard helping an elderly man with a cane. 3 different people. Or 3 different versions of the same person, each witness seeing what their own mind expected to see in that context, that moment, or no one at all. Just ordinary weekday building traffic, each witness's fragmentary memory of someone who'd been there for legitimate reasons, forced by the FBI's questions into the shape of a suspect. She could give Vasquez a face. She could draw the mastermind and sketch someone who'd planned it perfectly, who'd practiced 500 shots, who'd found the building and done the math and pulled the trigger. She could create the assassin the FBI needed, and whoever she drew would confess, would remember doing it, would carry that guilt for the rest of their life. She thought about the deck waiting in her office. In her office, she locked the door and drew the blinds. The building was empty at this hour, the cleaning staff finished for the night. She sat at her desk in the darkness for a long time, not turning on the lamp, just sitting with her decision. She could walk away. She could call Vasquez in the morning and tell her she'd tried everything, that the witnesses' descriptions were too contradictory, that there was no sketch to be made. The case would go cold. Vickery's assassination would join the files of unsolved murders. The FBI would keep investigating, but without a face to chase, The leads would dry up. Eventually, the file would be archived, and whoever had killed Vickery would remain free. Or she could use the deck. She could draw a face that would lead to an arrest, a confession, a closed case. She could give the FBI their assassin. She could give Vickery's family justice. And she would create a murderer out of an innocent person. She thought about the 6 men in prison. She thought about whether they'd had families, whether they'd had children who now visited them behind glass, who asked why Daddy had done those terrible things, who would grow up carrying the shame of a parent's crimes that had never actually happened until a sketch artist needed a suspect. She thought about the paralegal in the stairwell, stepping aside for a young man in gym clothes. What if that young man had been real? What if he'd been in the building for a legitimate reason, had smiled at the paralegal and continued down the stairs and gone on with his life? What if Marla drew the mastermind and sketched that young man's face, and suddenly his entire existence was rewritten? Suddenly, he'd spent 2 years planning an assassination. Suddenly, he owned a rifle he'd never actually purchased. Suddenly, his memories were full of practice shots and wind calculations, and the moment he'd pulled the trigger. What if he had a family? What if he had children? What if he was innocent and would remain innocent if she just walked away? Marla turned on the lamp. The sudden brightness made her eyes water. She took the cherry wood box from the shelf and set it on her desk. The brass plate caught the light. Property of Supervisory Special Agent Victor Raines, 1934 to 2017. She thought about Raines in his Montana cabin, dying at 83 with a career full of legendary arrests. She thought about his solve rate, his perfect confessions, his instincts that everyone had praised. She thought about how many of those arrests had been real and how many had been created by these cards. She thought about whether Raines had struggled with this decision or whether he'd made peace with it long ago, whether he'd convinced himself that the ends justified the means, that creating criminals was acceptable if it gave families closure, if it took dangerous possibilities off the streets. But the people the deck selected weren't dangerous possibilities. They were innocent. They had committed no crimes until the deck rewrote them. Paulson had been a guidance counselor who helped children. Marquez had been a carpenter who built houses. The others had been ordinary people living ordinary lives, and she had turned them into monsters. She could stop now. She could throw the deck away and solve cases the old way, accepting failure when failure came, accepting that some families would never have closure, that some victims would never have justice. She could choose innocence over justice, or she could use the deck one more time. One more arrest, one more confession, one more family given peace, one more person destroyed. The cards slid out of the box smoothly, the sepia illustrations unchanged. She shuffled slowly, her hand steady despite the tremor that had been living in her chest for weeks now. She had solved 6 cases with this deck, 6 arrests, 6 confessions. The families had closure. The killers were in custody. Justice, in its imperfect way, had been served. Whatever the deck was, it worked. And that was the problem. It worked too well. It never failed. It never gave her a face that led nowhere. It never produced a confession that fell apart under scrutiny. It was perfect. And perfection in criminal justice was impossible, unless you were creating the criminals to match the cases. Marla spread the cards across her desk. 32 archetypes, each one a template waiting to be filled. The drifter, the good neighbor, the scorned lover, the golden boy, the penitent, the mastermind. She thought about Congressman Vickery, lying on the floor with a bullet in his temple. She thought about his family waiting for answers. She thought about the FBI, frustrated by the lack of leads, by the impossibility of finding a ghost. She thought about the 3 witnesses in the stairwell, each one seeing someone different. each one's fragmented memory of ordinary weekday building traffic. She could give the FBI a suspect. She could draw the mastermind and create someone who'd planned it perfectly, who'd practiced 500 shots, who'd found the building and calculated the wind and pulled the trigger. She could solve the case. She gathered the cards and held them in her hands, feeling the weight of the cardstock and the smooth finish worn soft by decades of use. Rains had drawn from this deck for 36 years. How many criminals had he created? How many innocent people had he rewritten into killers? And had he ever drawn someone he knew? Marla cut the deck and drew a single card. The mastermind. A figure in shadow, only the eyes visible, intelligent eyes, patient eyes. She set the card on her desk and picked up her pencil. Her hand began to move. It moved differently this time. There was a resistance in her wrist, as if the air had thickened, as if her hand were moving through water. She tried to pull the pencil away from the paper, but her fingers would not release it. The pencil moved across the page in long, confident strokes, and she watched, unable to stop it, as the face took shape. She knew the face before it was finished, the shape of the jaw, the line of the brow, the small scar at the corner of the left eye from a childhood fall off a bicycle. The pencil clattered to the desk. Marla stared at the sketch. Owen. She had drawn Owen. Her husband's face stared up at her from the page, rendered in perfect detail. The slight asymmetry of his nose, broken years ago playing rugby. The way his left ear sat fractionally lower than his right. The faint line across his forehead where he'd walked into a cabinet door in their first apartment. Every detail exact. Every detail impossible. Marla's breath came in shallow gasps. She picked up the sketch with shaking hands. It could not be Owen. The deck had made a mistake. Or her hand had slipped. Or she'd been thinking of him and the thought had translated into the drawing. It was not possible that Owen, her husband of 8 years, a high school history teacher, who spent his evenings grading papers and his weekends hiking with her in the hill country, had assassinated a congressman. She looked at the card, the mastermind. She thought of Paulson, Marquez, the others, how they'd confessed, how they'd known details, how the faces had matched exactly. Every detail, every scar, every asymmetry. Marla stood abruptly, shoving the sketch into her bag. She grabbed her keys and ran. The drive home took 23 minutes. She did not remember most of it. The sketch sat in her bag beside the cherrywood box. She kept seeing Owen's face in the drawing, the careful shading around the eyes, the way she'd captured the intelligence in his expression without meaning to. It was a mistake. It had to be a mistake. The house was dark when she arrived. Owen's car sat in the driveway, the hood cold. She grabbed her bag from the passenger seat, the box inside shifting with a soft sound of cards sliding against wood, and let herself in through the front door, listening to the house settle around her. Owen? No answer. The living room was dark, but she could see light coming from beneath the door to Owen's study at the end of the hall. She moved toward it, her footsteps soundless on the hardwood floor. She thought about calling out again, but something stopped her. An instinct she'd developed over 11 years of talking to witnesses, of learning to recognize when someone was lying, when fear meant danger, and when it meant guilt. She opened the door. Owen sat in his reading chair beside the window, a lamp casting a pool of light around him. He was smoking a cigarette, something she'd never seen him do. On the coffee table in front of him, laid out with careful precision, was a rifle. Not a hunting rifle, a sniper rifle, with a scope and a suppressor, the kind of weapon that required training and practice and a cold precision she'd never seen in her husband. Owen looked up at her. His face was calm. He took a drag from the cigarette and exhaled slowly, the smoke drifting toward the ceiling. How did you figure it out? Marla could not move. She stood in the doorway, her hand still on the knob, staring at the man she had married. He looked the same as he always had, the same face, the same body, the same scar at the corner of his left eye from the bicycle fall when he was 9. But his expression was different, colder, sharper, as if something had been living behind his eyes for years, waiting for her to notice. Owen stubbed out the cigarette in an ashtray she'd never seen before, a heavy glass thing that belonged in a hotel bar. He looked at her with Owen's face, but a stranger's eyes. There was warmth there, the same warmth he'd shown her across a coffee shop table 8 years ago, but beneath it was something else, a cold precision, a calculating distance. He told her he'd been planning it for 2 years, his voice carrying the same patience he used when explaining historical inevitability to his students, the same measured cadence. But the content was wrong. Vickery was a variable, he said. A single point of failure in a system. The education bill would pass unless the variable was removed. Simple mathematics. He'd run the projections. He'd done the research. The conclusion was obvious. He spoke about finding the building the way a chess player might describe calculating moves ahead. He spoke about the shot with the detached interest of someone solving an engineering problem. Windage, elevation, breath control, 500 iterations to achieve consistency. He'd accounted for every variable, covered every angle. The plan was sound. Marla's vision blurred at the edges. The room seemed to tilt. This was not how Owen spoke. Owen got passionate about the Treaty of Versailles, argued with enthusiasm about the Marshall Plan, made bad puns about historical figures. This Owen spoke about assassination, the way someone might discuss a tax return. Owen leaned forward. He touched her knee with the casual intimacy of a husband comforting his wife. So how did you figure it out? Marla looked at the rifle, at the ashtray, at Owen's face. The room felt wrong. Everything in it belonged. The books on the shelves were Owen's books. The chair was the chair they'd bought together at an estate sale in Fredericksburg. The photograph on the wall was from their anniversary hike last year. But the rifle on the coffee table made it all grotesque. She fumbled in her bag and pulled out the sketch. She held it up with shaking hands. Owen stood and took it from her. He studied it for a long moment, his face unreadable. Then something shifted in his expression. A flicker of recognition, of satisfaction. That's a hell of a drawing. You even got the scar. His voice was Owen's voice. The same warm timbre, the same slight rasp from the year he'd gotten bronchitis. But he was looking at the sketch the way she'd seen suspects look at their own faces. With validation. With pride. Marla's voice cracked. She tried to explain the cards, the deck. That 20 minutes ago he'd texted her about dinner with Mike. Owen set the sketch on the coffee table beside the rifle, aligning it carefully with the edge of the table, the way he always did with papers and books. He told her he'd been planning this since Vickery proposed the bill. 2 years of preparation. He spoke about it the way he spoke about preparing lessons, with the same systematic attention to detail, the same satisfaction in a plan well executed. He knew she was good at her job, but she hadn't figured this out on her own. He hadn't made any mistakes. Marla's legs weakened. She sat down heavily on the arm of the couch, her bag sliding to the floor. Owen crouched in front of her, his knees popping slightly the way they always did. He took her hands. His hands were warm, solid, familiar. The same hands that had held hers when they'd married, that had steadied her on hiking trails. The pattern of calluses on his palms from grading papers. The slight thickness of his ring finger from the arthritis that had started last winter. But his eyes measured distances, calculated angles, wind. She pulled her hands away and asked what he'd done with the rifle after. Her voice was barely above a whisper. Owen stood, moving back to his chair, the slight favor of his left leg from the rugby injury, the way he ran his hand through his hair when he was thinking. But there was a new element to his posture, a discipline, a control. He picked up the cigarette pack from the side table, Marlboro Reds, and shook one out. His fingers tapped the pack with practiced ease, drew the cigarette smoothly. Muscle memory. Disassembled it, he said. Buried the pieces in 4 different counties: Travis, Williamson, Hayes, Caldwell. He listed them the way he listed historical dates. He'd built it from parts over 18 months, cash at gun shows, serial numbers filed off with a Dremel in the garage while she'd been at work. He lit the cigarette with a Zippo she'd never seen. The flame caught. He inhaled with the ease of decades. She looked at the rifle on the table, at the ashtray, at Owen's face, at the way he held the cigarette between his first and second fingers, like someone who'd been smoking for years. 6 cases, 6 arrests, 6 confessions. She had thought she was solving crimes. She had thought the deck was helping her find killers, that her sketches were leading police to guilty men who'd been evading justice. But Dennis Paulson had been a guidance counselor with no history of violence, a man whose neighbors described him as kind, who shoveled driveways without being asked. Eduardo Marquez had been a carpenter with no criminal record, a man who'd loved Maria Salazar, who'd cried through his confession. The others had been ordinary men, living ordinary lives, until the moment they confessed to crimes that fit the archetypes perfectly. The good neighbor, the scorned lover, the drifter. Marla stood slowly, her legs uncertain beneath her. "I need to make a phone call," she said. Owen watched her, the cigarette smoldering between his fingers. "Are you going to turn me in?" She looked at him, at the man she'd married, at the man she'd created. "No," she said. She left without answering him. She walked out of the study, down the hall, out the front door. The November air was cold, sharp against her face. She sat in her car in the driveway with the doors locked and the engine off, her hands gripping the steering wheel. She could see light coming from Owen's study window. She could see his silhouette moving inside, pacing, perhaps smoking another cigarette, her husband of 8 years who'd never smoked a day in his life until tonight. Her husband who taught world history to sophomores and graded essays on weekends and got excited about Ken Burns documentaries. Her husband who was now a cold-blooded assassin with 2 years of memories that hadn't existed until she'd drawn his face an hour ago. She took out her phone and opened the case files with shaking hands. Paulson, Marquez, Kowalski, Sanford, Ortega, Vickers. She read the confessions again, searching for something she'd missed. Some indication that these men had been lying, that they'd been coerced or confused or had falsely confessed for reasons she could understand. But they were detailed, precise, perfect. Each man knew exactly what he'd done. Each man described his crime as if he'd lived it, because he had lived it. Because the moment she'd drawn the card and sketched the face, the deck had reached back through time and rewritten him. It had taken an innocent man, a guidance counselor, a carpenter, a college student, a priest, and transformed him into the killer the case needed. It had given him memories, motives, skills. It had made him guilty. Paulson crying in the interrogation room as he described shooting Rachel Kellerman. Real tears, real remorse, real memories of a crime he'd committed. Marquez describing the exact pattern of lipstick symbols on Maria Salazar's wall, symbols only the killer would know. Kowalski remembering the brand of cigarettes he'd smoked in the victim's kitchen, even though he'd had no cigarettes when they arrested him. They confessed because they were guilty, because the deck had made them guilty, and their guilt was real. Their memories were real. Their remorse was real, because to them they had committed those crimes. To them, those memories had always existed. The deck had rewritten not just their faces, not just their skills, but their entire understanding of who they were. Marla's phone slipped from her hand and hit the floor of the car. She sat in the dark, staring at the house where her husband sat with a rifle he'd built over 18 months, confessing to a murder he'd planned for 2 years. A murder he had not committed until she'd drawn his face. She thought of Emma Kellerman, who had lost both parents, to a man who had not been a killer until Marla made him one. She thought of Maria Salazar, strangled by a man who had loved her until the deck transformed him into her murderer. She thought of the 6 cases she'd solved, the 6 families who had closure, the 6 men in prison for crimes that had not existed until she created the criminals. Marla started the car. Her bag sat on the passenger seat. She could feel the weight of the cherry wood box inside it, even without looking. She drove west, away from the house, away from the city. The December night was cold and clear, the highway empty. She drove through the dark streets of Austin, past the Capitol building lit up against the sky, past the university campus where Owen had proposed to her 8 years ago. She drove into the hill country, where the roads wound through live oak groves and limestone bluffs, past small towns that were dark and sleeping. The deck had not made a mistake. It had answered her question. Who killed Congressman Vickery? And it had selected her husband. It had reached into his life and rewritten him into an assassin, giving him 2 years of planning and 500 practice shots and the cold intelligence of the mastermind, because that was what the archetype required. Because she had drawn the card. Because she had asked the question. Because she had needed a face to sketch. She thought about Owen sitting in his chair with the rifle, asking how she'd figured it out. She thought about calling Vasquez, turning him in, watching him confess with the same calm precision the others had shown. She thought about the 6 men in prison: Dennis Paulson, Eduardo Marquez, James Kowalski, Trevor Sanford, Father Miguel Ortega, Carl Vickers. The 6 families who had closure. The 6 crimes that had not existed until she'd created the criminals. She thought about Emma Kellerman, who would grow up knowing her parents' killer was in prison. The Salazar family, who had buried Maria knowing justice had been served. All the others who had called her, thanking her, telling her that her sketch had given them peace. Peace built on a lie. Closure that required innocent men to be rewritten into monsters. She drove until she reached a bridge over the Pedernales River, a place where she and Owen had hiked years ago before they'd married, when the world had been simpler and she'd believed that solving crimes meant finding people who'd done wrong things, not creating them. She parked and walked to the center of the bridge. The river ran low in the November drought, exposing pale stones and tangled roots. She pulled the cherry wood box from her bag and opened it, taking out the deck. The cards were cool in her hand, the sepia illustrations rendered with Victor Raines's meticulous attention to detail. She thought of him in his Montana cabin, alone with these cards, using them to solve cases that had made him a legend. She wondered how many men he'd rewritten, how many innocent people he'd transformed into the killers his cases needed. She wondered if he'd known what the cards were, if he'd understood the mechanism, if he'd died carrying the weight of what he'd done, or if he'd believed until the end that he was simply very good at his job. Marla threw the deck over the railing. The cards separated in the air, 32 archetypes, scattering in the wind like autumn leaves. They hit the water and floated for a moment, sepia illustrations bright against the dark current. The drifter, the good neighbor, the scorned lover. She watched them drift downstream, spinning slowly, until the river pulled them under one by one and they were gone. She stood on the bridge, the empty box in her hands, watching the place where the cards had disappeared. She thought about going back. She thought about going home. She thought about Owen, who would be waking now, making coffee in the kitchen, getting ready for school, living the life he'd always lived. Owen, who would not remember the rifle, who would not remember the cigarettes, who would not remember 2 years of planning and 500 practice shots and the moment he'd pulled the trigger. Owen, who had never been a killer. Marla drove home slowly, the empty box on the passenger seat. The sky was lightening in the east, the December dawn turning the clouds the color of old bruises. She thought about what she would find when she got home. She thought about whether the rifle would still be there, whether the ashtray would still be on the side table, whether Owen would remember confessing to her in the dark. The house was quiet when she got there. Owen's car was in the driveway. She let herself in through the front door and stood in the hallway, listening. She could hear movement in the kitchen, the coffee maker, the sound of the refrigerator opening and closing. Normal morning sounds, the sounds of a man getting ready for work. She walked to Owen's study and pushed open the door. The room looked exactly as it always had. Books on the shelves, student papers stacked on the desk, a photograph of the two of them hiking at Enchanted Rock on the wall. She crossed to the coffee table where the rifle had been and found the surface empty. She opened the closet. Owen's jackets hung in their usual order, his shoes lined up beneath them. She moved them aside, looking for the rifle case, the ammunition, anything, and found the same absence. She went to the side table where the ashtray had been. The surface was bare except for Owen's reading lamp and a coaster from a brewery they'd visited in Fredericksburg. She sat down heavily in his reading chair. The room smelled like books and the sandalwood soap Owen used. But beneath it, faint as a whisper, she caught something else. Tobacco. Not fresh smoke, but the ghost of it. The way it clings to fabric and wood even after the source is gone. She stood and checked the chair's upholstery, running her hand over the armrest. Nothing. She checked the curtains, the carpet, the bookshelf. The smell was there and not there, present enough to notice but too faint to locate. Owen appeared in the doorway holding a travel mug of coffee. He was dressed for work. Khakis, a button-down shirt, the tie she'd given him for his birthday. He looked tired but not different. Not cold, not sharp. Just Owen. Marla studied his face, the scar at the corner of his left eye, the asymmetry of his nose, the faint line across his forehead. All the details she'd drawn in the sketch. His eyes were his own, warm, familiar. The eyes that had looked at her across a coffee shop table 8 years ago and asked if she'd like to go hiking sometime. She told him she'd had bad dreams. Owen crossed the room and kissed her forehead. He said she worked too hard, that he had to get to school for a staff meeting. He'd see her tonight. She watched him gather his things. As he reached for his messenger bag, he paused, his hand going to his right shoulder. He rubbed it absently, his face tightening with brief discomfort. "You okay?" Marla asked. Owen looked at his shoulder as if surprised to find his own hand there. "Yeah, weird. Feels like I slept on it wrong." He rotated his arm experimentally. Kind of a deep ache, like... He trailed off, frowning. Then he shook his head and picked up the bag. "I'm fine. Just getting old." He kissed her again and left. Marla stood in the study, listening to his car back out of the driveway. She thought about the shoulder he'd rubbed, the right shoulder, the one that would absorb the recoil of a rifle fired from a prone position. She thought about the faint smell of tobacco that shouldn't be there. She thought about the transformation that had lasted 6 hours, maybe 7, before she'd thrown the cards in the river. The rifle had vanished. The ashtray had vanished. Owen's memories had vanished, but not completely, not all the way. When the sound of his car faded, Marla began to search the room systematically. She started with the closet. She moved Owen's jackets aside one by one, checking the pockets, checking behind them. She lifted every box from the shelf, opened each one, confirmed they contained only what they should. Old textbooks, graded papers from past semesters, a projector bulb he'd been meaning to install. She went through every drawer in his desk. The top drawer held pens, paper clips, a stapler, sticky notes in 3 different colors. The second drawer held hanging files with lesson plans organized by unit. The third held old student papers he'd kept as examples. Exemplary essays, creative interpretations, the kind of work that reminded him why he taught. She checked under the desk, behind the bookshelf. She pulled back the rug and checked the floorboards. She examined every book on the shelf, fanning the pages, looking for anything hidden between them. She looked for gun oil, ammunition, cleaning supplies. She looked for the Zippo lighter. She looked for cigarettes. A forgotten pack shoved in a drawer, a single cigarette tucked behind books. She looked for receipts from gun shows, for diagrams of the Houston building, for wind tables or ballistics charts. She looked for any evidence that the man who'd sat in this chair last night, smoking and calm, explaining assassination as a mathematical correction, had ever existed. She found nothing. The rifle was gone. The ashtray was gone. The cigarettes were gone. The Zippo. The brass casings. The receipts. The notes. The evidence of 2 years of planning had vanished as if it had never existed. Except Congressman Vickery was still dead, and Owen's shoulder still hurt, and the study still smelled, faintly, of tobacco. Marla sat on the floor of the study, her back against Owen's desk, and stared at the empty coffee table where the rifle had been. The deck had rewritten Owen. It had given him 2 years of memories. Memories of researching the building, of purchasing rifle parts with cash, of practicing the shot 500 times at a private range outside Bastrop. It had given him 18 months of preparation, 500 practice shots, the muscle memory of smoking Marlboro Red since college. It had made him an assassin, given him the skills and the will and the cold, mathematical precision to kill a congressman from 300 yards away. And then she'd thrown the cards in the river, and the transformation had vanished with them, leaving Owen as he'd been before, a teacher, a husband, a man who'd never fired a rifle in his life, who'd never smoked a cigarette, who'd never considered violence as a solution to political problems. But the assassination had happened. The bullet had been real. The body had been real. The crime existed, without a criminal, and the residue remained. The phantom pain, the ghost of smoke, the small pieces of the transformation that hadn't fully dissolved when the cards went into the water. She didn't know if they would fade with time or if Owen would carry them forever. Small reminders of the man he'd been for 6 hours, the man she'd made him into and then unmade. Marla stood slowly. She went upstairs, showered, dressed for work. In the mirror, her face looked drawn, older than it had yesterday. She thought about the sketch in her bag, Owen's face rendered in perfect detail. She thought about what Vasquez would do if she saw it. She went downstairs and found her bag. The sketch was still there, folded in the inner pocket. She took it out and looked at it one more time. Owen's face, intelligent and cold. The mastermind. She walked to the fireplace and set the sketch on the grate. She found the lighter they kept for candles and held the flame to the corner of the paper. The sketch caught easily, curling and blackening as the flames consumed Owen's face. She watched until there was nothing left but ash, then swept the ash into the fireplace and closed the screen. Then she drove to work. Agent Vasquez called her that afternoon. The Bureau was pulling back from the Vickery case. No viable suspect. The trail had gone cold. Unless something new came up, they were moving it to the back burner. Marla sat at her desk, the phone pressed to her ear, looking at the empty space on the shelf where the cherrywood box had been. Vasquez told her she'd done what she could. These cases didn't always close. After she hung up, Marla sat in silence. Outside her window, the sun was setting, casting long shadows across the parking lot. She thought about Emma Kellerman, who had closure because her parents' killer was in prison. She thought about the Salazar family, who had peace because Maria's murderer had confessed. She thought about Dennis Paulson, sitting in a cell in Huntsville, carrying the memory of murdering two people he'd never met until the moment Marla had drawn his face. She thought about Eduardo Marquez, remembering the feel of Maria's throat beneath his hands, a memory that had not existed until the deck created it. She thought about all the families whose cases remained unsolved, waiting for someone who could pull faces from thin air and make the impossible arrests happen. She thought about the river, carrying 32 archetypes downstream toward the Gulf, the sepia illustrations dissolving in the current until they were pulp, then less than pulp, then nothing. Captain Weber knocked on her doorframe. New case. Missing teenager in Round Rock. A witness had seen a man talking to her outside a grocery store. Marla looked at her sketch pad, blank and waiting. She looked at the pencils in their holder, sharpened and ready. She thought about drawing a face, about getting lucky again, about solving a case that would otherwise go cold. She thought about the man who would confess, the details he would know, the guilt he would carry for a crime he'd never committed until she made him commit it. She told Weber she was up for it. Weber handed her the file and left. Marla opened it and began to read. Sophie Tran, 16 years old, missing for 48 hours. A witness who'd been loading groceries into her car and had seen Sophie talking to a man near the shopping cart return. The witness remembered almost nothing useful. White, maybe in his 30s, average height, wearing a baseball cap. Not enough for a sketch. Not enough for anything. Marla closed the file. She stared at the empty space on her shelf where the cherrywood box had been. She thought about how easy it would have been. One card, one sketch, one arrest, one confession, one family given peace. Sophie Tran home by tomorrow. Her parents' nightmare over. And one more innocent man carrying false guilt. One more life rewritten. One more monster created in the name of justice. Marla picked up her pencil and began to draw. The face came slowly. Agonizingly slowly. Each line required thought, revision, doubt. The witness had said the man was in his 30s, but that could mean anywhere from 28 to 40. Average height could mean 5'9" or 6 feet. The baseball cap had hidden most of his hair. White male with no distinguishing features was barely a description at all. She drew a jawline, erased it, drew it again slightly narrower. She tried 3 different noses before settling on one that looked generic enough to be plausible. The eyes were guesswork. The witness hadn't been close enough to see their color or spacing. She made them average, made everything average. It took her 40 minutes to finish what the deck would have given her in 5. When she finally set down the pencil, she looked at the sketch. An unremarkable face. A man in his early 30s with features so generic they could belong to 10,000 people in Texas. The kind of composite that might generate a few tips from people who knew someone vaguely similar. The kind that might sit in a database for years without a match. It might lead somewhere. It probably wouldn't. Before the deck, this had been her job. Slow, imperfect work that failed more often than it succeeded. Witnesses with fragmentary memories. Sketches that were educated guesses at best. Cases that went cold despite her best efforts. Now she'd tasted perfection. 6 perfect matches. 6 immediate arrests. 6 families given peace within days instead of years or never. And this mediocre, uncertain sketch was all she could offer Sophie Tran's family. An honest attempt that would probably lead nowhere. The agonizing reality that real justice was slow and messy, and most of the time didn't happen at all. She had chosen to be ethical. And Sophie Tran might never be found because of it. Marla scanned the drawing and sent it to the Round Rock field office. Then she closed the file and sat back in her chair. Outside, the sun finished setting. The parking lot went dark. She gathered her things and turned off the light. The office went dark. She walked through the empty building to the parking garage and got in her car and drove home. Owen was in the kitchen when she arrived, making dinner. Something with chicken and rosemary, and the smell filling the house with warmth. He smiled when she came in, the same smile she'd fallen in love with 8 years ago, and kissed her hello. He told her about his day. A student named Jennifer, who'd finally understood the Congress of Vienna after weeks of struggling with European history. A staff meeting about standardized testing that had turned into an argument about whether they should be teaching to the test. A conversation with Mike at lunch about whether they should start a faculty book club. Normal things, teacher things, Owen things. He rubbed his shoulder absently while he talked, rolling it back as if trying to work out a knot. Marla watched him. She watched the way he moved around the kitchen. The same economical movements he'd always had. The same habit of tasting the food and then adding just a pinch more salt. She watched the way he spoke, animated and engaged, making jokes about his students, doing impressions of the principal's passive-aggressive emails. She looked for traces of the man who'd sat in the dark with a rifle, the cold calculation that had been in his eyes, the detached voice that had explained assassination as a mathematical equation. She didn't find it, but she kept looking. They ate dinner together at the kitchen table. Owen asked about her day, and she told him about the Sophie Tran case, about the vague witness description, about the mediocre sketch she'd spent 40 minutes drawing. He listened the way he always did, asking thoughtful questions, offering sympathy for her frustration. He was her husband, the same man who'd proposed to her at the university campus 8 years ago, the same man who left sticky notes on the bathroom mirror with terrible history puns, the same man who cried during documentaries about the civil rights movement, except his shoulder hurt, and the study smelled like smoke. And somewhere in 4 different counties, pieces of a rifle were buried by a man who no longer existed. Later, lying awake beside him, she listened to his breathing settle into the slow rhythm of sleep. She thought about the 6 men in prison. She thought about Sophie Tran. She thought about the empty space on her office shelf where the cherrywood box had been. She thought about the faint smell of tobacco in the study, whether it would fade with time or whether it would linger forever, a ghost of a habit Owen had never had. She thought about Owen's shoulder and whether the pain would fade, and whether some piece of the assassin was still lodged inside him, like shrapnel, whether he would carry it for the rest of his life, a phantom memory of 500 practice shots, of the rifle's kick against his shoulder, of the moment he'd pulled the trigger. Outside, somewhere in the hill country, the Pedernales River carried 32 archetypes downstream toward the Gulf. The sepia illustrations dissolving in the current, bleeding back into the water, becoming nothing. Walter set the coffee cup on the kitchen table and watched Harold unpack the groceries. The agent's hands moved quickly, setting cans on the counter in a row. Soup, condensed milk, peaches, and the paper sack made a dry sound as he folded it flat. The apartment was hot. Walter's shirt stuck to his back, and the coffee in front of him had gone cold an hour ago, but He had not moved to pour it out. Harold was talking about the manuscript, how clean the murders were, how the publisher would love them, and Walter watched the hands. Harold praised the manuscript as he unpacked, said the belladonna sequence was the strongest yet. He asked where Walter had found the detail about glycoside concentration in the berries. Walter had not found it anywhere. He had transcribed it. The letters had started in March, 4 months now. They arrived under the door in the early morning, always typed, always on the same weight of paper. 20-pound bond, no watermark. Walter would wake to the sound of paper sliding across the threshold, a whisper of fiber on wood. And by the time he reached the hallway, the letter would be there, and the stairwell outside would be silent. He had tried to open the door quickly once in April, and the vertigo had dropped him to his knees. The floor tilting 40 degrees, his inner ear screaming, the hallway beyond the doorframe stretching into a tunnel he could not navigate. He had pulled the door shut from the floor and sat with his back against it until the spinning stopped. After that, he waited 5 minutes before retrieving the letters. Whoever left them was always gone. Walter said research. He lifted the coffee cup and set it down again without drinking. The Merck Index. Harold folded the paper sack into a square and set it on top of the icebox. His hands were clean, the nails trim. He wore a gray suit even in the heat, and his collar stayed crisp. He said the specificity was what sold it. Readers could feel when a writer knew what he was talking about. Walter had been a pulp writer for 6 years before Korea. Detective stories, mostly. 2-bit gumshoes and dames with bad intentions. 5 cents a word for Black Mask and Dime Detective. He had sold 43 stories before his number came up in 1950. He had sold nothing since returning in 52. The vertigo made travel impossible, interviews impossible, research impossible. He could not go to a library or a precinct house or a morgue. He could write only what he could imagine from his kitchen table, and the imagination was not enough. The market had moved on. The pulps were dying. Harold had told him this in January when Walter asked if there were any magazine assignments, and Harold had been correct. The digest format crime magazines wanted realism now, procedural detail, the texture of actual police work. Walter could not provide it. Then the letters had started. Harold opened the icebox and put the condensed milk inside. The icebox was a General Electric, 10 years old, and it made a humming sound that filled the apartment at night. Walter had learned to sleep through it. Harold closed the icebox door and turned to face him, and for a moment the light from the window caught Harold's profile. The clean line of his jaw, the way his mouth stayed level when he spoke. Harold asked about the page count. Walter told him 190 pages, Chapter 11. He had finished Chapter 10 yesterday. Harold nodded. He moved to the sink and washed his hands, the water running thin and loud in the pipe. Outside the window, the city stretched south toward downtown, a grid of rooftops and telephone wires shimmering in the heat. Walter could see 3 blocks from his kitchen window, no further. The buildings cut off the horizon. He had not seen the ocean in 14 months. Harold said he wanted to take the manuscript to New York next week, show it to an editor at Simon & Schuster. They were looking for something dark. Walter said it was not finished. Harold said they would buy on proposal if the pages sang, asked if Walter trusted him to pitch it. Walter did not trust anyone anymore, but he had no alternative. He nodded. Harold smiled. It was a small smile, controlled, the smile of a man who had expected the answer. He said he would return Friday with groceries. 2 chapters a week, and they would have it wrapped by September. 2 chapters a week. Walter had been managing one. The letters did not arrive on a schedule. Sometimes 3 days between them, sometimes 10. The last letter had come 6 days ago, the one about the belladonna. He had stretched the transcription across 12 pages, adding description, slowing the pacing. But he had finished it yesterday, and now the notebook was empty. He needed another letter. He did not say this to Harold. Harold picked up his hat from the counter and set it on his head, adjusting the brim. He said Walter was doing fine work, the best thing he had written. Walter said he was transcribing. The word came out before he could stop it. Harold paused, his hand still on the brim of his hat. He asked what Walter meant. Walter looked down at the coffee cup. The surface of the liquid was still a brown mirror. He could see the ceiling fixture reflected in it, a white disk distorted by the curve of the porcelain. He said nothing, just that it felt like the work was writing itself. Harold said that was inspiration. He adjusted the hat and picked up his briefcase from beside the door. He told Walter not to question it, just to keep the pages coming. He let himself out. The door clicked shut, and Walter heard his footsteps descending the stairwell, fading as they reached each landing. Then the sound of the outer door closing 3 floors below. The building settled back into silence. The icebox hummed. Somewhere below him, a radio played, faint and warped by distance. Walter sat at the table and looked at the cans Harold had left on the counter. 2 Campbell's tomato soup, 1 Carnation condensed milk, 1 Del Monte peaches in heavy syrup. The labels faced forward in a row, edges aligned. He had not asked Harold to arrange them that way. Harold had simply done it. The same way he folded the paper sack into a perfect square. The same way he dried his hands and draped the towel with the edge aligned to the nail. The neatness was automatic. Walter had been watching it for 4 months. Since March, since the letter started, and he had not noticed it before. Or he had noticed it and filed it as a trait, the way some men were neat and some were not. But now, sitting in the hot kitchen with the coffee gone cold and the cans in their row, he wondered if neatness was the right word. Precision was closer. Walter stood and poured the coffee into the sink. The liquid swirled brown against the white porcelain and disappeared down the drain. He rinsed the cup and set it on the counter to dry, then walked to the front room where the typewriter sat on a desk by the window. The manuscript was stacked beside the typewriter, 190 pages held together with a binder clip. He sat down and rolled a fresh sheet into the carriage, then stopped. He had nothing to write. The last letter had been transcribed. He could invent something, a new murder, a new method. But the invention would not have the weight of the letters. The letters had detail that Walter could not fabricate. The exact glycoside concentration in belladonna berries, the diameter of a wood chipper's intake hopper, the angle required to push a man into industrial machinery without leaving defensive wounds. Someone was writing these things from knowledge, not imagination. Walter pulled the sheet from the typewriter and set it aside. He opened the desk drawer and took out the letters. 14 of them now, stacked in the order they had arrived. He spread them on the desk in 2 rows and looked at them. The typing was clean, no strikeouts. Each letter single-spaced on a half-sheet of bond paper. No signature, no salutation. Just the description of a murder, beginning to end, in the voice of someone who had done it. The first letter had described a man pushed into a wood chipper at a construction site in Boyle Heights. The second letter had described a woman poisoned with belladonna at a boarding house on Temple Street. The third letter had described a man drowned in a commercial laundry's industrial washer in Vernon. 14 letters, 14 murders, all in Los Angeles. All described with the kind of detail that came from standing close enough to see it happen. Walter had tried to find the crimes in the newspapers Harold brought. He went through the Times and the Examiner page by page, looking for bodies found in wood chippers or laundries, looking for poisoning deaths on Temple Street. He had found nothing. No murders, no investigations, a few industrial accidents, a few natural deaths, but nothing that matched the letters. Either the murders had not happened, or they had been staged so carefully that no one recognized them as murders. Walter did not know which possibility frightened him more. He gathered the letters back into a stack and returned them to the drawer. The apartment was silent, except for the icebox hum and the muffled radio from below. He could write nothing today. He would wait for the next letter. It would come tomorrow, or the day after, or the day after that. It always came. And when it did, he would transcribe it into Chapter 11, and Harold would take the manuscript to New York, and an editor at Simon & Schuster would read about murders that may or may not have happened, and no one would know the difference. Walter leaned back in the chair and looked out the window. The sky was white with heat, the sun a flat disk behind the haze. He had not been outside in 8 months. He had not felt wind or rain. He had not walked farther than the length of his apartment. The world beyond the window was a photograph, something he could see but not touch. And the only news he received came from Harold, twice a week, groceries and newspapers, the voice of a man who moved through that world with ease. Walter thought about Harold's hands arranging the cans, the precision of it. Walter thought about the letters. He did not let himself think about the connection. The next letter arrived on a Thursday morning, 2 days after Harold's visit. Walter woke to the sound of paper on wood and lay still in the heat, listening. The building was silent. No footsteps on the stairs, no creak of the outer door closing. He waited 5 minutes by the clock on the nightstand, then rose and walked to the front door in his undershirt and trousers. The letter lay on the floor just inside the threshold, a white rectangle against the dark wood. He bent and picked it up. The paper was smooth and cool. 20-pound bond. No watermark, the same as the others. He carried it to the kitchen and set it on the table beside the percolator, then filled the pot with water and spooned coffee into the basket. While the coffee brewed, he sat at the table and unfolded the letter. The typing was clean and single-spaced. No date, no salutation. It began. The man was a pharmacist named Eugene Slater. He lived alone in a bungalow on Maltman Avenue in Silver Lake. He kept morphine sulfate tablets in a lockbox under his bed, diverted from the pharmacy where he worked. 600 tablets in brown glass bottles with typed labels. On a Sunday in February, I waited until he left for church, then let myself in through the back door with a glass cutter and a flathead screwdriver. The lockbox was where he kept it. I replaced 200 tablets with aspirin, same size and color, and left the bottles where I had found them. He would notice the weight difference if he picked up a bottle, but he would not pick up a bottle unless he intended to use it. And when he intended to use it, he would not be thinking about weight. Walter stopped reading and looked up at the kitchen window. The light outside was gray, the sun not yet above the roofline. The percolator bubbled on the stove, the smell of coffee filling the small room. He read the next paragraph. Slater sold morphine to men who could not get prescriptions. I knew this because I had watched him for 3 weeks, noting the customers who came to his bungalow after dark and left 20 minutes later. On a Wednesday in March, one of these men came to the door at 10 o'clock. Slater let him in. I waited across the street in my car and watched the lights in the front room. At 10:45, the customer left. At 11:15, I saw Slater's shadow move past the window, then the lights went out. The next morning, the police found him in his bedroom, dead from aspirin poisoning. He had taken 20 tablets, believing them to be morphine. The dose was not lethal by itself, but Slater had been drinking, and the combination of alcohol and salicylate caused gastric hemorrhage. The coroner ruled it accidental death by misadventure. No one looked for the substituted tablets because no one knew they had been substituted. Walter set the letter down. His hands were steady, but there was a tightness in his chest that had not been there a moment ago. He stood and poured coffee into a cup, then sat back down and read the letter again from the beginning. Maltman Avenue, Silver Lake. A pharmacist named Eugene Slater. The detail was specific enough to verify. If Harold brought the newspapers today, Walter could check the obituaries for February and March. Look for a pharmacist who died of accidental aspirin poisoning. He did not want to find it. He wanted the letters to be invention, the work of someone with a precise imagination and too much time. But the specificity was wrong for invention. No one invented a lockbox under a bed, and 600 diverted morphine tablets and the exact mechanism of aspirin alcohol toxicity unless they had seen it. Walter folded the letter and carried his coffee to the front room. The manuscript sat on the desk, 190 pages clipped together, and beside it, the notebook where he outlined each chapter before writing. He opened the notebook to a blank page and wrote at the top, Chapter 11, Pharmacist. Then he stopped. He did not want to write this chapter. He did not want to transcribe a murder that might have happened, to turn it into clean prose and give it to Harold, who would give it to an editor in New York who would publish it as fiction. But he had no other material. The well was dry. Without the letters, he had nothing. Walter set the coffee cup on the desk and began to outline. Protagonist discovers body. Police investigation. Coroner's conclusion. He worked for an hour, building the scene around the letter's details, adding the texture of a detective's perspective. The smell of the bungalow, the shape of the body on the bed, the brown glass bottles lined up on the nightstand. By 9 o'clock, he had 3 pages of outline and the shape of a chapter. He rolled a fresh sheet into the typewriter and began to write. The work went quickly. The letter had given him the skeleton. He only needed to add flesh. By noon, he had written 8 pages, and the pharmacist Eugene Slater had become a character named Frank Dutton, and Maltman Avenue had become a street called Sycamore, and the murder had become a scene in a book. Walter read what he had written and felt the same tightness in his chest. The prose was good. Better than anything he had written before Korea. The details sang. An editor would buy it. He pulled the page from the typewriter and added it to the stack, then stood and walked to the kitchen. The letter still lay on the table where he had left it. He picked it up and read it a third time, looking for anything that felt invented, any detail that seemed like decoration rather than fact. He found nothing. The letter read like a report, clinical and exact, the work of someone documenting an event they had caused. Walter opened the drawer beneath the silverware and took out the previous 14 letters. He spread them on the table and arranged them in chronological order. March, April, May, June, July. 14 murders in 5 months. 2 in March, 3 in April, 4 in May, 3 in June, 2 in July. The frequency was increasing. Whoever was writing them was accelerating. Or Walter was inventing a pattern where none existed. He gathered the letters into a stack, added the new one to the top, and returned them to the drawer. The apartment was hot, the air thick and still. He opened the kitchen window an inch and stood with his face close to the gap, breathing the outside air. It smelled like exhaust and hot tar, the smell of the city in summer. He closed the window and sat down at the table. Harold would come tomorrow with groceries and newspapers. Walter would ask him, casually, if there had been any news about a pharmacist in Silver Lake. Harold would say no, or he would say yes, and show Walter the obituary, and either answer would tell Walter something he did not want to know. He did not sleep well that night. He lay in the heat and listened to the building settle, the icebox hum, the muffled sound of the radio from below. At some point, he rose and walked to the front door and stood with his hand on the knob, listening for footsteps in the stairwell. There were none. He opened the door an inch, and the vertigo took him immediately. The floor tilting, the hallway stretching, his inner ear screaming. He closed the door and sat on the floor with his back against it, until the spinning stopped, then returned to bed and lay awake until the sky turned gray. Harold arrived at 10 the next morning with 2 bags of groceries and a rolled newspaper under his arm. Walter let him in and watched him unpack the groceries in the kitchen. Bread, butter, eggs, a jar of Folgers instant coffee, a tin of corned beef. Harold set each item on the counter with the label facing forward, then folded the paper bags into squares and stacked them on top of the icebox. Walter poured 2 cups of coffee and set one in front of Harold. Harold sat at the table and unrolled the newspaper, smoothing it flat. The masthead read, Los Angeles Times, Friday, July 31st, 1953. Walter wrapped his hands around the coffee cup and asked if there had been any news about Silver Lake. Harold looked up. His expression did not change. What about Silver Lake? Walter said he had heard something on the radio about a death, a pharmacist. Harold held his gaze for a moment, then looked back at the newspaper. He turned through the pages slowly, his fingers precise on the thin paper. After a minute, he shook his head and pushed the paper across the table. Walter could check the obituaries if he wanted. Walter took the newspaper and opened it to the obituary page. He scanned the columns, looking for the name Eugene Slater, looking for Silver Lake or Maltman Avenue. There was a retired school teacher, a bus driver, a woman who had died at 73, no pharmacist, no Slater. He closed the newspaper and set it aside. Harold asked about the manuscript. Walter told him Chapter 11. Harold said he would take what Walter had on Thursday, drive to New York on Sunday. He stood to rinse his cup at the sink. 2 chapters a week, and they would be done by Labor Day. Walter nodded. Harold let himself out, and Walter sat alone at the kitchen table with a newspaper in front of him. He went back through the old newspapers Harold had brought and checked the first letter against the March issues. On page 7 of the March 12th edition, worker killed in accident. Francisco Ruiz, construction site, Soto Street, wood chipper. The second letter matched an April obituary. Claire Goetz, heart failure, Temple Street. The third, the fourth, the fifth. Every letter matched a death in the newspapers. 15 letters, 15 deaths. All ruled accidents or natural causes. Someone was killing people in Los Angeles and documenting it. And Walter was transcribing it into fiction. He tried to leave. He made it 3 steps down the stairwell before the vertigo took him. The stairs tilting, his vision doubling, his legs giving out. He sat on the landing with his back against the wall until the spinning stopped, then crawled back to his apartment. He could not reach the street. He could not reach the police. He was trapped. And whoever was writing the letters knew it. The letters came faster in August. 3 in one week, 4 the next. The murders were getting bolder, the details more specific. And then a letter arrived describing an apartment on Coronado Street. The smell of coffee from a percolator, the sound of a typewriter at night, the view south toward downtown from a 4th-floor window, Walter's apartment. The killer had been inside, or directly above. Harold returned on Thursday to collect the manuscript. Walter heard him on the stairs and opened the door before Harold could knock. Harold stood on the landing with his briefcase in one hand and his hat in the other, and for a moment they looked at each other without speaking. Then Harold smiled and stepped inside. Walter had spent 3 days thinking about what he would say. He had rehearsed questions, discarded them, rehearsed others. He needed to know if Harold had noticed anything strange about the manuscript, if Harold had recognized any of the details from the newspapers, if Harold knew that the murders in the book were real. But he could not ask directly. If Harold was delivering the newspapers and had not noticed the connections, then Walter would sound paranoid. If Harold had noticed and said nothing, then asking would reveal that Walter knew. Walter did not know which possibility was worse. He closed the door and followed Harold to the kitchen. Harold set his briefcase on the table and his hat on the counter, then turned and looked at the stack of newspapers piled beside the icebox. He said Walter had been reading. It was not a question. But Walter answered anyway, said he was keeping up with the news. Harold nodded and opened his briefcase. He took out a manila folder and set it on the table, then looked at Walter with the same calm expression he always wore. He asked where the manuscript was. Walter went to the front room and returned with the manuscript. 206 pages now, the new chapter clipped to the top. He handed it to Harold and watched Harold's face as Harold flipped through the pages, scanning the text. Harold's expression did not change. He read without moving his lips, his eyes tracking left to right with mechanical steadiness. And after a minute, he nodded and set the manuscript in his briefcase. Harold said it was strong work. He closed the briefcase and looked at Walter. He asked where Walter was getting the technical details for the pharmacist chapter. It had the same specificity as the others. Walter kept his face still and said the library sent books, medical references, lending service for shut-ins. Harold studied him for a moment, then nodded and picked up the manila folder from the table. He said to keep doing that. The realism was what made it work. He opened the folder and took out a single sheet of paper, typed and single-spaced. Contract from Simon & Schuster. Option on the book. $1,500, half on signing, half on delivery. Deadline October 1st. Walter took the contract and read it. The terms were standard. Copyright assignment, royalty split after the advance earned out. At the bottom was a line for his signature and a line for the date. Harold took a pen from his jacket pocket and held it out. Walter did not want to think about it. He wanted to ask Harold where the letters came from. He wanted to ask if Harold had ever been to Silver Lake, to Boyle Heights, to Temple Street. He wanted to ask if Harold knew a man named Francisco Ruiz or a woman named Claire Getz. But he took the pen and signed the contract, and Harold countersigned as his agent, and that was that. Harold put the contract back in the folder and the folder back in his briefcase. He said he would mail it today. First check by next week. He picked up his hat and set it on his head. Back Tuesday with groceries. 2 chapters a week. Walter nodded. Harold let himself out, and Walter stood in the kitchen listening to the footsteps, descending the stairs, counting them. Down through 3 floors, the outer door closing, then silence. Walter went to the front room and sat at the desk. The typewriter was still loaded with the last page he had written, Chapter 11, the scene where the detective discovers the pharmacist's body. He read the page and felt the same tightness in his chest. The prose was clean. The detail was exact. An editor in New York would read it and believe Walter had imagined it, and no one would know that a real man named Eugene Slater had died in his bungalow on Maltman Avenue after swallowing tablets he believed were morphine. Walter pulled the page from the typewriter and set it aside. He opened the desk drawer and took out the letters, 15 of them, stacked in order. He read through them one by one, looking for anything that connected them to Harold. The typing was professional, the kind produced by someone who had been trained on a typewriter, but that described half the men in Los Angeles. The paper was common, available at any stationery store. The details were specific, but they were the kind of details anyone could learn if they watched carefully enough. There was nothing in the letters that pointed to Harold. But Harold was the only person who came to the apartment. Harold was the only person who had a key. Harold brought the newspapers that matched the letters, and Harold took the manuscript that transcribed the letters, and Harold had arranged for a publisher to pay Walter $1,500 to turn real murders into fiction. Walter put the letters back in the drawer and closed it. He sat at the desk and looked out the window at the city stretching south toward downtown. The sun was high, and the shadows were short. And somewhere in that grid of rooftops and streets, someone was killing people and writing about it and slipping the letters under Walter's door. And Walter was taking the letters and turning them into chapters. And an editor in New York was going to publish them, and no one was going to stop it because no one knew it was happening. Walter thought about calling the police. He could use the telephone in the hallway, the one Mrs. Kovacs' tenants shared. He could tell them about the letters and the newspapers and the manuscript. But what would he tell them? That he had received anonymous letters describing murders, and the murders matched accidents reported in the newspapers. The police would ask to see the letters. They would ask why he had not reported them sooner. They would ask how he knew the accidents were murders, and Walter would say he did not know, he only suspected, and the police would thank him for his time and leave. Or they would take the letters and investigate, and they would find that the deaths were accidents, just as the newspaper said, and they would ask Walter if he was feeling all right, if he had been under stress, if he needed help. And Harold would find out that Walter had gone to the police, and Harold would stop bringing the letters, and Walter would have no material for the manuscript, and the $1,500 advance would disappear. Walter could not afford to lose the advance, not because of the money, though the money mattered, but because the manuscript was the only proof he had that something was happening. If he lost the contract, he would lose the connection to Harold, and the letters would stop, and he would be left with nothing but his own suspicion and a stack of typed pages that proved only that someone knew how to use a typewriter. He told himself that the deaths were accidents. He told himself that the letters were the work of someone with an imagination and a typewriter, someone who read the newspapers and elaborated on the details, someone who wanted to see their stories published and had chosen Walter because Walter was desperate enough to use them. He told himself that when the book was published and the murderer, if there was a murderer, saw his work in print, he would stop writing letters and Walter would find some other way to write. That night, Walter woke to the sound of paper on wood. He lay in the dark and listened, his heart beating hard enough to feel in his throat. The building was silent. He rose and walked to the front door and stood with his ear against the wood, listening for footsteps. There were none. He waited 5 minutes, then opened the door and looked down at the threshold. The letter lay on the floor, white against dark wood. Walter bent and picked it up. His hands were shaking. He closed the door and carried the letter to the kitchen, turned on the light, and unfolded it. The typing was clean and single-spaced. No date, no salutation. It began. The man was a night watchman named Raymond Lusk. He worked at a warehouse on Alameda Street, south of 4th. On a Tuesday in June, I waited until he made his rounds at midnight, then followed him into the building through a service door he had left unlocked. The warehouse stored automotive parts, and the aisles were narrow and stacked high with crates. Lusk walked with a flashlight, checking doors and windows, and I followed 20 feet behind him in the dark. At the back of the warehouse, there was a loading platform with a motorized freight elevator. I waited until Lusk stepped onto the platform. Then I activated the elevator from the control panel on the wall. The platform descended into the basement. When it was halfway down, I cut the power. The platform stopped. Lusk was trapped between floors, the ceiling 8 feet above him, and the basement floor 20 feet below. I restored the power, and the platform continued down. But I had reversed the wiring. The platform crushed him against the basement ceiling. The police found him the next morning and ruled it equipment failure. Walter set the letter on the table and stared at it. His hands had stopped shaking. He felt very cold, though the apartment was hot and the air was still. He read the letter again, then folded it and carried it to the front room. He opened the desk drawer and added it to the stack. 16 letters now, 16 murders. He sat at the desk and looked out the window at the city under the stars. Somewhere out there, a night watchman named Raymond Lusk had died in a warehouse basement, crushed by a freight elevator, and the police had called it an accident. Walter put his head in his hands and sat that way for a long time. When he looked up, the sky was turning gray. He noticed his right hand. There was ink on his fingertips, dark smudges on his thumb and forefinger, the kind that came from changing a typewriter ribbon. But Walter had not changed his ribbon in weeks. He stood and walked to the typewriter. The ribbon was old, faded, the same one he had installed in June. He looked at his fingers again. The ink was fresh. He went to the bathroom and scrubbed his hands until the water ran clear, then returned to the front room and stood looking at the typewriter in the gray dawn light. He could not remember changing the ribbon. He could not remember typing anything after going to bed. But the ink had been on his fingers, and the letter had been under his door. And his typewriter had the same defects as the letters. For 12 hours, Walter did not write. He sat at the kitchen table. Had he woken in the night? Walked to the typewriter, typed descriptions of murders in a fugue state he could not recall. He thought about his own hands documenting deaths that had not happened, creating fiction so vivid his mind believed it was real. He thought about Harold's calm concern, his patient delivery of newspapers that showed no murders, his suggestion that Walter had been under stress. He checked the newspapers again, went through them page by page, found the accidents, the natural deaths. No murders, just as Harold had said. At dusk, Walter rolled a sheet into the typewriter and typed one word: testing. He pulled the sheet out and examined it. The T had the chip. The E was double struck. He folded the page and put it in his pocket, then went to bed fully clothed and lay awake in the dark, listening for the sound of his own footsteps. He did not sleep. At dawn, there was no letter under the door. The next night, he tried to sleep. At 3 a.m, he woke with his heart pounding, convinced he had heard his bedroom door open. He lay still and listened. The apartment was silent. He rose and walked to the front room. The typewriter sat by the window untouched. No paper in the carriage. The desk drawer was closed. He opened it. The letters were still stacked inside, exactly as he had left them. Walter sat at the desk until sunrise. No letter came. On the third night, he slept, and when he woke, there was a letter under the door. He did not check his hands for ink. He carried the letter to the kitchen and read it. A stenographer poisoned through her skin, the description clinical and exact. And he knew he had not written it. He had been awake until 4. The letter had been delivered at dawn. He would have heard himself get up, walk to the typewriter, type a page, slip it under his own door, unless the fugue state was so complete. He had no memory of it at all. Walter put his head in his hands and sat that way for a long time. When he looked up, the morning light was gray through the window, and he had made his decision. He would write the chapter. He would finish the manuscript. He would take the money. And when the book was published, he would find a way to tell someone what he knew, even if it meant losing everything. But first he had to finish the book. He rolled a fresh sheet into the typewriter and began to write. The weeks folded into each other, and the manuscript grew. Walter wrote 2 chapters a week, sometimes 3 when the letters came quickly. Harold visited every Tuesday and Thursday, bringing groceries and newspapers and taking away finished pages. By the 3rd week of August, Walter had 270 pages, 18 chapters, and a stack of 23 letters in the desk drawer. The letters had accelerated. 2 in the 1st week of August, 3 in the 2nd week, 3 in the 3rd. Whoever was writing them was no longer spacing them out. They were coming faster, and the murders were getting bolder. A woman pushed from a Bunker Hill funicular at night. A man strangled with a ligature in the back room of a dry cleaner's on Broadway. A woman drowned in the Los Angeles River, her body found a mile downstream. Ruled an accidental drowning, though the river was only 6 inches deep in summer. Walter transcribed each one, turned each one into a chapter, and Harold took the pages to New York, and the editor at Simon & Schuster sent a telegram saying the manuscript was exactly what they wanted. The first check arrived on a Thursday in mid-August. $750 made out to Walter Ramsey. Walter cashed it at the bank by mail and deposited the money in his savings account. He did not spend any of it. He told himself he would use it to leave Los Angeles when the book was finished, to move somewhere with a ground floor apartment and no stairs, somewhere he could live without depending on anyone. He told himself this, and he knew it was a lie. He would never leave. The vertigo would trap him wherever he went. On a Friday morning in late August, Walter woke to the sound of paper on wood and lay still, listening. The building was silent. He rose and walked to the door and picked up the letter without waiting 5 minutes. His hands were steady now. He had stopped shaking weeks ago. He carried the letter to the kitchen and unfolded it under the light. The typing was clean and single-spaced. No date, no salutation. It began, "The woman was a stenographer named Alice Brenner. She worked at a law office on Spring Street and lived alone in a studio apartment on Coronado Street in Echo Park. On a Thursday in July, I followed her home from work and waited until she went to bed, then let myself into her apartment through the fire escape window. She kept barbiturates in the medicine cabinet, Seconal prescribed for insomnia, a bottle of 30 capsules. I took 10 capsules and dissolved them in a glass of water, then poured the solution into a bottle of cold cream she kept on her nightstand. She used the cold cream every night before bed. The barbiturates were absorbed through the skin. Over the course of 2 weeks, she became drowsy and confused, and her doctor increased her Seconal prescription, believing the insomnia was worsening. On the 15th night, she took her prescribed dose of Seconal and applied the cold cream, and the combined dose was lethal. She died in her sleep. The coroner ruled it accidental overdose." Walter set the letter on the table and looked at his hands. They were not shaking. He felt nothing. He had read 23 letters describing 23 murders, and he had transcribed them into 23 chapters, and now he was reading the 24th, and he felt the same cold absence he had felt since the night watchman letter. The horror had worn itself out. There was only the work now, the transcription, the clean prose, and the exact detail. He carried the letter to the front room and added it to the stack in the drawer. 24 letters, 24 murders. He sat at the desk and opened his notebook and wrote at the top of a blank page. Chapter 24. Stenographer. Then he stopped. He looked at his hands. No ink on his fingers today. But there had been ink 3 weeks ago, and he still did not know where it had come from. He looked at the typewriter. The keys waited, clean and ready. The same keys someone used, or he used, to type the letters. The same keys he would use now to turn Alice Brenner's death into fiction. Walter rolled a sheet into the carriage. His hands were steady, but his throat was tight. He began to type the opening line. The detective found her in the morning. His fingers moved across the keys in the familiar pattern, muscle memory taking over. And for a moment, he felt a sickening vertigo that had nothing to do with his inner ear. What if his fingers remembered? What if, when he typed, she kept barbiturates in the medicine cabinet, his hands were not transcribing from the letter, but remembering the act of typing the letter itself? What if the clinical exactness of the description came not from reading it, but from having written it in a state he could not recall? Walter stopped. His hands hovered over the keys. He looked at the letter beside the typewriter, then at the page in the carriage. 4 sentences. The words were his own. He had changed the names, changed the setting, but the method was exact. Barbiturates dissolved in cold cream, absorbed through the skin. He did not remember researching this. He did not remember learning that barbiturates could be absorbed dermally, but he had typed it, And now he was typing it again, and his fingers moved with a confidence that terrified him. Walter pulled the page from the typewriter and stared at it. Then he fed it back in and kept typing. He had signed a contract. He had taken the money, and every keystroke felt like either summoning a killer or confirming his own madness. The work went slower now. Every page took twice as long because Walter had to stop frequently and check his hands for ink that was not there. He wrote 4 pages and stopped, made coffee, sat at the kitchen table, and stared at the wall. Alice Brenner had died in her sleep because someone had dissolved barbiturates in her cold cream. How long had it taken for the barbiturates to absorb through her skin? How many nights had she rubbed the cream on her face and felt herself growing drowsy, gone to her doctor and asked for stronger sleeping pills because she did not know she was being poisoned? Walter went to the front room and took the letter from the drawer and read it again. Coronado Street in Echo Park. He lived on Coronado Street. The stenographer had lived in the same neighborhood, maybe the same block. Walter walked to the window and looked down at the street. There were 3 apartment buildings on his block, all 4 stories, all with fire escapes. The stenographer could have lived in any of them. She could have lived in this building. Walter returned to the desk and opened the stack of old newspapers. He went back to July and searched the obituaries. On July 23rd, he found it. Alice Brenner, 29, died at her residence on Coronado Street. Services private. Survived by a sister in Pasadena. Walter closed the newspaper. The stenographer had lived in this building. Downstairs, maybe, or across the hall. Someone had climbed the fire escape and let themselves into her apartment and poisoned her cold cream. And 2 weeks later, she had died, and Walter had walked past her door every time he opened his own door to retrieve a letter. He could have heard her moving in her apartment. He could have heard the radio she played, the footsteps she made crossing the floor. He could have heard her die. Walter stood and walked to the hallway. He had never been to the 5th floor. He had lived here for 14 months, and the only person he had spoken to besides Harold was Mrs. Kovach, the superintendent. And that had been once in April, when she found him collapsed on the stairs trying to descend to the street. He put one hand on the banister and looked up. 1 flight of stairs. Ascending was different from descending. The visual drop, the shifting perspective. That was what triggered the worst of it. Climbing, he could keep his eyes on the next step, manage the tilt. Walter climbed, slowly. The banister solid under his hand. At the landing, he paused, breathed, continued. The 5th floor hallway was identical to his own. 4 doors, all closed. He walked to the front apartment, the one that would be directly above his, and stood outside the door. There was no nameplate, no sound from inside. He knocked. No one answered. He waited a minute and knocked again. Still nothing. He tried the knob, and it turned, the door opened. The apartment was empty. No furniture, no curtains, just bare walls and bare floors and sunlight coming through the window. Walter stepped inside and looked around. The layout was the same as his apartment. Front room, kitchen, bedroom, bathroom. The front room had a desk pushed against one wall, and on the desk was a typewriter. Walter crossed the room and looked at the typewriter. It was a Royal Quiet Deluxe, black enamel, the same model he used. He touched the keys. They were clean, the metal cool under his fingers. He rolled the carriage and looked at the platen. There was no paper loaded, no ribbon installed. The typewriter was not in use, but it had been used. Walter could see the faint impressions on the platen where keys had struck, the kind of marks that built up over time. He opened the desk drawer. It was empty except for a box of 20-pound bond paper, no watermark, and a spool of black ribbon. Walter took a sheet of paper from the box and held it up to the light. It was the same weight as the letters. He set the paper on the desk and looked around the apartment. The kitchen was empty. The bedroom was empty. The bathroom was empty. There was no sign anyone had lived here. But the typewriter was here, and the paper was here, and the apartment was directly above his own, where no one would hear the keys striking at 3 in the morning. Walter returned to the front room and stood beside the desk. The apartment was directly above his own. If someone was typing here at night, Walter would not hear it. The floors were thick, and the icebox hum in his apartment covered most sounds. Someone could sit at this desk and type letters and carry them downstairs and slip them under Walter's door, and Walter would never know. Walter left the apartment and pulled the door closed behind him. He went back to his own apartment and sat at the desk, and his hands were shaking again. He had assumed the letters were coming from outside, from someone who climbed the stairs and left them and disappeared into the city. But they were coming from inside the building, from the apartment directly above him, from someone who had access to a typewriter and paper and the knowledge of 24 murders. Walter opened the desk drawer and took out the letters. He read through them one by one, looking for anything that suggested who had written them. The typing was professional, but not perfect. There were occasional strikeouts, occasional corrections, the kind of mistakes someone made when they were typing quickly, when they were not being careful. Walter looked at the corrections and saw a pattern. The letter E was struck twice in several places, a double impression that made the letter slightly darker. The letter T had a faint chip in the crossbar, visible only if you looked closely. Walter went to the front room and looked at his own typewriter. He rolled a sheet of paper into the carriage and typed a line of text. The quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. He pulled the sheet out and examined it under the desk lamp. The T in the had a faint chip in the crossbar. The E in over was slightly darker, a double impression. Walter's typewriter had the same defects as the typewriter that had produced the letters. He sat at the desk and stared at the page he had just typed. The apartment above him had a typewriter, but Walter's typewriter had the defects, which meant either there were 2 typewriters with the same defects, unlikely, or the letters had been typed on Walter's typewriter by someone who had come into his apartment while he was asleep and used his typewriter to write letters describing murders, then carried the letters upstairs to the empty apartment and brought them back down in the morning to slip under Walter's door. Walter thought about Harold. Harold had a key. Harold came into the apartment twice a week, and sometimes Walter was in the bedroom or the bathroom when Harold arrived, and Harold could have made a copy of Walter's key any time in the past 4 months. Harold could have let himself in at night, typed the letters on Walter's typewriter, and left them under the door before Walter woke. But why would Harold do that? Why not simply write the letters at home and bring them with the groceries? Why use Walter's typewriter? Walter pulled the newest letter from the stack and read it again. I took 10 capsules and dissolved them in a glass of water, then poured the solution into a bottle of cold cream. The level of detail was not the kind that came from imagination. It was the kind that came from doing. Walter set the letter down. Harold was not writing fiction and slipping it under the door to give Walter material. Harold was committing murders, documenting them on Walter's typewriter, and using Walter to turn the documentation into a manuscript that would be published under Walter's name. When the book came out, the murders would be in print, and Harold would have a permanent record of his work, and no one would ever connect the fiction to the reality because the murders had been staged as accidents and the book was just a book. Walter stood and walked to the kitchen. He poured a glass of water from the tap and drank it, then set the glass in the sink. His hands were shaking badly now. He gripped the edge of the counter and breathed slowly until the shaking stopped. Then he went to the hallway and picked up the telephone receiver. He would call the police. He would tell them about the letters and the typewriter in the empty apartment upstairs. He would tell them to check the deaths in the newspapers against the letters. He would give them Harold's name and address. The police would investigate. And if Walter was right, they would find evidence. And if Walter was wrong, they would leave, and Walter would lose the advance and the manuscript. And Harold would stop coming, and Walter would starve in this apartment because he had no other way to get food. Walter held the receiver to his ear and listened to the dial tone, a steady hum. He did not dial. After a minute, he hung up the receiver and went back to his apartment and closed the door. He could not call the police. He had no proof. The letters were typed on his own typewriter, which meant they could have been typed by him. The empty apartment upstairs proved nothing. The defects in the typing proved nothing. The police would see a housebound man who had written a book about murders and believed the murders were real because he had cross-referenced them with newspaper accidents. They would see a man who was unraveling. Walter sat at the desk and put his head in his hands. He was trapped. He could not leave the apartment, could not investigate, could not prove anything. He could only write the chapters and take the money and wait for the book to be published. And when the book was published, Harold would have what he wanted, and Walter would have $1,500 and a manuscript full of real murders that no one would ever know were real. Unless Walter stopped writing. If he stopped, Harold would not get his book. The murders would remain undocumented, unpublished, and Harold would have killed 24 people for nothing. But if Walter stopped, he would have to explain why. He would have to tell Harold he knew. And Harold would come for him anyway, without the manuscript, without the need to wait. The book was protection now. As long as Harold needed it finished, Walter stayed alive. Walter lifted his head and looked at the typewriter. He had 34 days until the October 1st deadline. He needed to write 16 more chapters to reach the contracted length of 400 pages. If he wrote 2 chapters a week, he would finish on time, and Harold would take the manuscript to New York, and the book would be published, and 24 people would be dead. And Walter would have helped their killer document it. He could not stop. He could not call the police. He could only write. Walter rolled a fresh sheet into the typewriter and stared at the blank page. Then he began to type. The final letter arrived on September 27th, 4 days before the deadline. Walter woke to the sound of paper on wood and lay in the dark, listening to the silence. He knew what the letter would say before he opened it. He had known since the stenographer letter, since the empty apartment upstairs, since the discovery that the letters were being typed on his own typewriter. The letters were a countdown, and this was the last one. He rose and walked to the door. The letter lay on the threshold, white against dark wood. He picked it up and carried it to the kitchen, turned on the light, and unfolded it. The typing was clean and single-space. No date, no salutation. It began, "Thanks for editing my confessions, Walter. Tonight I killed the writer." Walter set the letter on the table and stared at it. His hands were steady. He felt very calm. Calmer than he had felt in weeks. The letter was different from the others. Shorter, no details, no description of method or victim. Just a single sentence and a signature. H. Harold. Walter read the letter again. "Tonight I killed the writer." Not a description of a murder already committed, but a promise of a murder to come. Harold was not documenting this one in advance. He was announcing it. Walter looked at the kitchen clock. It was 5:30 in the morning. Harold came on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and today was Thursday. Harold would arrive at 10 with groceries and the second half of the advance, and he would collect the finished manuscript. 400 pages, 40 chapters, the documentation of 24 murders, and then Harold would kill him. Walter stood and walked to the front room. The manuscript sat on the desk, 400 pages clipped together, ready for delivery. He had finished the last chapter 2 days ago. Chapter 40. A drowning staged as suicide in the Los Angeles River. The book was done. Walter had fulfilled the contract. All that remained was to hand over the manuscript and collect the money and die. He could call the police now. He had the final letter with Harold's initial on it. He could tell them Harold was planning to kill him. But the letter was typed on Walter's typewriter, which meant Walter could have typed it himself. And the letter said nothing specific. No method, no time, just a threat. The police would ask why Harold would threaten him, and Walter would say Harold was a serial killer who had used Walter to document his murders, and the police would ask for proof, and Walter would have none. Walter went to the hallway and picked up the telephone receiver. He listened to the dial tone, then set the receiver back in the cradle. He could not call the police. He could only wait. He returned to the kitchen and sat at the table with the letter in front of him. The apartment was silent except for the icebox hum and the first sounds of the city waking below. A car starting, a door closing, footsteps on the sidewalk. The night watchman crushed between floors. The stenographer poisoned through her skin. The day laborer pushed into the wood chipper. 24 people dead, and now Walter would be the 25th, unless he barricaded the door. Walter stood and went to the front room. He pushed the desk across the floor until it was wedged against the door, then dragged the bookshelf from the wall and set it in front of the desk. He brought the kitchen table and chairs and stacked them on top, and then added the floor lamp and the coat rack and everything else he could move. When he was finished, the door was blocked by 400 pounds of furniture, and Walter stood in the center of the front room, breathing hard, his shirt soaked with sweat. Harold would not be able to get in. He had a key, but the key would not move the barricade. Walter would be safe inside, and Harold would leave, and Walter would call the police and tell them Harold had tried to break in, and the police would investigate, and maybe they would believe him. Walter looked at the barricade and felt the same cold certainty he had felt reading the letters. Harold would not try to break in. Harold was meticulous, careful, patient. If the door was barricaded, Harold would leave and wait and come back another day. And Walter would have to stay barricaded inside forever, or he would have to open the door eventually. And when he did, Harold would be waiting, unless Walter called Harold and asked him to come now, before Walter lost his nerve. Walter went to the hallway and picked up the telephone receiver. He dialed the number Harold had given him in March, the first time they had spoken about the manuscript. The phone rang twice, then Harold's voice answered, calm and even. Walter did not wait for Harold to speak. He told Harold he had received a letter, a threatening letter, and he needed Harold to come now, to come immediately, to help him call the police. His voice shook when he said it, and the shaking was not an act. He was terrified, and he let the terror show, and Harold said he would be there as soon as he could. Walter hung up the receiver and returned to his apartment. He stood in front of the barricade and waited. His hands were shaking again. He told himself that when Harold arrived, he would let Harold inside, and he would show Harold the letter, and Harold would reveal himself. Through a word, a gesture, a look, Walter would see the truth in Harold's face, and then he would know for certain, and then he could act. He told himself this, but he did not believe it. He knew the truth already. Harold was coming to kill him, and Walter had called him because Walter could not live with the not knowing anymore. The wait stretched. Walter paced the barricaded room, sat at the window, stood again. The sun climbed higher. At 10:15, Walter heard footsteps on the stairs climbing toward the 4th floor, a knock on the door. Walter crossed the front room and stood behind the barricade. Harold's voice came through the door, calm and concerned. "Walter, are you all right?" Walter put his hands on the desk. His heart was beating so hard he could feel it in his throat. He thought about Alice Brenner downstairs, about the cold cream poisoned over 2 weeks, about dying without knowing what was happening. He thought about the fact that Harold was on the other side of the door, waiting. He thought about 24 people dead. Walter pushed the desk aside and dragged the bookshelf away. He unstacked the chairs and the table and piled them against the wall. Then he unlocked the door and opened it. Harold stood on the landing with his briefcase in one hand and a paper bag in the other. He wore a gray suit despite the heat. His expression was calm and concerned, the expression of a man who had received a distressing phone call. He looked at the furniture pushed against the wall, then at Walter. What happened? Walter stepped aside. Harold came in and set the briefcase on the floor, the paper bag on the kitchen table. He turned to face Walter, waiting. His mouth had gone dry. He went to the desk and picked up the letter, his hands shaking. He gave it to Harold. Harold read it. His expression did not change. He looked up. When did this arrive? It was morning. Harold read the letter again, then folded it and set it on the table. You're frightened. Walter nodded. Harold took off his hat and set it on the counter. Walter, I need to show you something. He went to the desk and examined Walter's typewriter. He pointed to the letter T. There's a chip here. See it? And the crossbar. Walter saw it. He had seen it 100 times. Harold picked up the letter from the table and held it under the desk lamp. The same chip is in this letter and in all the others. He looked at Walter. These letters were typed on your typewriter, Walter. Walter's hands were shaking. He said the letters came under the door. Harold's voice stayed calm. You've been under tremendous pressure. The deadline. The isolation. You haven't left this apartment in over a year. He paused. The mind does things to protect itself. It creates stories. You needed material for the manuscript, and your mind gave you material. The letters, the murders, you wrote them yourself during the night. You don't remember because you were in a fugue state. But they're yours, Walter. All of them. Walter's hand found the back of the desk chair. His fingers closed around the rail, and he stood there, holding it while Harold kept talking. Harold set the letter down. There are no murders. I've checked every newspaper. The deaths you found, they were accidents, natural causes. Your mind connected them to the letters because it needed them to be connected. But they're not murders, Walter. They're just accidents. Walter backed away from the desk. His legs felt weak. Harold stepped toward him. You need help. Professional help. I'm going to call a hospital. They can... No, Walter said. The word came out as a whisper. Harold's expression shifted, just slightly. Concerned something else. Walter. I found the apartment upstairs, the typewriter, the paper. Harold was very still. Walter's voice was shaking now. You've been typing the letters here. On my typewriter. At night, you have a key. For a long moment, Harold did not move. Then he smiled. It was a small smile, controlled, and it did not reach his eyes. Walter, listen to yourself. You think I'm sneaking into your apartment at night to type letters about murders I didn't commit, using your typewriter so you'll transcribe them into a manuscript I'm already being paid to represent? Do you hear how that sounds? Walter heard how it sounded. It sounded insane. Harold took a step closer. Let me help you. The hospital can... Get out. Harold stopped. Walter's hands were shaking violently now. Get out of my apartment. Harold looked at him for a long moment. Then he picked up his hat from the counter and his briefcase from the floor. I'll come back Tuesday, when you're feeling better. He walked to the door and then turned. Finish the manuscript, Walter. You're almost done. Don't let this unravel now. He let himself out. The door closed, and Walter heard the footsteps descending through the stairwell, the outer door closing 3 floors below. Walter stood in the front room and stared at the closed door. His hands would not stop shaking. He went to the bathroom and turned on the faucet, splashed cold water on his face. He looked at himself in the mirror above the sink His face was pale, his eyes hollow. He looked like a man who was losing his mind. He left the water running and stood with his hands on the edge of the sink, breathing slowly. The water ran loud and thin in the pipes, filling the small bathroom with noise. The bathroom door was ajar, not closed, just pushed nearly shut. And in the mirror he could see a thin slice of the front room through the gap. The closed front door, the empty hallway. Then the doorknob turned. Walter's breath stopped. Through the mirror's reflection, through the crack in the bathroom door, he watched the front door open. Slow, silent, completely inaudible over the rush of the tap. Harold stepped inside and closed the door behind him without a sound. He stood in the hallway for a moment, listening. Then his posture changed. The concern drained from his shoulders. The agent's careful attentiveness vanished. He stood straighter, looser, the way a man stands when he believes he is entirely alone. Harold set down his briefcase and his hat. His movements were different now. Economical, efficient. The practiced motions of a man who had done something many times before. He reached into his jacket and took out a pair of black leather gloves. He pulled them on slowly, one finger at a time, smoothing the leather over each knuckle. Then he walked to the fireplace and picked up the iron poker from the stand. Walter's hands tightened on the edge of the sink. He did not move, did not breathe. Through the gap in the door, through the mirror's reflection, he watched Harold test the poker's weight. Turn it in his gloved hands, check the balance. Harold walked to the kitchen, picked up the manuscript from the table, 300 pages, and flipped through it with the calm satisfaction of a man reviewing completed work. He nodded once, set it in his briefcase. Then Harold turned and looked directly at the bathroom. For one terrible moment, Walter thought Harold could see him. But Harold's gaze was unfocused, calculating. He was looking at the bathroom door, not through it, measuring distance, planning approach. Harold's face, in profile through the mirror, was blank, empty. The face of a man alone with his work. Walter stepped back from the mirror. His heart was beating so hard he thought it would burst. Harold knew. Harold knew Walter had seen him. Walter looked at the bathroom. No lock on the door. One small window, too high to reach, too small to fit through. One door, and Harold was between him and it. He heard Harold's footsteps, slow, measured, coming toward the bathroom. Walter grabbed the edge of the sink. He could try to run, make it to the front door. But the vertigo, 3 steps, and he would collapse, and Harold would be on him before he could stand. The footsteps stopped outside the bathroom door. Walter looked in the mirror. Through the gap in the door, he could see Harold's shadow on the wall. Harold pushed the door open. Walter spun around. Harold stood in the doorway, the poker in his gloved hand, his face calm and empty. They looked at each other. Harold spoke quietly. "You saw." Walter's voice came out hoarse. "Don't." Harold stepped into the bathroom. "I can't leave you now. You understand that." Walter backed against the sink. There was nowhere else to go. The bathroom was 6 feet across. Harold filled the doorway. Walter's mind was racing. The window, too small. The door, blocked. The poker. Harold was between him and any weapon. He had one chance. Get past Harold. Get to the front door. Get to the stairs. Walter threw himself sideways, a graceless scramble toward the doorway. Harold turned unhurried and swung the poker in a wide arc. Walter felt the air move as it passed behind his head. He was already falling, momentum carrying him past Harold's legs, his shoulder hitting the door frame. He clawed at the hallway wall, pulled himself forward on hands and knees toward the front door. Harold's footsteps behind him, slow, patient. The sound of a man with all the time in the world. Walter reached the door, grabbed the knob, hauled himself to his feet. took one step toward the landing. The vertigo hit him like a hammer. The floor didn't tilt. It dissolved. The floorboards turned to water beneath his feet. Gravity pulled sideways, dragging him toward the wall instead of down. The hallway stretched, the walls bending inward, his vision splitting into doubles. His legs betrayed him mid-step, and he went down hard, his cheek hitting the wood. He heard it behind him. The iron poker dragging across the floor, a slow scrape, deliberate. Walter forced his head up. Through his doubled vision, he could see the stairwell beyond the open door, the steps elongating into an impossible tunnel, the landing a mile away. His hand found the doorknob. Cold metal. He gripped it, tried to pull himself up. His legs would not obey. The world spun. Harold's shoes appeared in his vision, level, steady, perfectly flat against a floor that was liquid chaos to Walter's eyes. The scraping stopped. Walter looked up. Harold stood over him. The poker hung at his side, then rose, slow, controlled. The movement of a man who had done this before. Harold waited. His expression did not change. He gave Walter no time. He was not interested in what Walter had to say. Harold's face was calm, empty. The face of a man finishing a task. Walter's hand tightened on the cold doorknob. He could not run. He could not stand. He could not leave. The poker reached its apex. Walter's vision split again. Harold's blank face doubled. Two identical expressions, perfectly aligned. The overhead light fixture stretched into a burning streak across his failing sight. The last thing Walter saw clearly was the poker's shadow on the wall behind Harold, elongated and warped, growing larger. The mechanic at the Texaco station knelt beside the rear tire longer than he needed to. His flashlight beam moved across the tread in a grid pattern, left to right, then back. Carol Jensen watched him from the driver's window. It was 17 minutes past midnight, and the station was the only light for 30 miles in any direction. When he stood, he leaned close to her door and spoke quietly. "Get off these roads. They're reading your dust." She asked him what he meant. He gestured at the dirt road stretching south, told her about the dust she kicked up, and said not to stop again. Then he walked back toward the service bay. She paid him through the window and pulled back onto Highway 40. The station's fluorescent glare shrank in the rearview mirror until it was a pinpoint, then nothing. The dashboard clock read 12:22. She was 14 miles into the route and had another 60 to go before the delivery point. Carol had been watching the dust plume for the last 10 miles without understanding what she was seeing. It hung in the air behind the station wagon like a pale banner, catching moonlight, settling slow. She had driven enough back roads to know how dust behaved, how it rose, how long it lasted, how wind scattered it. This plume was different. It stayed visible longer than it should. She could still see it 3 miles back, a faint smudge against the darkness, marking every turn she had made. Now she understood what the mechanic meant. Carol drove a Freightliner for Werner Enterprises most weeks. Long hauls, predictable routes, decent pay. But Werner had nothing going west for the next 10 days, and her rent was due in 6. When the dispatcher at Frontier Freight called with a last-minute contract run, she took it. Selena to a grain cooperative somewhere in western Kansas. Light load, solo drive, overnight delivery. They offered her $300 for 74 miles, which was twice the going rate. She asked why. The dispatcher said the regular driver had called in sick and they needed someone who knew back roads. Carol knew back roads. The route sheet Frontier gave her was specific. Highway 40 west, out of Salina, then a series of county roads threading south and west through unpopulated rangeland. No highway driving after the first 14 miles. The delivery window was tight. She had to reach the cooperative by 3 o'clock. Or the contract was void. The dispatcher told her a company rep named Ray Bowen would shadow the route in case she had trouble. She met him briefly in the Frontier parking lot before she left. He had a road atlas open on the hood of a Plymouth Fury, marked up with pen annotations along the exact road she would be driving. She asked him why a freight company needed someone to follow a routine delivery. He said the roads were isolated and cell service was non-existent. If she broke down, she would need a tow. If she got lost, he would know where to find her. Seemed reasonable at the time. She turned south onto County Road 16. The pavement ended after a quarter mile and became hard-packed dirt. Dust rose behind the station wagon in a plume that glowed pale gray in the taillights. The road ran straight between wheat fields that had been harvested a month ago. Stubble extended to the horizon on both sides. There were no other headlights. At 12:41, she passed a grain elevator. The structure rose from the flat land like a cathedral, white-painted concrete catching moonlight. She checked the rearview mirror. A man knelt in the road 3 miles behind her. She took her foot off the accelerator and let the station wagon slow. The man did not move. He was holding something in both hands, pointed down at the road surface. A flashlight, she thought at first. But the beam was wrong. It was violet blue, not white. She stopped the car. The engine idled. The man stayed in his crouch for another 30 seconds, then stood and walked to the shoulder. The blue light went dark. A pickup truck's headlights came on, and the vehicle pulled away, heading north. Carol waited 2 minutes, then drove on. County Road 16 intersected with County Road 9 at a T-junction, marked by a stop sign and nothing else. Carol turned east. The dirt road was narrower here, barely wide enough for 2 vehicles to pass. Wheat stubble gave way to rangeland on the north side. Barbed wire fencing ran parallel to the road, the posts leaning at angles. She checked the rearview mirror every 30 seconds. It was a habit from the road. You looked, you noted what was there, you looked again. The road behind her was empty. Dust hung in the air where she had passed, illuminated by moonlight, then settled. At 1:14, she crested a low rise and the road descended into a shallow basin. A farmhouse at a quarter mile off the road to the south, dark except for a porch light. She could see a barn, a windmill, a cluster of outbuildings. As she passed, a dog barked twice and went silent. The road climbed out of the basin. She checked the mirror. A man knelt in the road 2 miles back, just past the farmhouse. Carol slowed the station wagon to 30 miles per hour and watched. The man held the same violet-blue light she had seen before. He aimed it at the road surface, moved it slowly from the center line toward the shoulder, then back. The motion was deliberate. He was examining something. She stopped the car and turned off the headlights. The engine continued to run. In the darkness, the man's light became sharper. It was ultraviolet, she realized. A UV lantern, the kind used to detect scorpions or check currency. He swept it across the tire tracks she had left in the dirt. He stood. The light stayed on. He pointed it down the road in her direction. And even at 2 miles, she could see him turn his head, tracking the line of her path. Then he raised his other hand. In it was something too small to identify at this distance, but the gesture was unmistakable. He was pointing at her. She turned the headlights back on and accelerated. The speedometer climbed to 50, then 60. The station wagon shuddered on the uneven road. Dust rooster-tailed behind her. When she checked the mirror again, the man was gone. At 1:29. She passed an abandoned schoolhouse, 1 room, windows boarded over. The road bent south, then east again, following section lines. The land was flat enough that she could see 4 miles in any direction. There were no headlights, no taillights, no structures except the occasional grain bin or collapsed homestead. She reached for the CB radio mounted under the dashboard and keyed the microphone. She called for Ray Bowen on Channel 19, then tried Channel 9. Static hissed from the speaker. She keyed the microphone again. The static continued, empty and flat. She returned the microphone to its clip. Ray had told her he would stay within 10 miles, close enough to reach her if the station wagon broke down, but far enough back that she wouldn't see his headlights. He said he would monitor the CB. 2 hours into the route, with men kneeling in the dirt behind her, she wanted confirmation that someone was listening. The road straightened. She pushed the accelerator down and watched the speedometer needle touch 70. The station wagon's frame vibrated. Small rocks pinged against the undercarriage. After 3 miles, she slowed to 40 and checked the mirror. A third man knelt in the road, 5 miles back near a bridge that crossed a dry creek bed. This one had a dog. She could see it sitting beside him, a large animal, pale-colored. The man aimed his UV light at the road, and the dog's head turned to follow the beam. Then the man stood, and the dog stood with him. He gestured towards Carol's direction. The dog did not bark. It simply watched. Carol turned her attention back to the road ahead. Her hands were damp on the steering wheel. She wiped her right palm on her jeans, then her left. The mechanic's words returned to her. They're reading your dust, not tracking her visually, not following her headlights, reading the dust, reading the road, reading her tire tracks. Carol drove another 8 miles before she saw the fourth one. This tracker stood beside a cattle gate at the intersection of County Road 9 and an unmarked ranch access road. He did not crouch. He held the UV lantern at a waist height and swept it across the roadbed in a slow arc, east to west, illuminating her tire tracks. As she approached, he turned off the light and stepped behind a fence post. She passed within 40 feet of him. In her headlights, she saw a man in his 30s wearing a denim jacket and a canvas hunting vest. He carried something on his belt. A radio, she thought, or a holster. She did not slow down. In the rearview mirror, she watched him step back into the road, crouch, and turn the UV light on again. He examined the fresh tracks she had just laid down. Then he lifted the radio. It was definitely radio, and spoke into it. The pattern was clear. They were not following her. They were confirming her route. Each tracker examined the road, verified her direction, and reported to someone else. Coordination implied infrastructure. Infrastructure implied an organization large enough to position men at intervals across 60 miles of back roads. Carol had heard stories, truck stop whispers, the kind that got passed around rest areas west of Wichita and never made it into official channels. Drivers talked about the Salina runs. Independent contractors offered double-rate cash jobs through the western rangelands. Routes that went quiet on the CB after midnight. Empty vehicles found weeks later on county roads, no sign of the driver. She had dismissed it as road legend. Drivers spooked each other for entertainment during long hauls. But the UV lanterns were real. The trackers were real. The coordinated network was real. They were hunting someone. She reached another T-junction and turned south onto County Road 4. She was more than halfway to the delivery point. The abandoned grain cooperative was 14 miles ahead. Someone from Frontier was supposed to meet her there at 3 o'clock to offload the cargo. She checked the dashboard clock, 1:58. She had an hour to cover 14 miles, and the road ahead was empty. A fifth tracker appeared at 2:11, kneeling beside a culvert where the road crossed a drainage ditch. This one had 2 dogs, both German shepherds, sitting at heel. The dogs watched the station wagon pass. They did not bark. The man did not look up. He kept his UV light trained on the road, tracing the tire marks in both directions, hers heading south and older tracks heading north. He was comparing them. Carol understood what he was looking for. Her tracks were fresh, the dirt still loose. Older tracks had been smoothed by wind. The UV light would show something else, though. Some chemical signature in the tire rubber, perhaps. Some trace element that marked her vehicle specifically. The mechanic had called it dust, but that was shorthand. Whatever they were reading, it was specific to her car. She considered the routes on Frontier's instruction sheet. County Road 4 continued south for 11 miles, then intersected with Highway 96. If she turned west onto 96, she could reach the town of Leoti in 20 minutes. Leoti had a sheriff's station, a hospital, witnesses. If she turned east, she could loop back north on County Road 18 and approach the delivery point from a different direction. Or she could stay on County Road 4 and follow the route Frontier had given her. The contract required her to stay on the assigned roads. Deviating meant voiding the delivery, which meant no payment. But the instruction sheet had not mentioned men with UV lanterns. It had not mentioned a tracking system that kept its distance. She checked the rearview mirror. The fifth tracker was standing now, radio in hand. Behind him, 3 miles back, headlights appeared. A single vehicle, moving fast. Carol pressed the accelerator. The station wagon climbed to 65. The headlights behind her maintained their distance for 2 miles, then began to close. She could see them more clearly now. A pickup truck, dark-colored, riding high on off-road suspension. It was not attempting to overtake her. It was pacing her. At 2:24, she reached a crossroads. County Road 4 continued south. An unmarked gravel road branched west toward a line of trees that marked the Kansas-Colorado border. She slowed to 20 miles per hour. The pickup truck behind her slowed as well, maintaining a half-mile gap. Carol turned west onto the unmarked road. The pickup truck stopped. Its headlights stayed on, pointing south down County Road 4. It did not follow her. She drove a quarter mile, watching the mirror. The pickup remained motionless. Then its headlights went dark. When she crested a small rise and looked back, the intersection was empty. They were not following her because they did not need to. They already knew where she was going. They were reading the road. The unmarked road deteriorated after the first mile. Washboard ruts jolted the station wagon's suspension. Carol dropped her speed to 30. The trees she had seen from the crossroads resolved into a windbreak. A single row of cottonwoods planted decades ago, now mature, their branches bare against the sky. Beyond them was more rangeland, more fence posts, more darkness. She had been on the unmarked road for 6 minutes when she saw the lantern. It was a quarter mile ahead, on the north side of the road near a collapsed barn. The violet-blue light moved in a familiar pattern. A slow sweep across the roadbed, then a pause, then another sweep. Carol let the station wagon coast to a stop 200 yards short of the position. She turned off the headlights. The tracker continued working. He did not react to her presence. His lantern illuminated something on the ground, and he crouched lower to examine it. Carol could see his silhouette against the faint glow, a heavy-set man wearing a cap. No dog, no visible radio. He was alone. She had turned off County Road 4 less than 10 minutes ago. This road was not on Frontier's route sheet. It did not appear on the instruction map except as an unmarked access road, unpaved, rarely used. Yet here was another tracker, examining the ground with the same equipment, using the same method. They had not followed her here. They had been waiting. The man stood and turned toward the station wagon. He raised the lantern higher and aimed it in her direction. The UV light was invisible at this distance, but Carol could see the faint purple corona around the bulb. He held the position for 5 seconds. then lowered the lantern and walked to a vehicle parked behind the collapsed barn. Headlights came on. Another pickup truck, this one white. It pulled onto the road and drove north away from her. Carol sat in the dark station wagon and reconsidered what she knew. Frontier Freight had given her a blue Ford Country Squire with Nebraska plates. The vehicle was 12 years old, showing 73,000 miles on the odometer. She had walked around it in the parking lot before driving away, looking for obvious problems. Leaking fluids, worn belts, bald tires. Nothing stood out. But the tires were new. The dispatcher had mentioned it when he handed her the keys. Fresh treads, he had said. Safer for back roads. Carol restarted the engine and turned the headlights back on. She drove forward to the spot where the tracker had been crouching and stopped. She left the engine running and got out. The dirt road was 6 inches deep in fine dust. Her tire tracks were clearly visible in the headlight beams. 2 parallel grooves, sharp-edged, the tread pattern pressed into the surface. She knelt and examined them the way the tracker had. In normal light, they looked unremarkable. The tread was a standard radial pattern, the kind used on thousands of passenger vehicles. She walked back to the station wagon and opened the rear cargo area. She kept road supplies in a plastic bin, a first aid kit, road flares, bottled water, a flashlight, and a spare CB handset in case the dash unit failed. She retrieved the flashlight and returned to the tire tracks. The flashlight had a blue filter attachment for map reading. She screwed it into place and turned the flashlight on. The blue light was a weak approximation of ultraviolet, but it was enough. In the filtered beam, she could see tire tracks pressed into the dirt. The pattern was clear. Standard radial treads, the same type as her station wagons. But she could not tell if they were hers or the white pickups. Both vehicles had stopped at this spot within the last 30 minutes. Carol turned off the flashlight and stood. The wind moved through the cottonwoods with a sound like running water. She looked north where the white pickup truck had disappeared, then south, back toward County Road 4. The tracker had been examining something with his lantern, something specific in the tire marks. The trackers were positioned at intervals, confirming routes, relaying information. They were reading the roads. She walked around the station wagon and examined each tire. They were identical. Goodyear Eagles, Blackwall, size P 225, 75 R15. The sidewalls showed no unusual markings. The tread looked factory standard. But under UV light, they would glow. Under UV light, they would tell anyone with the right equipment exactly where she had been and where she was going. Carol got back into the driver's seat. The dashboard clock read 2:37. The delivery point was 11 miles southeast. She could backtrack to County Road 4, follow her original route, and arrive on schedule. Or she could continue west on this unmarked road and try to find a town, a highway, another route entirely. Both options assumed the same thing, that she was the target, that the tracking system existed to hunt her, that when the hunters closed in, Ray Bowen would be somewhere behind her, close enough to help. She keyed the CB microphone and called for Ray on Channel 19. No response. She tried Channel 9, the emergency frequency. Static. She replaced the microphone and reached for the spare CB handset in the cargo area. She extended the antenna and tried both channels again. The static was unbroken. Carol set the spare handset on the passenger seat and put the station wagon in gear. She turned around in a 3-point maneuver and drove back toward County Road 4. The tire tracks she had left on the unmarked road glowed behind her in the rearview mirror, faintly visible in the moonlight, even without ultraviolet. She had written her route into the dirt. Anyone with a lantern could read it. Carol reached County Road 4 at 2:51. The intersection was empty. No trackers, no vehicles, no lights. She turned south. and accelerated to 50 miles per hour. The station wagon's tires drummed against the hardpack. Every rotation stamped the chemical code into the dirt, writing her position across the landscape for anyone who wanted to read it. She had 11 miles to the delivery point and 9 minutes to cover them if she wanted to arrive on schedule. The schedule no longer seemed relevant. What mattered was understanding what she was driving. Carol slowed as she approached a one-lane bridge that crossed a dry creek bed. The bridge was wooden, the planks weathered gray. She stopped before crossing and got out again. The tire tracks behind her were visible in the moonlight. She walked back 30 feet and knelt. Without the UV light, the chemical pattern was invisible. The tracks looked ordinary, but she knew what was there. The particles embedded in the tread were fluorescing compounds, probably rare earth elements or phosphorescent dyes. The tread pattern itself had been molded with irregularities, small notches or ridges spaced at specific intervals. Together, they created a signature unique to this vehicle, a fingerprint written in dirt. Carol stood and walked to the station wagon. She opened the driver's door and retrieved the spare CB handset. She tried Channel 9 again, holding the microphone close and speaking clearly. She called for Ray Bowen. She gave her position as County Road 4, 9 miles north of Highway 96. She said she needed help. The static hissed. She waited 30 seconds and repeated the transmission. Nothing. Ray was supposed to be within 10 miles. The CB had a range of 15 miles under open sky conditions. If he was where he said he would be, he would hear her. If he was not responding, something had prevented him. Carol replaced the handset in the cargo area and returned to the driver's seat. She pulled the route sheet from the glove compartment and studied it under the dome light. County Road 4 continued south for 7 miles before intersecting Highway 96. The delivery point was 2 miles west of the intersection, accessible by a dirt access road, an abandoned grain cooperative where someone from Frontier would meet her at 3 o'clock, or they would not be there. And she would arrive at an empty building with trackers behind her and hunters ahead. Carol refolded the sheet. The dashboard clock read 3:04. She had missed the delivery window by 4 minutes. She started the engine and drove across the wooden bridge. The planks rumbled under the tires. On the far side, the road climbed a gentle slope and straightened. She could see 3 miles ahead. No lights, no vehicles. The system made sense now. Frontier modified the tires, installed them on vehicles they controlled, and sent drivers onto predetermined routes. The trackers positioned themselves at intervals, confirmed the target's progress, and relayed information to the hunters. The hunters did not need to follow closely. They knew where the target was going. They could set up ambush points, cut off escape routes, and close in when the target was most isolated. The UV reactive treads turned every mile of dirt road into a navigation beacon. Carol had taken this contract because she needed money. What she had not expected was to be driving a vehicle specifically designed to be hunted. The station wagon was not transportation. It was a tracking device. Every mile she drove, she transmitted her location to an unknown number of observers. And if Frontier had modified her tires, they could modify others. Ray Bowen was driving a Plymouth Fury. He had told her he worked for Frontier. He had shown her the road atlas with every turn annotated. She did not know how long he had been with the company or whether he understood what kind of operation Frontier was running, or whether the atlas he carried had been marked by someone who drove these roads before and never came back. She thought about Ray, the brief conversation in the parking lot, the atlas open on the hood, his assurance that he would stay close, that if anything went wrong, he would know where to find her. The CB had been silent for 2 hours. Carol pressed the accelerator and watched the speedometer climb past 70. The station wagon shook. Dust filled the air behind her in a plume visible for miles. She drove for 6 minutes without slowing, then crested a rise and saw the intersection ahead. Highway 96 ran east-west, a 2-lane blacktop cutting across the rangeland. The grain cooperative was 2 miles west, a cluster of silos and sheds silhouetted against the horizon. Carol turned west and stayed on the dirt access road that paralleled the highway. The cooperative grew larger. She could see the main building now, a 3-story concrete structure with boarded windows. No vehicles were parked outside. No lights were visible. She stopped a quarter-mile short of the delivery point and turned off the engine. The silence was immediate. No wind, no traffic, no movement. She sat in the dark station wagon and stared at the empty cooperative. Ray Bowen was not there. Carol Jensen had been driving freight for 11 years. She had hauled grain, lumber, refrigerated goods, and oversized machinery across 8 states. She knew how to read a map, how to handle a breakdown, and how to recognize when a job was not what the dispatcher had described. This job was not what the dispatcher had described. She restarted the station wagon and drove the remaining quarter-mile to the grain cooperative. The access road ended at a loading dock where trucks had once collected wheat. The dock was concrete, cracked and buckled from years of freeze-thaw cycles. Weeds grew through the gaps. Carol pulled alongside the dock and turned off the engine. Frontier's route sheet had listed this as the delivery point. Someone from the company would meet her here at 3 o'clock to offload the cargo. The isolation made sense for a freight transfer. No witnesses, no questions about what was being moved or why, but no one was here. No truck, no crew, no Ray Bowen. She got out and walked to the corner of the main building. The ground behind it was empty except for rusted machinery and a collapsed grain auger. No Plymouth Fury, no tire tracks, no evidence that anyone had been here in weeks. She returned to the station wagon and retrieved the spare CB handset. She tried Channel 19 first, calling for Ray Bowen. She waited. The static did not change. She switched to Channel 9, the emergency frequency, and transmitted her name, her position, and a request for anyone listening to respond. The radio remained silent. Carol set the handset on the hood of the station wagon and walked a slow perimeter around the cooperative. She was looking for signs that Ray had been here. Tire impression, footprints, anything indicating a second vehicle had waited for her arrival. The ground behind the main building was undisturbed except for old machinery rust and wind-scattered debris. She found nothing. At 3:26, she returned to the station wagon and opened the cargo area. Her road supplies included a Thomas Guide map book covering western Kansas. She pulled it out and flipped to the Wichita County page. The nearest telephone was in Leady and 15 miles west on Highway 96. She could reach it in 20 minutes. She could call the Wallace County Sheriff, report her position, and ask them to send someone to find Ray Bowen. She could describe the trackers, the UV lanterns, the tire tracks that glowed. She could try to explain what she did not fully understand. Carol replaced the map book in the cargo area and closed the hatch. She stood beside the station wagon and looked north, back the way she had come. The dirt access road was pale in the moonlight. Her tire tracks ran straight down its center, 2 parallel lines marked with a chemical signature invisible to her but glowing under ultraviolet light. She had driven 60 miles since leaving the Texaco station. Every mile had been recorded in the dirt. She thought about the trackers she had seen. 5 men, 4 vehicles, 2 dogs. None of them had approached her. None had attempted to force her off the road or block her path. They had simply watched, confirmed her position, and moved on. They were not the hunters. They were the support network, which meant the hunters were somewhere else. Carol got back into the driver's seat and started the engine. She did not drive toward Leoti. She turned north onto the access road and retraced her route toward County Road 4. The station wagon's headlights illuminated the same landscape she had passed 20 minutes earlier, empty rangeland, barbed wire, fence posts. The odometer counted backward, 72.8 miles, 72.3 miles, 71.9 miles. She was looking for raised tracks. The Plymouth Fury was a full-size sedan with a wide wheelbase. Its tires would leave a distinct impression. Deeper grooves than the station wagon, spaced farther apart. Ray had said he would follow the same route, staying far enough back that she would not see his headlights. If he had driven onto County Road 4, there would be evidence. Carol reached the intersection with County Road 4 at 3:41. She stopped and got out with the flashlight. She walked to the center of the intersection and knelt. Her tire tracks were easy to identify, fresh, sharp-edged, overlapping from her southbound trip and her return north. But there were other tracks as well. A pickup truck had crossed the intersection from west to east within the last few hours. A passenger car had turned from County Road 4 onto the access road, heading south toward the cooperative. The car's tracks were narrower than the pickups, but wider than the station wagons. Carol aimed the flashlight at the passenger car tracks and followed them south for 20 feet. The tread pattern was different from hers. The spacing between tires was different. But the depth and the sharpness suggested recent passage, within the last 2 hours. She walked back to the station wagon and retrieved the blue filter attachment. She screwed it onto the flashlight and returned to the passenger car tracks. Under the filtered blue light, the tracks glowed. The glow was faint, dimmer than her own tire marks, but unmistakable. The same phosphorescent particles, the same regular pattern along the outer edges. The passenger car had been equipped with the same UV-reactive tires. Carol turned off the flashlight and stood. The wind had picked up. It moved across the open land with a low, rushing sound. She walked back to the station wagon and sat in the driver's seat with the door open. Ray Bowen had been driving a Plymouth Fury, a full-size sedan. Company car, he had said. Frontier Freight provided it for route shadowing and emergency assistance. The tires glowed under UV light. Carol closed the door and keyed the CB microphone. She spoke slowly and clearly. She called for Ray Bowen on Channel 19. She stated that she had found evidence of tire modification on his vehicle. She asked him to respond. The static was unbroken. She set the microphone down and stared at the instrument panel. The fuel gauge showed half a tank. The odometer showed 73.1 miles. The clock showed 3:47. Ray had left Selena around the same time Carol had, maybe a few minutes before. He said he would maintain a distance of 10 miles, close enough to reach her if the station wagon broke down, but far enough that she would not see his headlights. He said he would monitor the CB. Carol had last heard from Ray at 11:58, a brief squelch on Channel 19. His signal that he was still behind her, still listening. That was 3 hours and 49 minutes ago. In that time, she had driven the full route, seen 5 trackers, discovered the tire modification, and reached the delivery point. Ray had sent no radio traffic. He had not arrived at the grain cooperative. He had left no trace of his presence, and his vehicle had been marked with the same tires as hers. Carol drove north on County Road 4 for 3 miles, then pulled onto the shoulder and shut off the engine. She rolled down the driver's window. The night air was cold, carrying the smell of dust and dry grass. She listened. No engine sounds, no voices, no movement, except the wind. The land was flat enough that sound carried for miles. If a vehicle was approaching, she would hear it before she saw it. She waited 5 minutes, then started the engine and continued north. At 4:02, she reached the one-lane bridge where she had stopped earlier to examine the tire tracks. She crossed slowly and pulled off the road on the far side. This time she left the headlights on and got out with the flashlight and the blue filter. The tire tracks from Ray's vehicle were still visible at the intersection, heading south toward the grain cooperative. Carol walked north along County Road 4, following her own tracks backward. She was looking for the point where Ray had turned onto the dirt road from the highway. She found it a quarter-mile north of the bridge. The Plymouth Fury's tracks came from the east, from Highway 40, and turned south onto County Road 4. The tracks were deep and recent. Carol knelt and examined the tread pattern. Standard radial tires, the kind used on fleet vehicles. The spacing between the wheels matched a full-size sedan. The depth indicated weight. A single driver, cargo in the trunk. She attached the blue filter to the flashlight and aimed the beam at the tracks. They glowed. The phosphorescent pattern was identical to her own, regular marks along the outer edges of each track, repeating with the tire rotation. The compound was fainter here, as if the tires had traveled farther, and the chemical signature was wearing thin. But it was unmistakable. Carol stood and walked back to the station wagon. She sat in the driver's seat with the door open and the dome light on. She had called for Ray multiple times, on Channel 19 and Channel 9. She had given her position. She had asked for help. Ray would not ignore those transmissions. If he had heard them, he would have responded, which meant he had not heard them, or he could not respond. Carol sat in the driver's seat and stared through the windshield at County Road 4, stretching north into darkness. The trackers had ignored her. They had examined her tire tracks with UV lanterns and found them clean. They had radioed ahead and moved on. She had driven 73 miles through their network, and none of them had pursued her. But Ray's tracks glowed. His Plymouth Fury had been marked with the same tires as the ones Frontier put on vehicles they wanted tracked. Ray worked for Frontier. He had shown her the road atlas with every turn annotated. He had assured her he would shadow the route, that he would stay close enough to help if she needed it. Frontier had sent him onto the same roads, driving a vehicle that wrote its position in glowing chemical signatures. Carol was not the target, she was the decoy. Ray was driving a vehicle marked with UV reactive tires. He was following the same route 10 miles behind, monitoring the CB. Every time he turned onto a dirt road, he left glowing tracks. Every tracker with a UV lantern could see where he had been and where he was going. Frontier's hunters were not following Carol. They were following Ray. Carol started the engine. She left the headlights off and pulled back onto County Road 4. She drove north at 20 miles per hour, using the moonlight to navigate. Her eyes adjusted to the darkness. The road ahead was visible as a pale ribbon between darker fields. At 4:18, she reached the intersection with Highway 40. Ray's tire tracks turned east, following the highway. Carol followed them. The tracks stayed on the shoulder, parallel to the pavement. Ray had been avoiding the dirt roads when possible, exactly as instructed. But he had used the shoulder, unpaved, dusty, and the tires had written their signature with every rotation. Carol drove for 7 miles before she saw the first deviation. Ray's tracks veered off Highway 40 and turned north onto County Road 12. Carol followed. The road climbed a gentle rise and descended into a basin. At the bottom of the basin, the tracks turned west onto an even narrower road, barely more than 2 ruts through rangeland. Carol stopped at the turn and got out. She walked to the tire tracks and knelt. The tracks were hours old, but still sharp. The edges had not been smoothed by wind. Ray had passed through here earlier in the night, and there were other tracks as well. 3 vehicles had converged on this spot. 2 pickup trucks approaching from different directions, and the Plymouth Fury coming from the east. The truck's tracks overlapped with Ray's tracks. The patterns were chaotic. Tight turns, reversed directions, evidence of maneuvering at close range. Carol aimed the flashlight at the ground. Without the blue filter, the tracks looked like confusion. With the filter, they told story. Ray's glowing tracks ran straight into the convergence. The pickup truck's tracks did not glow. They had surrounded the Plymouth Fury, one from the north, one from the south. Ray had braked hard. The rear tire marks showed sideways skidding. Then the tracks ended. Carol stood and looked west, where the two-rut road disappeared into darkness. She returned to the station wagon and turned it around. She drove back to Highway 40, then continued east toward the point where Ray's tracks had first left the pavement. She was retracing Ray's route backward, following the glowing signature Ray Bowen had left in the dirt. Carol found the next tracker at 433 back at the intersection where County Road 12 met Highway 40. The tracker was parked at a railroad crossing where the county road intersected the highway. His vehicle was a dark green Chevrolet pickup with a camper shell. The truck faced west, engine running, headlights aimed down the highway shoulder. The man stood outside the cab with a lantern in one hand and a radio in the other. Carol was a quarter-mile east when she saw him. She turned off the station wagon's headlights and coasted to a stop on the shoulder. The man did not turn around. He was focused on the ground, sweeping the UV lantern across the dirt in the same practiced pattern she had seen before. She got out and closed the door quietly. The wind covered the sound. She walked forward along the fence line that paralleled the highway, staying low, using the fence posts for cover. At 100 yards, she stopped and crouched. The tracker was examining tire tracks that ran along the highway shoulder. Even without the UV lantern, Carol could identify them. The Plymouth Fury's wide wheelbase, the deep tread impressions. Under the UV light, they glowed. The phosphorescent signature was bright, visible even at this distance. The man followed the tracks west for 20 feet, then stopped. He aimed the lantern farther down the shoulder, scanning ahead. Then he turned and looked east, back toward Carol's position. She held still. The distance and the darkness concealed her. The man raised the radio to his mouth and spoke. Carol could not hear the words, but she could see his posture, alert, focused, reporting. He lowered the radio and returned to the truck. He reached into the cab and retrieved something. Binoculars. He raised them and scanned the highway to the west, following the line of the tire tracks. He held the binoculars steady for 15 seconds, then lowered them and made another radio transmission. Carol watched him get back into the truck. The headlights stayed on. The engine continued running. But the truck did not move. The man was waiting. She returned to the station wagon and drove past the railroad crossing with her headlights off. The tracker did not react. His attention was directed west, toward the point where Ray's tracks had turned off the highway. Carol continued east for another mile, then pulled onto a dirt access road that led to a farmstead. She parked behind a barn and turned off the engine. From the cargo area, she retrieved a pair of compact binoculars she kept for spotting route markers at distance. She returned to the highway on foot and positioned herself 200 yards east of the railroad crossing, behind a windbreak of Russian olive trees. Through the binoculars, she could see the tracker's truck clearly. The man was still inside the cab. His postures suggested patience. He was not searching. He was monitoring. At 4:47, headlights appeared to the west. A second vehicle approached from the direction of Ray's last turn. It was moving slowly. 30 miles per hour, Carol estimated. As it came closer, she identified it as a white pickup truck, the same one she had seen earlier on the unmarked road near the collapsed barn. The white pickup stopped at the railroad crossing. The driver got out and walked to the green truck. The two men spoke briefly. Carol could not hear the conversation, but she could see gestures. The driver of the white truck pointed west, back the way he had come. The first tracker nodded and pointed north, toward County Road 12. Both men walked to the shoulder and aimed their lanterns at the ground. They were examining two sets of tracks. Carol adjusted the binoculars. The tire tracks on the shoulder were layered, her own tracks, heading east when she had passed the railroad crossing moments ago, and Ray's tracks, heading west several hours earlier. The trackers aimed their UV lanterns at the ground, sweeping the beams across both sets of tracks. But they were not examining hers. They were crouched over Ray's tracks, following them west with their lanterns, tracing the path back toward the point where the Plymouth Fury had turned north onto County Road 12. The driver of the white truck stood and pointed north. The gesture was definitive. He was directing the first tracker to follow County Road 12 to pursue the route Ray had taken. Carol lowered the binoculars. She was east of the trackers. Her station wagon was parked a quarter-mile behind her. Her tire tracks led directly to this position. But the trackers had not examined them. They had not aimed their UV lanterns at the fresh tracks she had left when she passed the railroad crossing less than 20 minutes ago. They were not tracking her. She raised the binoculars again. The white truck was pulling away, heading west on Highway 40. The green truck remained at the railroad crossing for another minute, then turned north onto County Road 12, following the route Ray had taken hours earlier. Carol walked back to the station wagon. She sat in the driver's seat and studied the Thomas Guide map under the dome light. County Road 12 ran north for 11 miles before intersecting with County Road 9. Ray's tracks had followed County Road 12 north, then turned west onto a two-rut road in the basin where three vehicles had converged. The tracker in the green truck was following that same route. He was trailing Ray's glowing tire signature, closing the distance between himself and the convergence point. He was not hunting Carol, he was hunting Ray Bowen. Carol folded the map and started the engine. She pulled out of the Farmstead access road and turned west on Highway 40, retracing the route toward the point where Ray had left the pavement. She drove with the headlights on now at 60 miles per hour. The station wagon's engine strained. The speedometer needle wavered. At 5:04, she reached the turn where Ray's tracks left Highway 40 and headed north onto County Road 12. The dashboard clock showed she had been driving for 5 hours. The fuel gauge read 1/4 tank. She took the turn without slowing. The dirt road climbed the rise and descended into the basin. At the bottom, she turned west onto the two-rut road where the convergence had occurred. The tire tracks were still visible in the moonlight. 3 vehicles had been here. 2 pickup trucks, 1 Plymouth Fury. The tracks overlapped, circled, and intersected. Carol stopped at the center of the convergence and got out. The Plymouth Fury's tracks did not continue west. They ended here, in the middle of the two-rut road. The pickup truck's tracks surrounded them on both sides. Then the truck's tracks led west, deeper into the rangeland, and the Plymouth Fury's tracks were gone. Carol walked 20 yards west, following the pickup truck's paths. The ruts became shallower, less defined. The trucks had driven onto open ground, leaving the road entirely. She could see faint impressions in the dry grass where the vehicles had passed. She returned to the station wagon and drove west, following the impressions. The terrain sloped downward. After a quarter mile, the ground became softer. Drainage from the basin collected here during rain, creating a depression that held moisture longer than the surrounding land. The truck tracks became deeper, easier to follow. At 5:12, she saw the Plymouth Fury. The Plymouth Fury sat in 6 inches of standing water at the bottom of the depression. The driver's door was open, the engine was off, the headlights were dark. Water had entered the interior through the open door and pooled on the floorboards. Carol stopped the station wagon 30 yards away and approached on foot. The ground was saturated. Her boots sank into mud with each step. The darkness was absolute except for the station wagon's headlights behind her, casting her shadow long across the water. The Plymouth Fury was empty. Both front seats were vacant. The rear seat showed no occupants. The trunk was closed. Carol walked to the driver's door and looked inside. The keys were in the ignition, turned to the off position. The CB microphone hung from its coil cord, swaying slightly in the wind. The dome light did not activate when she opened the door farther. The battery was dead, or the bulb had been removed. On the passenger seat, she saw a road atlas, open to the western Kansas page. The pages were marked with pen annotations, routes, distances, turn-by-turn notes in the margins. She recognized the handwriting from the parking lot in Salina. Ray's careful printing along every county road. She leaned closer. One annotation was legible, in the headlight beam reflecting off the windshield. CR4, 130 written in the margin, next to the junction where County Road 4 and County Road 12 met. The dashboard clock had stopped at 1:34, 4 minutes after the notation. She walked around the vehicle, and the passenger door was closed but unlocked. The rear doors were locked. The trunk release was inside the cab. She reached across the driver's seat and pulled the lever. The trunk lid popped open. The trunk contained road flares, a first aid kit, a toolbox, 2 flashlights, and a nylon duffel bag. The duffel was zipped shut. The tools were untouched. Nothing had been removed. Carol closed the trunk and returned to the driver's side. She crouched beside the rear tire and examined it. The tire was a Goodyear Eagle, the same model as the tires on her station wagon. The size was different. P23575R15, slightly wider to accommodate the Plymouth Fury's heavier frame. But the tread pattern was identical. New rubber, deep grooves, no significant wear. She retrieved the flashlight from the station wagon and returned to the Plymouth Fury. She attached the blue filter and aimed the beam at the rear tire. The tread glowed. The phosphorescent pattern was the same as the one she had seen in her own tracks and in the tire marks on the highway shoulder. Regular marks along the outer edges repeating with the tire rotation. The compound was bright under the filtered light, indicating recent application or minimal degradation. Carol moved to the front tire and examined it. Same result. She walked to the passenger side and checked both tires there. All 4 tires glowed under UV light. She turned off the flashlight and stood. The Plymouth Fury had been equipped with tires identical to the ones Frontier had installed on her station wagon. The modification had been done before Ray left Salina. Someone at Frontier, or someone Frontier paid, had swapped the standard tires for tires treated with phosphorescent compounds. Carol thought about the trackers who had watched her pass. They had aimed their UV lanterns at the road. They had examined her tire tracks. They had radioed ahead, and they had not followed her. She was beginning to understand what that meant for Ray. Carol walked back to her station wagon. She watched the mud settle, then crouched beside the rear tire and aimed the flashlight with the blue filter at the tread. The tire did not glow. She moved the beam slowly across the tread pattern, searching for any trace of phosphorescence. The rubber was plain black, no chemical signature, no embedded particles. She checked the front tire, then both tires on the passenger side. None of them glowed. Carol stood in the darkness and understood 3 things. First, Frontier had given her ordinary tires. She had driven 84 miles across Kansas in a vehicle that left no chemical trace. The trackers had examined her tracks with their lanterns, found nothing, and let her pass. They were checking every vehicle, looking for the glowing signature. When her tracks showed clean, they radioed ahead and ignored her. They were hunting Ray. Second, Ray's Plymouth Fury had been given the tracking tires. Ray Bowen had written his position into every mile of dirt. The hunters had followed him here to this depression 3 hours ago. Third, she had found Ray's car. She was standing beside it. Frontier could not allow a driver who knew about the UV-reactive tires, who had seen the tracker network, who could testify about what happened on these roads, to drive back to Salina and report what she had learned. Carol was not safe because her tires were clean. She was a loose end. She turned off the flashlight and walked quickly back to the Plymouth Fury. She crouched beside the driver's door. The door panel was scratched near the handle. The interior fabric on the driver's seat was disturbed. On the floor mat below the accelerator pedal, she saw a dark stain. The stain was the color of rust. It had soaked into the mat fibers and dried in an irregular shape. She touched the edge with her fingertip. The fabric was stiff. She stood and walked to the rear of the Plymouth Fury. The trunk lid was still open. She examined the interior edges quickly. No blood. No signs of violence. She closed the trunk and walked a perimeter around the vehicle. The mud near the driver's door showed boot prints. 2 sets, both consistent with men's footwear, size 10 or 11. The prints led away from the Plymouth Fury toward the west. They became fainter as the ground rose. After 30 yards, they disappeared. She returned to the Plymouth Fury. The dashboard clock was stopped at 1:34. Ray Bowen had been taken 3 hours and 38 minutes ago. Carol stood beside the open driver's door and listened. The wind had stopped. The night was silent. Too silent. Then she heard it. The low rumble of an engine. Distant. Coming from the east. She turned. A second engine joined the first, this one from the north. Both were approaching the depression. Both were moving slowly, as if the drivers were searching. Carol ran to the station wagon. She yanked the door open and slid into the driver's seat. She reached for the ignition, then stopped. The station wagon's headlights were still on. They had been on for the past 10 minutes, aimed directly at the Plymouth Fury, illuminating the entire scene. Anyone approaching from the east would see them from a mile away. She turned the headlights off. The darkness crashed down. She could see nothing except the faint glow of the dashboard instruments. The engine sounds grew louder. She could distinguish them now. 2 pickup trucks, both approaching from different directions. She heard gravel crunching under tires. The vehicles were close, less than a quarter mile. Through the driver's window, she saw a faint violet-blue glow sweep across the grass, 50 yards to the north. A UV lantern. A second glow appeared to the east, closer. Both lights were moving toward the depression, scanning the ground. They were following her tire tracks. The station wagon's tracks did not glow under UV light, but they existed. Fresh ruts in the soft ground leading straight to this position. Carol started the engine. The sound was deafening in the silence. She put the station wagon in reverse and backed away from the Plymouth Fury, turning the wheel hard. Mud sucked at the tires. The rear wheels spun, found traction, and the vehicle lurched backward up the slope. She shifted into drive and accelerated west, away from the approaching engines. No headlights. The windshield was black. She navigated by memory, following the faint depressions where the pickup trucks had driven hours earlier. Behind her, headlights came on. 2 sets converging on the depression from the north and east. The UV lanterns swept faster now, no longer searching. They had found the Plymouth Fury. They would find her tire tracks leading away. Carol pressed the accelerator. The speedometer climbed to 40. The station wagon bounced over uneven ground. Sagebrush scraped the undercarriage. She could not see where she was going. She was driving blind across open rangeland in absolute darkness. The headlights behind her split apart. One set turned west, following her. The other remained at the depression, probably examining the scene, radioing for instructions. Carol reached the rise she had climbed earlier. The ground hardened. The station wagon's tires found better grip. She turned the headlights on. The beams illuminated 50 feet of empty rangeland ahead. Beyond that, dull darkness. She had no idea where the fence lines were, or where the roads were, where the ditches or gullies might be. In the rearview mirror, the pursuing headlights were a quarter-mile back and closing. Carol reached the two-rut road and turned east, driving without headlights again. The pickup truck behind her had fallen back but was still there. She could see its headlights a half-mile distant, moving parallel to her route. It was not trying to catch her. It was hurting her. She thought about the tracker network. 5 men, 4 vehicles, radios. If one pickup was behind her, others would be ahead, cutting off routes, forcing her toward a predetermined point. At 5:37, she reached Highway 96. She turned west and drove for 3 miles before she saw the lights of Leotie ahead. The town was small, a gas station, a grain elevator, a row of storefronts. She pulled into the gas station parking lot. The building was dark, the pumps shut off for the night. A payphone stood near the road, illuminated by a single streetlight. Carol got out and walked to the phone. She lifted the receiver and dialed 911. The phone rang 4 times before someone picked up. The dispatcher's voice was flat and professional. Carol gave her name and requested immediate assistance. She reported an abandoned vehicle in a drainage depression 11 miles north of Highway 96, west of County Road 12. She said the driver might be in danger. She requested Wallace County Sheriff's units. The dispatcher told her to hold. Carol waited. Behind her, at the far end of the parking lot, headlights appeared. A pickup truck, dark green, moving slowly past the gas station. The same truck that had been following her. The dispatcher came back on the line and asked Carol to confirm her exact location. Carol gave the address of the gas station. The dispatcher asked her what kind of vehicle she was driving. Carol hesitated. She had not mentioned a vehicle. The dispatcher's tone had not changed. Still flat, still professional. But the question hung wrong. Carol said she was driving a station wagon. The dispatcher asked her to repeat her exact location. Carol did. The dispatcher told her to remain at that location. Wallace County Sheriff's units were being dispatched. Estimated arrival, 35 minutes. Carol hung up. She stood beside the payphone and stared at the receiver in her hand. The dispatcher had asked what kind of vehicle she was driving. Carol had called about an abandoned car 11 miles north. She had not said anything about her own vehicle. The question made no sense unless the dispatcher already knew Carol was calling from a vehicle, not a building. Unless the dispatcher needed to confirm which vehicle to look for. She had not called for help. She had broadcast her location. The green pickup circled the block and approached the gas station again from the south. A second vehicle, a white pickup, appeared from the north, slowing as it passed. They were not attacking. They were watching, confirming her position, waiting for instructions. Carol walked back to the station wagon and got in. She started the engine and pulled out of the parking lot heading east on Highway 96. In the rearview mirror, both pickup trucks turned and followed. She drove for 6 miles. The trucks maintained a quarter-mile distance behind her, headlights steady. At County Road 18, she turned north. One truck followed. The other continued east on Highway 96, disappearing. Carol checked the fuel gauge. The needle rested just above empty. She had 20 miles, perhaps 30 if she drove conservatively. The dashboard clock read 5:42. The Wallace County Sheriff's units would arrive at the Leotie gas station in 23 minutes. They would find it empty. The dispatcher would try calling the number Carol had given. a payphone that no longer had anyone standing beside it. Carol thought about the dispatcher at Frontier Freight who had called her with the contract, the man who had known she needed work, the man who had offered her twice the going rate for a simple overnight delivery, the man who had assigned Ray Bowen to shadow her route. She reached for the CB microphone, then stopped. If she transmitted, the trackers would hear her. If Frontier was monitoring the channels, they would know exactly where she was. She was isolated. Ray was gone. The sheriff's units were 30 miles away, responding to a location she had already left. And the pickup truck was still behind her, headlights unwavering, keeping pace. Carol drove north for 11 miles. The road was straight and empty. Fence posts flickered past in the headlights. The rangeland extended to the horizon on both sides, flat and dark under a moonless sky. At the intersection with the County Road 9, the truck behind her flashed its headlights twice. A signal. Carol looked ahead. 2 more sets of headlights appeared on County Road 9, one from the east, one from the west. Both vehicles turned onto County Road 18, heading north. Now there were 3 pickup trucks, one behind her, 2 ahead. The trucks ahead slowed. They were a half-mile distant, driving at 30 miles per hour, blocking the road. Carol braked and turned the station wagon around. She accelerated south, back the way she had come. The truck that had been following her stopped in the middle of the road, turned sideways, and blocked both lanes. She was boxed in. Carol stopped the station wagon 100 yards from the roadblock. She turned off the headlights and waited. The 3 pickup trucks did not move. Their engines idled. Their headlights stayed on, illuminating the stretch of County Road 18 between them. Carol sat in the darkness inside the station wagon and calculated. 3 trucks, probably 3 drivers, possibly more. All coordinated by radio. She had a quarter tank of fuel and no way through the roadblock except to ram it. The station wagon was not built for ramming. Carol started the engine and turned west onto open rangeland, driving off-road. The station wagon bucked over sagebrush and ruts. The speedometer climbed to 20, then 30. She aimed for a gap between fence posts a quarter-mile distant. Behind her, the 3 pickup trucks turned off County Road 18 followed, their headlights bouncing across the uneven ground. They were faster than the station wagon. They had off-road suspension. They were gaining. Carol reached the fence line and stopped. Barbed wire stretched between the posts, 4 strands, too high to drive over. She put the station wagon in reverse, backed up 20 feet, and accelerated forward. The front bumper hit the fence. The top strand snapped. The second strand caught on the hood and scraped across the windshield. The station wagon punched through and kept going. She was on a dirt access road now, narrow and rutted. She followed it west for 2 miles. The headlights behind her spread out, the trucks taking different routes across the rangeland, trying to cut her off. The access road ended at a T-junction. Carol turned south. The fuel gauge needle touched the E. The engine coughed once, caught, and continued running. A mile ahead, headlights appeared. A 4th pickup truck approaching from the south. Carol slowed. She looked east and west. No roads, no lights, no structures, just empty rangeland extending into darkness. She stopped the station wagon in the middle of the dirt road and turned off the engine. The headlights behind her were a quarter-mile back and closing. The headlights ahead were a half-mile distant and approaching. Carol sat in the dark station wagon and listened to the silence. The mechanic's words returned to her. "Get off these roads. They're reading your dust." She had gotten off the roads. It had not mattered. The pickup trucks closed in from the north and south. Carol could see them clearly now. The green truck she had seen at the railroad crossing. The white truck from the unmarked road. 2 others she did not recognize. All 4 stopped 100 yards away, engines running, headlights aimed at the station wagon. No one got out. No one approached. They were waiting. Carol reached under the driver's seat and retrieved the revolver she carried for road emergencies. A .38 special, 5 rounds. She checked the cylinder and set the gun on the passenger seat. The radio beneath the dashboard crackled. Static, then a voice. Carol Jensen. She stared at the radio. The voice had used her real name. Not her call sign, her name. She did not touch the microphone. The voice was male, calm, Midwestern. It asked where she wanted the gas delivered. It mentioned a tow strap. It asked if she preferred to wait for the Wallace County Sheriff instead. Carol looked at the fuel gauge. Empty. She looked at the revolver on the passenger seat. 5 rounds against 4 trucks. She started the engine. It caught, sputtered, and died. She tried again. The engine turned over but would not start. The fuel tank was dry. The radio crackled again. Put the revolver down, Carol. Her hand froze on the ignition key. They could see inside the vehicle. UV lanterns, night vision, binoculars. They had been watching her the entire time. She looked at the rearview mirror. The 4 pickup trucks had not moved, but their headlights were positioned to illuminate the station wagon from all sides. There were no shadows, nowhere to hide. Carol sat in the dead station wagon and understood. Frontier had arranged the tire swap. They had known. Someone at the company, or someone they paid, had modified the Plymouth Fury's tires before Ray left Salina. They had sent Carol and Ray onto the back roads, knowing exactly what would happen. The Wallace County Sheriff was not coming to rescue her. The sheriff was coming to find an abandoned station wagon on a dirt road 74 miles from Salina out of fuel. There would be questions. Carol would try to explain about the trackers, the UV lanterns, the glowing tire tracks. She would sound confused, frightened, unreliable. The investigation would conclude that Carol Jensen, contract driver for Frontier Freight, had abandoned her delivery and driven into the rangeland for reasons unknown. Ray Bowen would never be found, and Carol would be written off as a driver who panicked on an isolated route. The radio did not offer her a choice. It described what would happen. She thought about the mechanic at the Texaco station 5 hours ago, leaning close to her window and whispering his warning. He had known. He had tried to tell her. Behind her, tires crunched on gravel. The green pickup had moved closer. A door opened. Footsteps approached the station wagon. Carol reached for the revolver. The footsteps stopped at the passenger window. She turned her head. A man stood outside the glass, holding a UV lantern. He was in his 30s, wearing a denim jacket and a canvas hunting vest. She had seen him before, the 4th tracker, the one who had stepped behind the fence post when she passed the cattle gate hours earlier. He raised the UV lantern and aimed it at the passenger window. The violet-blue light flooded the interior of the station wagon. Carol's hands glowed faintly where she had touched the Plymouth Fury's tires. Her jeans glowed at the knees where she had knelt in the mud beside Ray's car. The phosphorescent compound had transferred. She was marked. The man lowered the lantern and looked at her through the glass. He did not speak. He did not need to. Carol's hand moved to the revolver. The dashboard lights flickered. The battery was dying. The CB hissed static, then went silent. The instrument panel dimmed. The man outside the window tapped the UV lantern gently against the glass. 1, twice, 3 times. Then he stepped back and waited. Carol sat in the dark station wagon with her hand on the revolver and understood that it did not matter what she did next. The gun held 5 rounds. The trucks held more men than that. The rangeland extended 40 miles in every direction. The nearest town was Leatee, where the dispatcher had asked what kind of vehicle she was driving. The dashboard clock read 5:48. The instrument panel went dark. The headlights had been off for minutes. The interior of the station wagon was absolute black, except for the violet-blue light. The tracker raised the UV lantern again and aimed it through the passenger window. The light flooded the cabin. Carol's hands on the steering wheel glowed pale white, where she had touched the Plymouth Fury's tires. The knees of her jeans glowed where she had knelt in the mud. The phosphorescent compound marked her like a beacon in the darkness, her own body illuminated, proof of where she had been, what she had found, what she knew. The last thing she saw before the tracker turned off the lantern was her own hands glowing in the dark.